It's Travers Day at Saratoga. The canoe awaiting a fresh coat of paint. Will it be Godolphin, Royal Blue, perhaps maroon and white? Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, he's done it all in his legendary career. The one glaring omission at Travers, most believe that changes today. With his Derby and Belmont Stakes winner's sovereignty, will his coronation continue? Magnitude, the major challenger standing in his way. He missed the Triple Crown with an injury. Connections say today is their Kentucky Derby for him. And the reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, back in action, looking for a Grade 1 win at Saratoga back-to-back years in her toughest test of the year. Who will be standing with that trophy after the DraftKings Travers later this evening here at the premier meet in the country and the premier race of the summer. Welcome to upstate New York here at Saratoga Springs. A picture-perfect Saturday afternoon, and the crowd, we have an early start this morning, as you well know if you're tuning in. I have some friends coming, they're not even up yet, but it is going to get very, very crowded here. There will not be any room in this racetrack in a few hours. We hope you stay with us for our coverage throughout the big show later today with the Travers. That's at 3 Eastern, Fox Saratoga Saturday. Good to be with you. I am Greg Wolf, and what a day of racing we have ahead. The Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes winner's sovereignty, the undisputed king of this 3-year-old division, back in action, trying to bring his Hall of Fame trainer, Bill Mott, his first ever Travers. Bill Mott 0 for 12 in Travers in his career with 13 runners. Many believe that ends today. As we take a look at the field that will line up, it's a compact field, just 4 rivals. That's how good he is. Who will face him? He's 2 to 5 on the morning line, and the one big challenger there on the rail in magnitude, who we will talk about coming up. With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, Sarah El-Badwi, and we have to start with the undisputed leader of this 3-year-old division. How good has sovereignty been, and how good did you think his Jim Dandy was?
I think his Jim Dandy was workmanlike. I don't think it was as easy a win as some people suggest. The thing is, there's 2 schools of thought. Whether or not it was a race that was just being used as a prep, which makes perfect sense, and you will improve off of it and run the kind of spectacular effort he put into the Belmont Stakes, or whether or not it was a race that was a little bit of a step back for him. I'm on the fence on that opinion. The problem with using it, if you say, well, I don't think it was that great a race by him, he may still win this race even if he runs the race he ran in the Jim Dandy. He's that good.
He is, and we've seen nothing but a really spectacular season from him, and I think you do have to make a choice about this Jim Dandy. Do you think this was something that was that true prep race coming into the Travers? He wasn't totally tightened up on to get into ultimate fitness for that race, and this is really where they want to shine? Or is it, like you said, possibly a situation where he maybe wasn't 100%, but I ultimately came to the same conclusion as you did. It might not matter either way.
He's not only the best 3-year-old in the country, the resume speaks to it as well, but he's the proven commodity at 1.25 miles, and he's probably better at 1.25 miles, and the Jim Dandy was only 1.125 miles.
It doesn't matter whether you're playing on him or against him. I don't think there's any sane person that's going to tell you they don't think that he's the likeliest winner of this race. Well, I'm going to take a shot with magnitude. It's because magnitude is going to be a much better price, but I have no problem with the fact that sovereignty is shown to be the horse to beat, and the horse to beat by a lot.
Talk plenty more about it coming up. We're only 7 minutes away from kicking off this Travers Day card, one of the truly great days of racing in our sport all year long. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll kick things off in just a few moments with a maiden special mate. So many star 2-year-olds, future stars. It was on this day last year, Sovereignty made his debut, wound up 4th in that debut effort. So you never know who's going to be unveiled on a day like this. Personal Ensign, Torpedo Anna, Alan Jerkins. An absolute war that anybody can win. And then the big one, race 13, the DraftKings Travers. We'll kick things off here in just a moment after we remind you of where to play all the races. If you don't know by now, it's Nyra Bets. Get signed up, started. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code for new members at sign-up. SPA200, and you're ready to roll at NyraBets.com. So Inner Turf, 1 1/16, maiden special weight. Everyone trying to get that first win of the career coming up here. 2-year-olds, and big scratch coming out for Cherie DeVoe. Remember Mamba here.
Yeah, well, I agree. A horse that a Kitten's Joy, you don't see a lot of Kitten's Joys anymore, probably his last crop coming out of this race. And right now they're sort of going towards Botus. I believe that's probably the pronunciation, or Botus. Do you know, Greg?
I do not.
6. No,
Here
we know what it's not called. Oh,
Here's Ambassador Blue to kick things off. Danny Gargan blinkers on.
A couple of changes for this one, stretching out in distance, getting over to the turf course, and there is a little bit of turf pedigree.
Franklin Delano Todd. Pletcher, start number 2, gets turf.
Got a president running right away on Travers Day. It's pretty exciting, and this horse has plenty of pedigree to move forward in turf. This is the surface he belonged on.
Quiet power debuts for Shug McGahee.
This one, Shug does have those good numbers with his 2-year-old first-time starters in turf routes, especially here at Saratoga.
Ken McPeak, Torpedo Anna later. He's got Feral here.
I like the name. I think Farrell's a good name. Ran in a live race last time. Has enough turf pedigree to say he could be live.
Bottas, Flavian Pratt for Miguel Clement debuts.
And Miguel Clement is having a sensational meet so far, the one that I know Andy has a little bit of interest in.
11-1, Amador, Pletcher, and Johnny V.
Yeah, this one doesn't have a lot of turf pedigree. Now, listen, you get it from Constitution, the sire, and this horse took no money and did 0 running in the debut.
If only we could check in with someone who knew more about this first-time starter who's the favorite. At 2-1. Oh, wait, we do have someone like that. Let's check in with Acacia Clement. Hi, happy Travers Day, Acacia.
Hey, Greg. Hey, everybody. Happy Travers. Great to be here. And this is a nice group to start things off, beginning, as you said, with the 6, my husband Miguel's horse, Bottas, as in Valtteri Bottas, the Formula One driver. But this one sold at the OBS April 2-year-old sale after working 10-1. That's a little bit early in that work, but then leveled really nicely. And I know that there is some dirt in the pedigree, but there's also some turf in there. 3 out of the 4 siblings were winners, one on turf and synthetic. And in the second generation, the dam is the sister to champion Canadian turf male El Tormenta, grade 1 winner on the grass. This guy looks like a turf horse. My one question is, does he maybe want a touch shorter? He is a Vekoma, but he's powerful and does look very fit and has been very professional coming in here. Taking a look at the other first-time starter, the 4, Quiet Power, this one looks like the 1 1/16 is the starting point for him. Tons of pedigree on the bottom side. The dam is the sister to Awakened, grade 1 winner over hurdles. Also the sister to Imagining, winning long distance 1.5-mile turf type races. And this one, the immediate half to Stakes Place Dreams of Tomorrow. So lovely Phipps pedigree. This one co-owned and bred by Phipps and St. Elias as well. Has been professional, does look fit. Like I said, looking like this is really just a starting point moving forward for one who wants to run all day. The 3, Franklin Delano, I thought a very clever name being out of Battle Flag, also has pedigree to go longer. The dam being the sister to grade 1 Flower Bowl winner, Civil Union. So turf and longer in the family, and that's exactly what this guy looks like. I love the Liam's maps on the turf. I think that they are incredibly versatile. His progeny can obviously handle the grass as well. This one built like a turf horse. I thought watching his debut race as well, never really looked comfortable on the dirt. I think this is the right spot for him as he does switch surfaces today. I was going back and forth. Did I talk about the 2? Did I talk about the 5? Because I could make a case for both of them. And eventually I landed on the 2, Ambassador Blue, because this one did work on the turf last time out. And watching that race over on First TV, started behind 2 other runners, one who had run before, finishing 5th on debut, the other a debut runner, or I should say unraced runner, and came on and finished between horses. Definitely an educational type of work on the turf. Little bit green, running with his tail straight out, kind of swapping leads a bit in that turf work, and that was kind of how he ran in his first race too, where he wasn't the quickest out and was climbing early, meaning going up and down versus going forward. 3/4 cup blinkers going on today. I like him getting to the turf though, and he got sharper when he got out onto the track, but like I said, has the makings, Greg, of a really nice group of young turf horses.
Thank you, Acacia. Minutes of post coming up. That man right there had been wiring this field until all of a sudden his brother caught up to him. 49 wins apiece, but may not be as dramatic as we think going down to the wire. Jose Ortiz will be heading to Kentucky Downs.
I loved his interview yesterday when he was talking about it, and you could just see that he's like, I know. I got a lot of business at Kentucky Downs. Purses are really good. I mean, he's a Kentucky rider, and he's got a lot of connections he sort of has to ride for. But you could see that Jose wanted to stay here and fight it out with his brother until the bitter end, and I can understand
we wanted that.
And, you know, we did too, and I don't even care where it ends up. These two guys have put on one heck of a show during this meet.
They absolutely have, and not only do we want to see that dogfight to the end with Irad and Jose, but also the year that Jose is having in general with the kinds of success that he's experienced at the other racetracks he's prominently been at, and to be able to secure yet another riding title for himself, if he were to do so, it's kind of a banner year for him, no?
Incredible what those two have done coming in. 9 of the last 10 years it's been an Ortiz brother atop the standings here, 3 in a row for Irad. We'll see if he can notch another. It seems like that is almost a foregone conclusion as we take a look at Bottas. Flavien Prat had that record-breaking summer here last year, riding on a first-timer for Miguel Clement, who is the favorite right now, Andy.
Miguel's having an exceptional meet. Rumor is this horse can run a little bit. I'm interested to see what happens here. I'm interested to see what Quiet Power does. We were just talking off camera, and you and I were saying that, you know, Shug, who has run a lot more as seeming at Colonial Downs than running here, hasn't had that many starters, but obviously not a good meet, and it's hard to see a Saratoga meet without Shug winning a race. Feels like he has some very live chances. And also, I always find it interesting when the Phippses are running colts, because in previous recent years, they've been selling the colts and keeping the fillies. So you have to think if they've kept a colt, they must like this horse, and there's certainly plenty of turf pedigree for Quiet Power.
There's Kendra Carmouche for Shug McGahee. 5-1 right now, Sarah.
Yeah, decent price for this one, and we don't usually think of this barn as getting these 2-year-old first-time starters ready to roll on debut, but if you look at his stats with the 2-year-olds here at Saratoga, turf routes, the first-time starters, he is 5 for 14, and I will say, over the past 5 years, he does have a positive ROI as well.
I always think of Shug as being dangerous with his firsters going along for that very reason. I've seen him debut quite a few winners over the years.
Here we go, ready to kick off Travers Day from Saratoga with this 2-year-old race on the lawn. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramonti to get us started.
Thanks, Greg. Farrell is going in. Takes up his spot. Here's Bottas. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's a fast start for Franklin Delano. And he's immediately joined by Amador, and Amador sprints up to be on even terms. Ambassador Blue is keen through the early stages, wrangled back off the top pair, hopping around a bit too. Farrell is in 4th. It's another length and a half back to Quiet Power, and Bottas is the early trailer. They move into the first turn, chasing Amador, who goes wide. That leaves room for Ambassador Blue, and Ambassador Blue takes that invitation and now moves to the front. So it's Ambassador Blue showing the way. Pressed by Amador through a quarter that went in 23 and 2/5 seconds. And then it's another couple of lengths back to Franklin Delano, who gets the Dream Trip in 3rd. 2 more lengths back to Quiet Power in 4th, followed by Farrell and another 4 to Bottas. They're heading to the half-mile pole. The half in 47 and 2 for Ambassador Blue. Stretching it out to almost a length on Amador, moving into the far turn. Now it's a length and a half. Behind them, Franklin Delano is in 3rd. Down on the hedge comes Farrell with Quiet Power, and Bottas has trailed throughout, 6 lengths off the lead. That lead held by Ambassador Blue. Ambassador Blue leads it by 2 lengths. Franklin Delano takes up the chase in 2nd, and Quiet Power moves up on the outside through 3/4 in 1:11 flat. They're in the final furlong, and it is Ambassador Blue, Franklin Delano, and here comes Bottas on the outside, driving forward to the battle on the front end. Franklin Delano, Bottas from last to first. What an impressive turn of foot for this first-time starter. Bottas and Flavien Prat win by 3. Then came Franklin Delano in 2nd, and it was a photo for 3rd that ended up going to Farrell.
Bottas rolling late. That is a sharp final time as well for a first-time starter.
Didn't break that sharply, dropped well back early, sort of picked up a little bit of ground, but man, when this horse was swung to the outside by Flavien Prat, he really took off. Now, it was a fast pace, Sarah, to close into, and I think Franklin Delano chased it, ran reasonably well to be second here, but this horse looks pretty promising.
Pace or not, this was some finish from this horse who really had that acceleration once he was able to get himself out into the clear, and Flavien just keeping him on a straight path and seeming very confident with the kind of ability that he had underneath him to just keep going forwards.
Yeah, it's an impressive win.
Miguel Clement has had to up his phone bill, get more usage. He's made a lot of winning calls.
I think he's very quickly perfected the art of pretending to be on the phone while heading through the crowd so he doesn't have to talk to anybody. I respect that decision. It's one I probably should consider adopting, but I'm nicer than Miguel.
Can we nitpick?
I'm a professional nitpicker, Greg.
Polo shirt on Travers Day? Come on,
It's
Miguel.
a disappointing effort. Someone's trying to make excuses for him, but I guarantee you that Acacia's not happy. We need to speak to Acacia about his clothes here.
I think he'll be very busy on the phone later.
6'3", 5'2". He has another good one here. What a tremendous meet it has been for him in an incredibly difficult situation, taking over for his father, who passed away in late May. And Bottas looks like they have a really impressive and two-year-old with a big future.
Not only obviously some big wins, the wins by deterministic, but also the two-year-olds. He's had a lot of two-year-olds run extremely well on the turf first time out, and that's always one of the most important things in Saratoga.
Flavien Prat kicks off this Travers Day card with a win for the Clement barn. Two-year-old son of Vacoma. One more look down the stretch. About to enter your picture right there.
You could see when this horse wheeled out top of the stretch, the race was over. I mean, it was clear he was gathering momentum. You knew they had been moving a little bit up front, and he was able to just roll on by everybody. A nice performance, and you see Miguel talking to Vinny Viola, who doesn't own this horse.
No.
Part owner of the 4. I don't know the owner's connections. Actually, I'd like Acacia maybe to help clear that up. I've never heard of Dahmen, the owner, and I'm curious who that is, because to me it looks like a new owner, and I'm a little curious.
6'3", 5'2", finish to kick off this card. And the 2-1 favorite, impressive in this opener. We'll have the prices when we come back. Just getting started on Travers Saturday. We will meet the field for this year's edition of the Midsummer Derby when we come back. Stay with us.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Back with you on Travers Saturday. We will find out what color that canoe will be painted just hours away after the big one in the unofficial fourth leg of this Triple Crown to come. Bottas impressive in debut with Flavien Prat for Miguel Clement.
Yeah, no, this was a very nice start, and sort of great way for Miguel to start the Travers Day and know you'll have a winner under your belt. And this is a promising horse that we'll obviously see in the stake next time and potentially in New York in the Pilgrim.
Let's go to Acacia in the winner's circle.
And before we start off with this interview, Miguel would like me to apologize. He says it's my fault that he didn't have time to change. I completely disagree. I think you still look very nice in a collared shirt, though.
Next time when we have first post at 11 o'clock, you can help me out a little bit more, but that's okay.
I did forget the shoes, but there is a sport coat in his car. But as far as Bottas is concerned, a horse that I know you were very high on from the beginning, maybe still figuring things out, but really accelerated nicely today.
Yeah, he's a great turn of foot, and he's exciting. I thought Flavien always looked like he had plenty of horse at any stage of the race. And touch of mature when he struck the front, didn't quite switch leads late, but we'll fix that. And no, it's exciting. It's very, very exciting.
And this is the stable's first win for Dom and Mr. Alhabri. I know a new owner in the barn. Can you talk about how exciting that is?
It was great. He's been very supportive of the stable. I'm a big fan of his silks, actually. I think they're very classy. He's given several horses, his big objectives have winners here in New York on the turf. And the stable's very, very lucky to have him, and we're very happy.
Looking for exciting things with this horse. Any thoughts about maybe trying some stakes next time?
Yeah, without a doubt. As long as he comes back in good order, we'll talk to the connections as well as Clay, and we'll figure out the right path. But for sure, I think you'll see him in stakes next.
Look forward to it. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Maybe next time you remember to pack my clothes.
Not my fault, Greg.
No, we just got to the bottom of the story, so it actually is on Acacia.
I'm just glad they didn't break out into a rendition of I've Got You, Babe.
I forgive you, Miguel. My apologies. That is all on Acacia. So look, you talk about these races in the Breeders' Cup, these 2-year-old races, as being the most winnable races, and they are. Why do you say that?
Because they're not really Grade 1 races. The idea, they have those sort of fake Grade 1 races in Canada they run. They're not Grade 1 races, obviously. 2-year-olds in September shouldn't be running Grade 1s. They're manufactured races for the Breeders' Cup. And I get that. They get big fields. They're great betting races. I enjoy them as much as anybody. They get some Euros to come over. And we did see some good horses win last year with Lake Victoria, obviously, and Henri Matisse, who's a world-class miler. But in general, they have races that have been won by a lot of horses that you haven't necessarily heard a lot from going forward. Everybody wants to be in it because there's no other Breeders' Cup race you could win with an 82 buyer.
There's so much unknown going into those races, and there's also so much room for improvement for some, as well as a really good horse just not getting the right kind of trip or handling the kind of travel that young at that level of the game where they just don't have that same kick to move on and then become that horse that we are going to know and hear from later on next year as a 3-year-old and even as a 4-year-old.
Race 2, mile and 3/16 coming up on the turf in this allowance optional claiming field. Get a look at the field right now, even money on Then. Phil Antonacci has had a tremendous meet from limited starters, and the meet's co-leading rider will be aboard Arado Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, he's going to be a huge, huge favorite here, and there's a lot of different opinions on him. I have a very smart friend who told me he thinks he's a stakes horse, and he thinks he can't lose this race. I have other smart friends who, like me, think he's way over betting here, and at best one of the contenders. We'll see. He's being bet like he's a stakes horse. We'll see, because this is a very, very tough field.
What was your take, Sarah?
I think that this price for him is a little bit too much, and maybe we're starting to see a little Arado Ortiz Jr. money, but this is a competitive group where I wouldn't want to take such a short price on necessarily anybody within the field.
Approaching the 18-minute mark to post. Fox Saratoga Saturday. Coming up shortly, 3 Eastern start time with one of the best cards all year long anywhere in the country. You do not want to miss it. Sovereignty, the Kentucky Derby, and Belmont Stakes winner back in action. Added the Jim Dandy, trying to bring Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott his first ever victory in the Travers. It's the ABR race of the week. What else could it be? Let's meet this field, starting with probably the biggest obstacle in Sovereignty's path. Magnitude, who missed the Triple Crown with an ankle chip. He came back as good as, if not better, than when he went to the bench.
This is a horse that has run 2 very, very big figures. Obviously in somewhat lesser races, so the Risen Star is a major prep for the Derby. He's never faced this kind of competition. He's never gone a mile and a quarter. But you know what? Sovereignty has never faced a fast speed horse either. So he presents a real challenge to the favorite.
For Steve Asmussen, who won this race 3 years ago. Bracket buster, won the Pegasus for Victoria Oliver, and then 4th in the Haskell.
When he's been successful, he's shown some good early speed, potentially a little bit of a thorn in the side for a horse like Magnitude, though I think Magnitude's a little bit quicker than him early.
Big talent. For strategic focus, Chad Brown has never won a Travers. This horse looked like he might be that kind of horse until he disappointed in the Curlin.
He would have been a clear-cut second choice at the top of the stretch of the Curlin, but things fell apart for him. So the question with him is he really the horse that ran that huge race in his second career start, or is he a horse that just can't really class up like he did in the Curlin? I think he's going to run well today, but it's a Herculean task to win.
This is the star of the sport right now, the Kentucky Derby Belmont Stakes winner, Sovereignty. And a mile and a quarter, he's probably better at.
And you never know what's going to happen, but looking at his resume at this distance and just so far this year with what he's done, he stands far above the rest of the competition he'll be facing coming up in a couple of races later on.
And McAfee outside rounds out this field, coming off a second in the West Virginia Derby.
I respect the connections for coming here and taking a shot, and obviously they feel a third place finish would be like a victory. And you know, he's the kind of horse, you ride him sort of finish third, and if something crazy happens, maybe he comes rolling along and does even better. He's a really cool horse. This is a big ask, but I respect the connections for taking the shot, unlike others that have cowardly gone to a race of much less importance.
And, you know, you brought up an interesting point. You know, outside of Magnitude, they're taking a real shot in this race. They have a horse with that talent. Seems like the rest of this field, even to some degree Chad Brown, are just hoping to get a piece of this. He said he probably would not have entered had this been a bigger field.
And looking at the kind of numbers that many of these horses have run before, it is Magnitude who has so far really only been the one that stacks up to the kind of resume Sovereignty's put together.
No question about it. And I think, you know, Chad wanted to run in here, you know, obviously disappointed about the Curlin, but it was very much open to discussion among him and the connections. But he said, I think this race is going to come up a very small field. It's interesting because they were not keen to necessarily run, but Seth Klarman said to me the other day, Chad was right, and I told Chad he was right to take a shot in this race, and maybe he'll upset the field like he did with Cloud Computing a few years ago in the Preakness.
Racetrack known for historic upsets. We'll see if that happens later today. This is the lineup. Lake Placid. We'll have in our coverage then the main events, the Forego with the Pride of New Jersey, Bookham Dano, reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, the personal ensign, that Alan Jerkins loaded, including with a couple of Bob Baffert horses, and the Ballerina Stakes get on track for Bill Mott.
You know, so many of us that have been big fans of her has finally given up on her. She'll probably win today, but I couldn't bet her as the favorite, and she is the morning line favorite.
What an incredible day of racing we have for you, in perfect weather on this Travers Saturday as well. We're going to take a timeout. She is back. She is still much the horse to beat. This is going to be a tough test, though, for Torpedo Anna. But as Ken McPeak, her trainer, said the other day, they have the tough test facing her, no question, as she tries to win a Grade 1 here in back-to-back years at Saratoga.
$1,600,000, thank you. Fox, Saratoga Saturday. DraftKings Travers Day features 3 Breeders' Cup Challenge races. The Forego, the Resorts World Casino Ballerina, and reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna in the personal ensign. Kicks off Saturday, 3 Eastern on Fox.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
And they're off in the Grade 1 Forego. And it's going to be Yopon who gets to the wire first. The 7 furlongs in 1:21 3. The leader is is Yopon. 6 furlongs in 1 minute 8 and 2/5 seconds.
All right, Chad, let's talk about Glamorize, obviously being a half to randomized, who actually they're running on the same card, so sisters unite here. But Glamorize in her first start, talk a little bit about what you're expecting.
Yeah, very similar you'll see in the paddock to Randomize. Not a very big horse, so that must come from the mare. She throws kind of tidier, smaller, neat-looking horses with good conformation. Training well, and again, much like Randomize, who did get a start in up here at 2, wasn't successful winning, but ran solid. I expect more from Glamorize of the same, you know. Not training like a horse that's necessarily quick enough to win. First out at Saratoga, those races are really, really hard. Some of the toughest maiden races in the country, I find, sprinting. But a really solid horse, looks to have plenty of ability, and her best days are ahead of her going longer, I think.
Absolutely, much like her sister. Paid $1 million for her at Keeneland for Resolute Racing. Was that kind of with the pedigree in mind?
I'm sure. I mean, wasn't involved in the purchase of her, but I'm sure that with being a have to randomize and so much residual value, you always take a little bit of a risk with a first crop stallion. But have a couple of max fields. They train pretty good. Much like her, a little down the road maybe,
yeah.
Going a little longer and maybe turning into the 3-year-old year. But plenty to like here. Certainly a New York quality horse and with a big future.
Maggie's 2-year-old reports, they have been incredible. We're starting to see graduates of her 2-year-old reports win again. That's how productive they've been. That maiden special weight loaded with all kinds of talent. 1 million, I should say, for Glamorize, who's Dam produced Randomized, but so many other big pedigrees in here.
What I would say about that particular piece is it's pretty clear from Chad. He feels that she's going to need a race or two. So that's what you got imparted there. And that's more valuable than a trainer telling you they like their horse. Because they like their horse, they still have to beat everybody else. If they think they're going to need a couple races, it makes it easier to go somewhere else.
Absolutely, and just something to keep in mind. He could be right, he could be wrong. We'll have to see later on.
All right, we'll get to that one. Approaching the 10-minute mark to post here in race 2. Again, mile and 3/16 on the lawn, and it is not quite as short as when we first checked in, but 6 to 5 now on then. And obviously a big effort last start, but will be coming from fairly far back, although did stumble a little bit, but has had perpetual problems out of the gate. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And we'll start there, Greg, with Then, who, yes, it took a little bit of that stutter step almost. Not even a stumble, but it just seemed like he kind of lost his feet out from underneath him in the first few strides out of the gate there. But this is a horse that is now making the second start off a little bit of a layoff for Phil Antonacci, who, as you guys mentioned, has had a tremendous meet. In particular, has done very well with horses off of layoffs and training horses over at their family's Lindy Farms in Connecticut. The horse looks incredibly fit. It wasn't in the paddock for his last start, but you can certainly see just how muscled, how powerful he does look. Now, he has, as you mentioned, not been the best coming out of the gate, and that certainly is a little bit of his Achilles heel. He came on finishing best. We Have Courage was that open length pace setter last time out. From a physical perspective in here, I have no knocks against him. I know that this is a horse that there were always some high hopes for, given that he is the half-brother to multiple graded stakes winning turf horse in Du Jour, but he was purchased for relatively moderate prices, the Horses of Racing Age sale last year, and looking like he's just finding his stride now. Chad Brown sends out an entry. I wanted to touch on one part of it, the 1A Activist Investing, who will have the outside post. He came off of a layoff last time out, and though facing Open Company, ran against a pretty impressive New York bred and Rhetorical, who's going to be a big player in the New York bred stakes, the West Point, tomorrow. This one was not the quickest out of the gate last time, and then just kind of dropped back so far away from the rest of the field, and he did run on to be second that day. And it's funny the way that he ran, because he's typically a horse that gets quite keen in his warm-up, in the paddock, in all of the steps prior to the race. Today, he's actually far more laid back than he was last time. We'll see how he acts out on track, because like I said, he can get a bit keen in the warm-up sometimes, but I'm wondering if that is maybe just a little bit of a sign of a bit more focus coming in here as he now makes the third start of this year, his second off of the layoff. The number 7 Crystal Quest is always a horse that I'm going to be drawn to. He's just so beautifully put together. He's another one, it's the theme of this race, that had some trouble at the start last time out. He was squeezed back out of after the break, and then was last early, and he could see him kind of swapping to his left lead again, trying late, but Freedom's Way getting the jump on him to get the win that day. He looks like he wants every bit of the distance. He's so big, really, really well put together. He's become more athletic this year as a 4-year-old as well. I think it's in there. I'd be willing to give him another chance. Oh, he is another one that typically does tend to do it from off the pace, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. 8 minutes away from the second coming up. Pratt looking to go back-to-back to kick off this early double. Crystal Quest, his mount for Michael Trombetta, 3-1.
I like Crystal Quest getting less distance. You look at his race before the last, not that he ran badly last time. I think they're a little better going the mile and 1/8, so I think the mile and 3/16 fits him like a glove in here, and I think he's a lot of value because of the way Then is getting bet. And while Then ran well, Be of Courage, who finished second there and set that wild pace, he did not come back and justify that big figure.
Trainer standings of the meet. The man we all expected to be on top is there again. Odds-on favorite to win yet another training title. Chad Brown, 25 victories. Comfortable lead, but Todd Pletcher, Linda Rice, still within striking distance, Sarah.
And Todd Pletcher's made it very interesting so far this meet, especially with many of the 2-year-olds that he's brought out to have this standing at this time as far as the meet has gone. There's still a little bit more time left, so it could be interesting.
Travers only counts for 1 win, right?
I think, but it's a big win. You know what counts like for a lot more wins? When the check clears.
Yes, it does. Earnings, different story than total wins
Because
at the meet. Bill Mott's earnings, they are pretty high this meet.
As Ned Beatty said so eloquently in Back to School, in all fairness, it was a very big check.
Pick 4 starts here. There's so many wagering options today as well. Multiple pick 5s. Did you hone in on one that you're most excited about playing? Either of you two? Pick 5-wise?
Sarah's probably on that more than I am. I'm a little more preoccupied. But
I mean, I think it just depends on your opinions later. And if you think we're going to see a lot of these heavy favorites in many of the logical spots, especially some of those grade 1s, if you think horses like Torpedo Anna and Sovereignty are not going to be defeated today, then maybe you have an opinion elsewhere, and those 2 are types that you really hone in on. But if you think you can beat either of those horses, you've got to play a sequence involving those races for sure.
Post parade starts with early adopter, gets post 3, Chad Brown, Jose Ortiz.
yeah, he's a lesser half of the entry. He's just been a little disappointing. He's never really moved forward from his 2-year-old form.
Stablemate outside post, Activist Investing.
Yeah, he's the better one, and it's nice to see him finally staying on the racetrack. That's been really his problem. This was always a promising horse. If he's staying on the track and starts to show it, he could be a big player here.
Baker Street went by. Here's Then.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there are divided opinions on this horse. I don't know where Sarah stands. I'm against him at 6-5, but I can respect some people that are not.
Noted at 19-1.
Yeah, he's just not good enough to compete in here. That's why he's a big price.
Got an outside look to Rungius. What do you think, Sarah?
I've bet him both in his last 2 starts. He's been trying the turf a couple of times. He's been forward and faded. I think less distance helps, but I don't know if he's quite good enough at all.
Way too big a price, 25-1. Here's the 8, Vesting.
This one makes some sense in here as one of the logical players. He likes to be forward. It seems as though some of his better races are with some forward position, and maybe he has to deal with a little bit of that speed from Baker Street.
And back to Crystal Quest real quick.
Crystal Quest is just a very logical horse in here, and I agree with what you said about Rungius. I'm not saying I would bet him. I'm not saying we expect him to win this race. But his races haven't been that bad, and with the number 4 boys coming out of this race, he's going to be lone speed in here, and it's not like he has not run reasonably well in his races, and he should not be 25-1. He probably should be 12-1, but he shouldn't be 25-1.
Get registered for the Saturday contest. NYRA.com/contest. Good luck to everybody participating this afternoon. I believe after or post-time race 3 is the deadline.
I believe that's correct. You thinking of playing? Oh, you work here. You can't.
I was just reading a promo.
They're
that was
all
not
lucky.
put on my promo
They're all
list.
lucky that you're not playing, Greg.
Thank you, sir.
I got your back.
6-5 on Den, who problems getting out of the gate, comes from far back as a result, but the public not deterred.
I'm not saying he can't win, and I doubt you think he can't win, Sarah, but this is a little bit overboard. This is a pretty good field for him to be 6-5.
And isn't 6-5 on anybody in this field pretty much an overstatement? Because you are looking at several horses that have competitive efforts, and I think we are seeing a big disparity in some of the horses that are your shorter prices and some of the ones that did not run much worse behind them in the types that are really huge prices right now. And so sometimes you feel as though when horses are taking this amount of money, it's like everyone sees the horse as the favorite and they all just pile on.
I don't know,
He
maybe.
eats up a lot of ground, doesn't he, with that
Yeah,
stride?
but they're also setting up a monstrous pace in there, and these are just better horses. And he's 6-5 on even money now on the come. And now maybe he is an improving horse that can, take that step forward and beat these horses. And I don't have any argument with that being a possibility. Having said that, to take him at even money, to me, seems like a terrible gambling proposition.
And this 7, look, has faced better company, and the price is much better as well.
I agree. I think it's as simple as that. Freedom's Way is pretty good. I thought he was taken a little too far back last time out. His horse could be a little closer. I think Flavian will not try to make that mistake here, though obviously cutting back, there's less speed in here. I just think he's run consecutively. I mean, he finished just beyond Fort Washington, free back, who won the Arlington Million. I know
Wolfie's
it's the
Dynagos,
fake Arlington
Fort
Million,
Washington,
but
super.
still.
Neat. I mean, the list goes on and
Finished
on.
ahead of Tricari, who won the American Derby or whatever it is last year at Churchill. These are good horses he's running against. He's good.
His level of class has just been far superior to what he's going to be facing in here in terms of back class.
Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, I'm going with Crystal Quest in here. He's just one of my horse crushes and looks so good on the track once again. The number 8 Vesting, though, is he and a couple of other heroes, as you guys were discussing, should be forwardly placed. I think that we're going to see Runga Send and Baker Street is incredibly sharp, where we saw Vesting wire the field 2 back, but last time able to sit in kind of a stalking spot. However, when he was chasing in second, he did get a little bit keen, but he's far more subdued today than he was last time out, and they've opted to warm him up with the pony instead of taking him away and giving him a big warm-up like he typically does get, keeping him much quieter today. So it looks like, though he runs his best races when he can control, it looks like they're trying to keep him a bit quieter in order to get him to settle, but he's clearly shown that he can handle every bit of distance. The other part of the entry is the one early adopter. He is the 3-year-old that is going to be facing older for the first time. So while he is coming out of a try in Grade 1 company, and you certainly respect that, there's always a bit of a jump being the young horse going in to facing these tough, hardened older veterans that have had more starts and more seasoning out on the racetrack. That being said, he was pretty antsy in the gate last time out, and as a result got bumped pretty hard at the start. I do think that he had some real questions going into that Belmont Derby, but he has won at the mile and 3/16 at Keeneland, and while he's not the biggest, he's so laid back. He just has that demeanor of a horse that will go long, and he is by Lope de Vega. So it is interesting. For me, though, he's one that will need to take a step forward, like I said, facing older company today, Greg.
Post time coming up. Pick 4 starts here. Back down to even money on then for Phil Antonacci with Arad Ortiz Jr.
To be fair, I feel like when a horse like this goes up at this short a price, and I don't particularly like them, I think I picked them 4th, I feel like I'm probably wrong. I feel like there's smarter people than me out there that sense, like Sarah sitting next to me who picked him, that sense how good he is, but I just don't think even money is a good price to take. And I think 5-2 is a very fair price on the 7. 7-2 on the entry is not that bad, and I think your 6 Rungy is the kind of horse that could maybe get a piece in the Super.
Well, that's why picks are
piece.
a piece.
I'd like the 3, but
the 6 is the 6 is just too big a price.
Yeah.
None of us are sharing he's going to win.
Right, exactly. And this is the difference between picks and the analysis. We didn't know this horse was going to be even money. And looking at him, we all think that he has a shot to win. But I completely agree with you about the price differential on him versus the number 7, Crystal Quest, who has a little bit more to offer in terms of value, at least right now.
Mile 3/16 on the turf, then even money favorite for Phil Antonacci with Arad Ortiz Jr. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Last few runners left to load. Here's Vesting going in. Early Adopter, one of 2 for Klarovich and Brown. Noted comes forward. Activist Investing with the white cap on the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Noted in the center. Vesting is now vying for the early lead. It's Noted, though, who is quickest and intent on getting to the front. Baker Street along the inside. Passed now by Rungus in the pink to take second. Vesting is now a joint third on the outside of Baker Street, and they're followed by Then. The favorite settles nicely in mid-pack. Another length and a half to Crystal Quest, followed by the entry of Early Adopter and Activist Investing. Around the first turn, and Noted and Kendrick Carmouche show the way through a quarter that went in 23 seconds flat. Rungus is racing in second. Another length back to Baker Street in third, and Vesting is in fourth, now 4 off the leader. Another 2. Arad Ortiz has a nice hold of Then in the 5th spot, 6 lengths off the pace. They're followed by Early Adopter inside Crystal Quest, and 2 more to Activist Investing. Down the backstretch, the half in 47 and just under 2. It's Noted in front, Rungus second, Baker Street, long shots 1, 2, 3. With Vesting racing in fourth, 4 lengths off the pace. Then is next, Early Adopter inside Crystal Quest, and Activist Investing around the far turn. And it's Noted, who has expanded the lead to 2.5 on Rungus. They're starting to close in now, and Then makes a bold move. And here comes Then. Then, let loose, has taken command, and Ortiz takes a peek back to find Crystal Quest into second. On the extreme outside, Activist Investing is getting going as they come to the furlong pole. Then got the jump and has a 3-length lead. Activist Investing is chasing on the outside into second, 16th pole. Then Activist Investing, then by 2, and then with the winning move. Then a prompt favorite scores by 2 lengths. Activist Investing second. Then it was Crystal Quest third, Early Adopter, and Vesting finished 5th.
Then dominant back-to-back wins, Phil Antonacci, and this horse destroys his field.
The money was right on this horse. He is a stakes horse. You know, when you think about it, this horse, I mean, looking at it, he has good horses closing behind him. Crystal Quest, Activist Investing, and they could not make a dent into his lead. This is a very good performance by a very promising horse.
And the confidence that we saw from that ride, but not only the acceleration that he was able to display in terms of, as you mentioned, some quality horses running and starting their closing kicks right behind him. It seemed like he was really skipping away from them, and they just were not moving at the same rate.
I just love that stride down the stretch. He really reaches out. Number 50 for Arad Ortiz Jr. at the meet as he retakes sole possession of the meet's leading rider. 3-1-A-7-1. This horse is exciting. And, you know, we talked about Ricardo Santana Jr., some of these other people that have big meets. Miguel Clement's having a great meet. Phil Antonacci's been one of the stories of the summer.
No, I agree. He doesn't have a big barn, but his horses have come here and they've run well, they've gotten bet, and they've run to the money.
It's not the first time. I don't think it'll be the last time that we see that from that barn here for the Saratoga meet.
Short price favorite, deservedly so after this romp at a mile and 3/16 on the lawn. Back-to-back wins. 3 wins the last 5 starts. Let's go to Acacia.
And you're with winning trainer Phil Antonacci. Phil, you came into the winner's circle and you said, that was good. I think that that's a nice way to describe it. What an acceleration this horse has.
Yeah, I think he's really developing into a real nice horse. And I think you know, the team's done a fantastic job with him, and I think he's just got so much confidence. Like, he gets out there on the track right now, and he's arguably the best looking horse in the whole grounds. I mean, he's oozing confidence and just getting better and better, and he's really thrived up here and going through his conditions. So I think there's more to come from him.
As you said, going through his conditions, what do you think might be the next step for him?
I think we'd have to look at a stake now. Obviously, he's deserved his chance at the opportunity, and as long as he stays happy and healthy, he'll tell us where we're going to go.
As you mentioned, you kind of touched on it. You see it on the track, but he has developed a lot. That has to be really rewarding to see in a horse.
Yeah, absolutely. And mentally, he's great. Like, I can kind of just do whatever to him. He'll just listen to his cues the whole time. When he asks him to accelerate, he takes off. So I'm really proud of him and proud of the development and proud of the whole team.
Exciting future for this horse. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Greg?
What a meet from limited starters for that barn. And what a job he has done. Used to be with Bill Mott. First couple of starts of this horse's career. Moved to Phil Antonacci, and he has really developed.
Bill's not happy. You know, it'll be interesting what Phil's going to do, because he's gradually stretched him out. 16th, mile and 1/8, mile and 3/16. There just aren't really any big races at a mile and 1/8 or mile and 3/16 I can think of left this year for him, because he cut him back to a mile for a race at Keeneland in a Grade 1, because it does feel like this guy deserves a chance in a stakes race.
And might as well find out now, right? You're dealing with a horse that potentially has that 5-year-old campaign ahead. Might as well take those opportunities and those shots to see what you have to work with for next year now.
We're going to take a timeout while prices to come. Does Bill Mott have a paddle? He might need it. Oh, there's one in the boat.
If he doesn't, he can afford it.
The canoe comes with one. We'll see what colors those are painted just hours away. Travers still to come. Stay with us.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race. Very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch at Hot Springs to win it.
Back with you on Travers Day Saturday afternoon coverage. What a performance from then for Phil Antonacci at number 50 for that man right there, Rat Ortiz Jr.
Made some pretty nice horses look very ordinary, beating them in here, making the first move in a race that collapsed. He's got a future.
Back-to-back victories, 3 wins now from 7 starts, even money in the end. That money was right. $4 for the victory. 3-1-A-7 in race 2, and we move on to another Pick 5 coming up here. And here we go, 2-year-old fillies debuting, trying to get that first win here. It's 6.5 furlongs, and a lot of talk about Touch of Magic and about Tam Tam.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what goes on in here. I went to Tam Tam for Phil Bauer on the outside. It just seems like he always has at least one 2-year-old that can run, and a guy who's already shown us that he knows how to win in Saratoga.
All right, you're going to be leaving us to move on and do other things. Before you go, your Travers selection.
I'm taking a shot with Magnitude. I recognize it's a very big task to ask, but I think his speed makes him dangerous. I realize Bracket Buster outside of him has speed as well, but I think you're going to see him put the pedal to the metal, and I like a speed horse that likes to take no prisoners, and I think as a distant second choice, and I think he'll get better than 2-1. He's worth a play in here against a very, very tough favorite to beat.
Sarah?
I am going with something incredibly uncreative, and that is Sovereignty, a horse who I actually have yet to pick on top myself this year, and of course now it's going to be a time when he's one of the shorter prices that he is, but I just think he overlays this field in terms of his class and the tactical ability that he's really been able to show over his last couple of races, something that gives him an extra edge, especially in this compact field.
I've liked him all along. I picked him in the Derby. I was surprised. I know what journalism did in the Preakness, and that
try cold in the Derby. Is that
I did.
Correct?
Thank
yeah.
you.
I just
Thank
don't
you.
want you to
Credit where
not
credit's
get a
due.
little bit of love for that.
I understand what journalism did in the Preakness, that wow performance, but I was still surprised he was not favored in the Belmont Sovereignty.
Because we're all trying to be clever.
Yeah.
We weren't.
Going with him again. He's going to be a load to handle. It's going to be fun to watch. That is coming up later. Fox Saratoga Saturday. Coverage begins at 3 Eastern. And we're going to move over to Fox Sports 2. Right after a break, I'll be joined by Michelle Yu, Paul LaDuca, as Travers Saturday continues from the premier meet in the country. We'll see you on FS2.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramonti's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
4 years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter, you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Saratoga.
It's Travers Day at Saratoga. Canoe awaiting a fresh coat of paint. Will it be Godolphin Royal Blue or perhaps maroon and white? Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott has done it all in his legendary career. The one glaring omission that Travers most believe, that changes today with his Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty. Will his coronation continue? Magnitude, the major challenger standing in his way. He missed the Triple Crown with an injury. Connections say today is their Kentucky Derby. He's returned looking as good, if not better, than before his time off. And the reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, back in action, looking for a Grade 1 at Saratoga back-to-back years in her toughest test of 2025. It's all ahead. That crowd lined up early. The race to get those picnic tables. Got to be on your game on Travers Day. Welcome. Beautiful Saturday afternoon for one of the biggest days in our sport. Travers Day from Saratoga. This crowd is going to continue to pack this house this afternoon. It is going to be fun and incredible star power on hand. Of course, highlighted by our ABR Race of the Week, the main event, the main race of the summer, that DraftKings Travers. Good to be with you. I'm Greg Wolf. Welcome to our coverage here on Fox Sports 2. Always a special day. Travers Saturday, the big day of this premier meet in our sport. And we will see if Sovereignty can continue his reign as the undisputed leader of this three-year-old division and bring his Hall of Fame trainer the first ever Travers win in his career. Bill Mott 0 for 12 of the Travers in his career with 13 runners. He's never had a chance like this, though, with the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner, not to mention the Jim Dandy winner leading up to this start. With me, four-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. Michelle, you here as well. He's been terrific. What did you make of his performance as that tune-up in the Jim Dandy?
It was good. I thought Baeza tested him. You're very familiar with Baeza as well, Michelle. And, you know, a lot of people will say he handled Baeza very easily, and Baeza fired his big shot. I thought Hector Barrios did everything he could, showing his horse the Sovereignty, and it looked like Sovereignty kind of toyed with him late.
I mean, we've seen Sovereignty do that time and time again, just toy with horses, and I think you're spot on. Baeza definitely improved in that effort from what we saw from him in the Kentucky Derby. So he was a horse moving forward. I don't feel like it was Sovereignty's 100% I'm ready race, and he still easily handled Baeza. And then look at the rest of the field. They were nowhere to be found.
Interestingly, and he's a horse who's better at a mile and a quarter. The resume says that. Bill Mott believes that. Thoroughgraph-wise, it was the fastest number he ever received in the Jim Dandy.
Yeah, which is crazy because Bill said he really didn't have him fully cranked up, or he didn't really say that. That was kind of the feeling coming in. Now he's turned into a different workhorse, Michelle. I know you've seen him work in the morning. He's gotten more aggressive, too.
Way more aggressive. I mean, this is a horse that didn't make very many mistakes, although you could see some level of greenness in him earlier on in the season. As you watch him now, he is training forwardly. He knows that there is a target to achieve. He is doing it. You can see it in his gallops. He's getting a lot out of them from a fitness standpoint. And he's really a colt who, it's scary to say, the light bulb is just turning on.
There's the resume. I mean, look, he was sensational in the Derby. Even better when he showed that new dimension, being able to sit closer to the pace of the Belmont Stakes. But we're seeing a horse who is dominant, but even getting better as the year is going on. We always talk about the second half of the year, particularly with this three-year-olds, who's going to go on. Well, the best three-year-old of this group is the one who's gone on.
Yeah, certainly has. I hope they race him as a 4-year-old. That's their original intention, because I could not even wait to see what this horse is going to be at 4. He has already been improving. He's still relatively lightly raced with a resume like that. Sky's the limit for him. There's a lot of big money races coming up. He'll have to face older horses, but you know, with the exception of 1 or 2 that are very interesting, I still feel like Sovereignty is the best horse in the land right now.
We will talk about what stands in his way just a little bit later on. Here's what's ahead first on our Saturday action on FS2, presented by Claiborne Farm, like Placid in race 7, and then the big ones. Reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, I think unfairly has been just disparaged a little bit. She's still been very good. She's running as fast as she has last year. I know she's not gotten faster, but she was pretty darn fast already last year.
I think her early morning activities, which I mean her practice activities, her workouts, there's been a lot of mixed
She doesn't look very good in the morning. She's a rough mover. She's very hard to get around there. She fights with her exercise rider, which makes her not look as smooth as other horses. So there's certainly going to be some buzz saying she doesn't look picture perfect. Like when you look at Sovereignty, he just glides along, not fighting with anybody. Torpedo Anna really has her own mind on what she wants to do.
Get signed up, play along. You saw the promo there, spot 200 for new members to get signed up at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including a mandatory pay pick 5 that begins in this race coming up, and some very talented 2-year-old fillies that potentially have big futures. It was on this day last year Sovereignty made his debut. He ran 4th that afternoon, so you never know what's going to be unveiled on a day like this. Let's bring in Maggie Wolfendale for the first time on our Saturday coverage. Happy Travers Day, Maggie.
Happy Travers Day to you, Greg, and the rest of the crew on the set as these maiden special weights, as you indicated here on Travers Day, always seem to produce some talent, and they're so exciting and just really intriguing to look at. So we'll start with your favorite on the outside. I did a 2-year-old report on number 8, Tam Tam, and got the chance to speak to trainer Phil Bauer prior to this start here. And, you know, he kind of hinted back at last year when he had 2 2-year-olds that were came here, won and were impressive, and he knew that they were good and they were working against each other, so he knew the quality, he knew where they kind of stacked up. He did say to me, I'm not exactly sure where Tam Tam stacks up because I feel like she is the best of my 2-year-olds. I did watch a workout with her and some older horses where she started well behind 2 of them. It was on the training track. She never quite got to them, but still was able to post that 48-3 work, which is quite quick over the Oklahoma surface, which can be quite demanding as well. But prior to that, going back to July 19th on First TV, watching these works, she set the pace for a unraced mate on the inside. She did have blinkers on that day. Jose Ortiz, who rides her today, was up, and she was under restraint the whole time. You know, his heels were down, his feet were in the dashboard, as they say, and he just had a hammer lock on her, and she was cruising around there and really, you know, dispatched of that workmate in the gallop out. So hinting that, you know, distance is not going to be a problem as she debuts here at the 6.5 furlongs. And 2, Medaglia d'Oro fillies in particular, while he has produced some of the greats of our lifetime, you know, Rachel Alexandra obviously comes to mind immediately, but a lot of them kind of lack a hind end. That's not the case for Tam Tam. She's actually very well developed in that department and just comes in here incredibly fit, as you're used to seeing Phil Bauer's first-time starters appear. On to some inside runners. Number 2, Glamorize. She is the half-sister to Randomized, who we'll see later on today in the personal Ensign. And I also spoke to Chad Brown, too, doing a 2-year-old report on her as well. And he said, look, she kind of looks like her sister, but she does from a stature standpoint, but from my eye, she's actually a bit more athletic looking. I really like the way she's put together, and she's come in here with purpose. They saddled her down away from the rest with the pony because she's been quite sharp, but she's handling herself. It's not like she's green. She's just looking as though she wants to get out there and do her thing. So look for her to possibly show some speed. She's built that way. She's acting that way. We'll see, does she need a start? Can't watch her breezes because she's been preparing down at Belmont for this debut. Number 3, Touch of Magic. She's a daughter of Into Mischief that has a plethora of talented siblings. Guarana, Beatbox, Magic Dance, Cornucopian, just to name a few, and all of them at least on stakes caliber types of horses. And she's an Into Mischief. Into Mischief stands for 250,000, yet this filly, as a yearling, only sold for 250,000. So that hints at some issues. Now, she does show up here, so that is promising. She's quite a big filly, which may have deterred some people. You know, yearlings, you don't want them to be that big at that point in time, and I'm sure she was quite a big one. She comes in here looking fit, though. She's been well behaved so far. We do see Scott Blasey, Steve Asmussen's longtime assistant, on her head. I wonder, though, if she wants a little bit more ground than this. Just kind of watching her early workouts, seems to be one that takes a little while to come to hand. She is acting a little bit green now that we're about to have riders up here in the paddock. I'd say one that I'd gladly wait and see here in how she performs. Number 4, 5 Bars, I find incredibly interesting. Another daughter of Maxfield, like Glamorize, as it's actually a little bit more of a turf pedigree, but I always find it, you know, intriguing when a trainer who knows the family quite well, Shug McGahee has trained generations of this Stuart Janney homebred, that they come to the dirt. And let me tell you, her dirt breezes, I think, have been exceptional. Her and Tam Tam, I think I've been most impressed with the ones that I've been able to watch. She has never come off the bridle while going head-to-head with several mates, including an older filly by the name Peak Performer back on July 20th. And she was all out to stay with 5 Bars, and 5 Bars just continued on, galloped out beautifully. She's incredibly physically mature. I mean, she looks like a 3-year-old already. She's broad. She's got a lot of substance to her. Yes. Shug McGahee horses, they tend to develop. They take some time to get to the winner's circle, but I think there's some real talent here, Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. Yeah, DRF clock reports have said this one has shown real athleticism. 5 Bars for Shug, the 4. Joel Rosario will be aboard 9-1 right now. It's a big price on one who's shown talent in the morning.
Yeah, filly by Maxwell, like she was talking about. I have a Data Link mare. Data Link was a very good miler on the turf, but this horse has been working well. And Shug, for a guy that doesn't win a lot first time out, kind of races him into shape. You know, he's still 10% with his 2-year-olds or his first-time starters, and almost 10%, about 9%. You don't see Shug working 3 furlong bullet drills, and I think the 4's got some talent here.
9-5 favorite. On the outside, it was Maggie's 2-year-old report. Tam Tam, Rigney Racing, and the trainer standing by with Megan Burgess.
Well, happy Travers Day, everyone. Here with trainer Phil Bauer, who will send out, as you mentioned, the number 8 Tam Tam in honor of Tammy Rigney. But she's been working in tandem with some of your 3-year-olds. Can you talk about the methodology, about pairing that situation up, and just pairing them in general together in that fashion?
You know, we're a smaller outfit, so it's really just on where these horses are pointed and kind of work schedules and stuff like that. So, you know, usually try and keep them with 2-year-olds and whatnot, but we feel like she's got a world of talent. So, you know, sometimes you'd like to test them, but it was just more circumstance than anything. So her workmate, we had to slow down on him, so we needed to find some others to replace him, and that's just how it worked out.
It seems she's developing along well, but have to touch on Helena's Forte, who you'll send out in the Ballerina. Huge effort in the honorable miss. How has she come out of this race and now to this grade 1 task?
She's doing super. You know, I think, I guess the biggest difference with the race today is I don't know how much early pace there's going to be. So where we'll end up might be a little closer than the honorable miss. But, you know, I think Joel was able to kind of test drive her last weekend and seemed to like her. So, you know, we'll swing at it and hope for the best, but she's coming into it the right way.
Well, thank you so much for the time. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Greg?
Was he being coy there? I thought Helena's Forte now could be on the lead in that race. That is one of many difficult races later today. Here's the 1A, Bet the Gray for Tom Amis.
Yeah, really nice filly. Tom said that it has some talent, but she can be a little quirky, to sort of keep an eye on her in the post parade. Brings in a very serious set of drills, including a B+ workout going 47 and change.
On to Touch of Magic here in the Dan-produced cornucopian and Guarana.
Touch of Magic for Steve Asmussen there. Also one with nice solid workouts.
There's 5 Bars, Shug McGahee.
Yeah, this is the Maxfield filly with Joel Rosario, who's been riding hot.
Ice cream for everyone. Todd Pletcher first here.
Wouldn't that be so fun for everybody? Todd Pletcher, very good with his debut, where 17% I ride Ortiz subscribes.
Zen Yoga debuts Dale Romans.
This is going to be a horse with a little bit lighter of a workout tab, especially from a time standpoint. Dale a little light on the first-time starters, but he's having a good meet from limited starters.
And the word is out on this firster for Phil Bauer. Just heard from him with Megan. Tam Tam.
Yeah, some really good drills, too. A string of 5 furlong, 4 furlong drills. You see that 1 gate drill where she was 5 out of 168, and she's looking the part on the racetrack.
$1 million filly for the meet's leading barn. Chad Brown, this daughter of Maxfield, the dam produced. an Alabama winner who we're going to see run later today in the Personal Ensign randomized, who went on to have some other big moments as well in addition to that Alabama.
Very good horse for Chad Brown, and a very kind of speedy horse, so it's going to be very interesting how this horse Glamorize runs. And you see Randomized will be in the Personal Ensign, and a horse that like kind of getting forgotten a little bit. I think a lot of people are looking at Torpedo Anna or a closer in here, and Randomized is kind of getting forgotten, but Torpedo Anna is the one to beat.
No question, and the Fleur de Lis, I thought a very good performance. And what about the post position here, Michelle? That first turn, it does come up quick. Obviously, you got speed with Randomized, with Dazzling Move, with Bernie's Take Charge. What do you think?
I think that the post position is fine for her. She's a filly that has just enough get up and go that she can get herself in a good position. She's also not a need the lead type, and she's not a have to come from the Stone Cold Clouds type. So because of that, I just feel like it gives her some versatility. And from the outside there, you know, if she breaks really sharp, she can get herself excellent position before they get into that turn. And if she breaks a little bit slow, then you just kind of tuck in. So I think, you know, they've got some options with her being so versatile.
That's the resume, and Ken McPeak, that's good to hear from him, saying he's still calling her the Grizzly Bear, and he still feels she is much the one to beat. Someone said to her the other day, well, it's the toughest field she's ever tested this year. He said, no, it's everyone else. This is the toughest test they have facing her.
Yeah, he's been confident in her, and that's good. I mean, the trainer being confident. I think the rider, Brian Hernandez, is confident in her, and why wouldn't you be? She's like I said, they made posters of her last year for a reason.
Yes, we did. Minute to post in this third coming up with some potentially superstar fillies to come. Going 6.5 furlongs in this third race. Let's go to Maggie.
Anybody else see those mutton chops? Those were impressive. As we'll check out the 1A in here, that is Bet the Gray, as she is coming in here with Tom Amos, who has done very well with his first-time starters at this meet. I watched her work out 3 back when she was on the outside of an already winner by the name Spa Prospector, who would come back off of that breeze and run third in the Grade 2 Adirondack. So I think with a quality horse, she never quite got by her or to her per se. But, you know, like I said, that could be apples to oranges. Tom did mention to us that, like Michelle said, she could be a little bit of a bad actor, like right there. But other than that, she's actually hasn't done anything really that badly. She's quite good in the paddock. She is gray, and I've always said, people always say that chestnut fillies are the worst. I always find gray fillies are the worst to ride, from my personal experience, of course. But there's some athleticism there for her, for sure. So maybe she needs a start. I know that Tom also mentioned that it was more the owner's decision to run this one as opposed to Celebrity Quest in this spot here. As we'll move on to number 5, Ice Cream for Everyone, for Todd Pletcher and Mike Rapoli, of course. Watching her last gate drill, she broke very quickly with Rod Ortiz Jr. aboard, who is again aboard today. She was encouraged a bit late, but then accelerated nicely when he did so from that company. So I like the fact that A, she broke well, and B, she had stamina left in the tank. Now, watching her, she's been one of the most professional fillies in this group by a mile. Irad actually really asked her to kind of get into her stride in the warm-up, so I'm sure kind of wanting her to break alertly. Like I said, she's incredibly fit and well prepared. I just preferred some others from a physical standpoint. I thought she could strengthen up a little bit across her top line and her hindquarters. Greg, I ultimately landed on the 2 in here, Glamorize, but I wholeheartedly respect the 4 and 8 and even the 5 a lot. I think this is a very talented group going postward.
All right, see what happens here with all these youngsters set for the debut coming up. Paulie Touch of Magic, Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana Jr. with good youngsters, and there's the 3 moving in. He comes ready to go usually.
Yeah, I mean, I chose this horse because Ricardo Santana is riding hot as a pistol. He used to ride everything for Steve Asmussen. This is the 2nd horse he's ridden for him in this meet. Yeah, Ricardo. So I think Touch of Magic could show some speed, but like Maggie said, this is going to be a good group.
Here we go. Favorite Tam Tam on the outside. Phil Bauer. Huge works in the morning for Rigney Racing. Jose Ortiz rides. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Walking into the gate. And Tam Tam will complete the lineup. Goes in. And they're off, and Tam Tam flies right out of the gate. Bet the Gray, though, wants a part of that pace, and these two hook up out of there. On the inside, Glamorize is a sharp third. It's another 3 lengths back. Touch of Magic is fourth, 4 lengths off the lead now. Zen Yoga is next. Ice Cream for Everyone and 5 Bars is at the back of the field. There's a battle on the front end, and it's Tam Tam on the outside, and Bet the Gray. A good setup for Glamorize, who sits 3.5 off them as Tam Tam cruises to the front. The opening quarter went in 22 and 1/5 seconds. Tam Tam opens up. Glamorize now moves into second. Bet the Gray losing ground. On the outside, Touch of Magic gets into the race, and Touch of Magic is now second. Ice Cream for Everyone trying to mount a bid, as is 5 Bars. Bet the Gray dropping out as they come to the quarter pole. Zen Yoga is the trailer. Tam Tam turns for home with a 3-length lead. Touch of Magic is trying hard in second to bridge the gap. Ice Cream for Everyone is third inside the final 1/8 of a mile. Tam Tam, Ice Cream for Everyone is coming, and so is 5 Bars along the inside. 5 Bars and Ice Cream for Everyone coming at Tam Tam. In between horses, 5 Bars, Ice Cream for Everyone. These two will hit it. It's going to be 5 Bars. A terrific rally to victory. A photo between Ice Cream for Everyone and Tam Tam.
5 Bars, Shug McGahee, first winner of this summer. Joel Rosario had a big day yesterday. 3 wins, gets another one here, and this one wearing down Tam Tam. And look early on like she was gone.
Yeah, Tam Tam looked, at least it looked like Jose Ortiz had a ton of horse, but everybody started charging late. And look at this big filly. We talked about Joel Rosario riding hot, Michelle, and he found the split.
Definitely found the split. I think the 6.5 furlongs worked in her favor,
Yeah.
right? She was behind early. Tam Tam was getting leg weary here. You had the Pletcher horse on the outside. But how brave was 5 Bars right there in between? She was, you know, not super tight sandwich, but certainly could have thrown in the bid a little bit, and she kept pushing right on through.
4-5, 8-3, Joel Rosario. Let's go back to the beginning here.
Well, that would be why she wasn't in front.
She won this race. The 5 came in badly, actually, and the 1A caused a little bit of it too, and she still won that race. My goodness. That was an impressive effort. And the 5 too, because that horse made the first move, right? You could see that Irad made a giant move with the 5. And then look at the ears on the 4, Greg, my goodness. The 4 made the last move.
Let's go to Maggie.
Shug McGahee, and Shug, you're well versed in this one's pedigree, and I thought when you decided to debut her on the dirt, you knew you had something nice. Her works bore that out.
Well, you're right. She had worked well. You know, I was in between running her 7.5 today or 7/8 next weekend, and she was doing so well. I said, let's go on and run her. And, you know, I thought she'd finish. You know, I was so surprised she didn't break sharp, but, you know, probably was the best thing, you know, and Joel did a great job of letting her get in stride, and that's what he's good at. And then she finished up well, so.
Shug, I want you to go back and watch the head-on. She got absolutely clobbered at the start, too.
She did?
Yeah.
I was watching sideways, so I didn't see it.
You'll see it on the head-on, but she's so physically mature, too. So much promise.
Well, you know, she's a first foal, too. And I think the one that's a yearling now is nice, too. So I didn't really expect this one to be one of his top mares, but, you know, she's kind of been at the top of the list since she came to Niles this winter. And Claiborne liked her, too, when she was a baby. So.
Well done, you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Shug McGahee. Well, thank you, Shug. Always a gentleman as 5 Bar. She was so impressive to overcome all she did in just her first start, Greg.
Legendary trainer gets his first win of the meet with his filly. He's got a talented 2-year-old colt set to debut in race 6. Could he potentially get another one Joel Rosario will ride Dark Assaults for the Phipps stable in race 6. But right now it's 5 bars. Enjoy this one for these connections here in the 3rd.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Back with you on Travers Saturday on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. 5 bars. Rough beginning. Stretch wasn't exactly a piece of cake either. She runs huge for Shug McGahee first time out.
Excellent effort from her, overcoming so much for a unraced 2-year-old filly from a barn that doesn't fire with debut winners all the time. I thought that was ultra impressive, especially seeing her at the end coming in between horses very bravely. After being bumped so hard at the start, you'd think that she'd be a little hesitant and then throwing those ears up. Plenty left in the tank.
I think the first and second place finishers really had a lot of trouble, and they proved to be much the best in there, but her ears going up and down, that's dangerous, because when Shug wins first time out, usually a really nice filly.
We could look back on this field and say this was a really, really loaded group.
Yeah, like I said, I think the word was out on the 8.
Yes.
And the 4 and 5 broke bad and still ran her down. So, those are from 2 barns and Todd Pletcher and Shug McGahee that excel when they go next time and farther too.
You would think that if it was at 6 furlongs, Tam Tam would have been able to wrap it up. I
Yeah.
think that extra half a furlong was just stretching her too far.
Yeah.
Exciting third race. One of the things we love most about Summers at Saratoga is seeing these 2-year-olds and our future stars of our sport make those debuts. Race 4, 6 furlongs. New York breds trying to get that first win in this maiden special weight. And what do you think with Keep It Real? Chad Brown, it just has not seemed to improve a whole lot in 4 starts.
Yeah, I mean, I played with this horse, but I felt like, I don't want to say a pack animal, but some horses just like to hang out with their friends and not make any effort to be a little bit better. Do appreciate the fact they're adding blinkers because that might help with either a little bit more involvement or some more focus late. But overall, just hasn't had enough excuses for me to say, this is why we haven't been winning. So because of that, I stuck him right where he's been running in second, and I preferred the 10, America Back.
Talk more about this field when we come back from a timeout. We're going to look at the Travers, who has a chance to pull off one of the biggest upsets we've seen in this race in a long time. We'll meet the owners of the appropriately named Bracket Buster out of Spring Dance. They were huge March Madness fans, the owners. We'll go behind the scenes with them when we come back on our Travers Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2.
$1,600,000, thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's post time for the Whitney. The field turns for home. Fierceness is the one to catch. He has a 3-length lead. Sierra Leone down the center of the track is coming with powerful strides. And Highland Falls is in there too. But it's Sierra Leone who takes the lead from last to first. Highland Falls trying his best. Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Gun Runners on top of the world.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
Bracket Buster is a late foal. Dan's name was Spring Dance. So, you know, we have a very strong basketball connection in BBN, which stands for Big Blue Nation, which is related to Kentucky basketball. Everyone's allowed to nominate a name. So when someone put out the name Bracket Buster, I don't know if it was a unanimous selection, but it was very, very close.
Cinderella story. We'll see if that one could pull off a shocker in the Travers. Looked very good in the Pegasus. I believe you were with me there that day.
Yeah.
Obviously didn't back it up against journalism, but maybe we'll can dig down and, you know, this racetrack known for upsets.
Yeah. Listen, when you have a short field like this, anything can happen, especially at this place, which has been dubbed the graveyard of favorites, and you just never know. I just think it's going to be a tall task to be a horse like Sovereignty or Magnitude if Magnitude gets really, really brave. I just don't see anybody beating those two horses, but like I said, that's why they run the race.
Michelle, pretty amazing that we have not seen a favorite win a Grade 1 of the meet yet.
I think that's insane. I can't believe that. That is a great statistic that somebody found. I don't know, though, if, except for She Feels Pretty, there was a horse that came in with the same kind of resume and recency, right? I mean, Johannes was coming off a layoff, Immersive was coming off a layoff, Hot as Hell was shipping in. So I just feel like there's some excuses with those. With Sovereignty, I do feel like there might not be a huge excuse if he gets beaten today.
Some of those horses who did go off, to Michelle's point, probably should not have been favorites. It was a little surprising.
Yeah, but you can go to Governor Sam, who lost at 1-2. There was a couple 1-2 shots that lost too at this meet. Just anything can happen here at Saratoga. For some reason, horses thrive here. Some horses don't like it here. But you'll see horses that you got to be able to draw a line through their race because they can be better up here. When they come up to upstate New York, it's a different vibe.
Let's talk this, Travers, and who you think has the best chance to pull off this upset today.
It's Magnitude by far because he's just shown the numbers. He's got the early speed to kind of separate away from this group. I think that's how you got to ride him. You got to go 110 and hold on and hope the wire comes. I think a lot of people are like, give him a breather. I don't think you do. I think you just keep going and try to improve your position and don't put sovereignty into the race, Michelle. At least that's my way of thinking.
Is that a problem with Bracket Buster next door who has speed?
I mean, he definitely has speed, but I think if Magnitude's whole game is going to be to send and go, he's going to be able to clear Bracket Buster. I don't think the two of them are going to go head-to-head. I don't think Bracket Buster wants that because we saw in the Haskell that he just wasn't able to tangle going that fast. He's not as fast as Magnitude. I think what people forget is Magnitude was the early Kentucky Derby favorite, and if he had gone postward in the Derby, there's a chance he would have been the favorite at post time.
See if he can continue on. Ankle chip kept him out of the Triple Crown. And Connection said, this is our Kentucky Derby. And if they are going to do it, yeah, it's going to be on the front end. And Sovereignty is going to have to run that horse down.
Me. I just want to say it's amazing that they got this horse back from the ankle chip so quickly. Generally speaking, that would take a little bit more time on the sidelines. This horse, it must have been microscopic, and they just plucked it out because the fact that he was back and already racing in July when he must have had the surgery in late February, that is so fast to get back, and to run the way he did was amazing.
6:14 Eastern Time. DraftKings Travers, our ABR race of the week on an incredible lineup that includes so many races that you are going to see some of these horses go off as favorites in the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, and then you got the fan favorites, right? You got Torpedo Anna, and you also got
Bookham Dano.
Bookham Dano. The owners just came by and gave us a little happy Travers Day shake, Atlantic 6 Racing. So you got very popular horses that are in today, too, as well, and very difficult racing, too, for the bettors.
Popular, he's one of the most popular, but he's incredible, too. His last race, no one has a chance if he can run that back. He has become Bookham Dano, the best sprinter in the country. We'll see if he can stay there after today's Forego. What a lineup we have ahead. We're going to take a timeout. More to come on this Travers Saturday afternoon. About 15 minutes away from the fourth on our card. Coming up, we'll get to the post parade when we return. Stay with us.
Mind-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
Sella trying her best. Vava. at the top of the stretch. Scylla, Baba has room along the inside. They have to catch Society, who leads by a length coming to the 8th pole. Now it's a length and a half, now 2. Scylla trying her best. Baba along the inside 3rd, a 16th to run, and Society brought her A-game, and she's much the best in the Ballerina under Tyler Gaffleone, scoring by 3.5 lengths.
Society beats Scylla in that race. We'll see Scylla again this year. 3 chimneys this week in history. She definitely brought her A-game in that Ballerina win, sired by Gunrunner.
Yeah, she was a nice filly, and Tyler Gaffleone. We miss Tyler. He won the Charlestown Classic last night aboard Banishing. So good for Tyler to get back in form. We'll probably see him here next year at next year's meet for sure.
He was terrific.
Yeah, he was.
Last summer, tied with Dylan Davis. This year's edition of the Ballerina, the runner-up in that race behind Society, back trying to get that signature win again. Scylla for Bill Mott. Flavia Pratt will ride. The Judd Mott homebred. It's been very, very good. Just has not been able to win at the top level yet.
You know, she's a filly that is running to her pedigree. Can I say that? She's got some siblings that are very similar. They pick up a lot of checks, but don't always show up in those grade 1 events. Although she's not getting beat a lot, she just doesn't seem to be able to punch it through. She is a multiple graded stakes winner. 0 for 3 at Saratoga, 0 for 4 at the distance, though.
And this performance, obviously, Helena's forte, the track changed a little bit. It got wet, and down on the inside, it opened up, and Rad Ortiz Jr. felt that was the place to be and put her. Was she aided by that performance and where she was?
It's really tough to tell. I mean, I'm playing against her today, Helena's forte, and she's 10-1 on the line. I think she'll come down a little bit, but you're right. Listen, it rained right in mid-card, completely changed everything. Now, Hope Road on the outside for Bob Baffert. Bob Baffert's got a lot of horses in this weekend, or today, that you got to figure out which one is live. I have a feeling Hope Road is here, Michelle. 8 for 11 in the exacta. Horse does have tactical speed. And Bob's got this horse working great guns at Del Mar.
Yeah, she has been working very well. I mean, we see Bob Baffert horses working well regardless, but she's working exceptional. She was bested by Copion here, who in turn has been defeated. I'm wondering if part of the reason Bob opted to switch her and move her out here for this race is because the option at Del Mar is where Sweet Azteca, who crushed Copion, was running in that Rancho Bernardo.
Yeah. Facing someone though like a Copion and running seconder against this group makes you look pretty darn good, doesn't it?
No, really good. I was mentioning to Michelle, I think Copion's been ridden the wrong way here and there, and I think she still is a really good filly for Richard Mandela, but Sharp Azteca is a fast horse.
She is a freak,
She's
that
a
one.
bullet, yeah.
Sweet Azteca.
Sweet Azteca. Yeah, not Sharp, by Sharp Azteca. Thank you, Greg.
8-5 favorite. America's back here, the 10. Ricardo Santana for Mike Maker, New Gelding, and another one, the 7, the 10, Michelle, a little bit similar. They've run good races, they've just not improved much.
Yeah, the good races for me, though, like for keeping it real, I felt like he just didn't have a lot of excuses, so I like the fact they're adding blinkers to try something different. With America's back, though, I did see some excuses and some greenness, got bumped at the break, didn't break great on a couple of occasions, and instead of, taking off the blinkers because he already had them, they gelded him, so they're trying something new, too. I mean, when you just keep hitting your head against the wall and not getting the W done, I like this when these trainers say, hey, let's try something different.
And a standout, too, when you see who he faced 2 starts back, train the trainer.
Yeah, train the trainer, who got scratched, obviously, out of the Albany, but not out of the Albany, out of the...
Yeah, the Albany.
Yeah, it was the Albany. And very good horse, train the trainer, New York bred. You're right, first time gelding. The one thing I'll give the 7 is he's caught 2 sloppy racetracks as a 3-year-old. The 2 races as a 2-year-old were pretty good. Now finds a dry racetrack, and what do you do with the entry in here, the 1 and the 1A?
Well, Rad Ortiz Jr., he shows up on a 17-1 shot. Standing by with that one's trainer. Let's go to Megan.
Well, yes, I'm here with trainer David Donk, of course, and his beloved New York Jets we were musing off of screen. But you send out the number 2, 80 Gold, and this is the first time this horse has actually been entered for the dirt. What are your key takeaways from his off-the-turf efforts?
Yeah, that he's a dirt horse. So I really, it's my mistake last time, probably running him back on the grass. I had a half brother to him that could run on the grass. So, I tried it last time, trainer error. So you know, he needs to move forward. I think there's more horse there than what we've seen. Obviously, the 7 and 10 are the two best horses, so I don't have an illusion that I'm really going to beat them. But this is a good spot to find out how good he is.
And I'll have to congratulate you for your win with a co-owned Trail of Gold on the grass, but it always gives you some more confidence to get IRAD back available here.
Yeah, listen, it's not really that I had the call here, but he was available. But yeah, I have a great rapport with him. You know, he'll give me a lot of feedback. And obviously he's ridden before, so he knows him, so we'll hope for the best.
Well, best of luck here and with your New York Jets this season.
We might need it. Thanks.
Greg?
D-O-N-K, donk, donk, donk. 17 to 1. We'll have the rail. We'll start with the entry in here. Spiteful Storm gets post 2. James Bonbarn and Katie Davis rides.
This horse debuted and didn't really show much late, although he was a speed and fade type. And those horses, I feel like, can run really improved in their second start.
The other half of the entry, dangerous as well. Alzero with Jose Ortiz.
You get third straight off a layoff here, which is a form cycle that I really like, getting a turn back in distance as well, which could be a big plus.
Here is the donk runner who you just heard from, 80 gold with the rail.
Love the interview there, just telling everybody the truth. Trainer error. You're getting 17 to 1. I think this horse will outrun his odds.
Game bred, good trainer, Charlie Baker, blinkers on.
We've seen some of these honor APs come up and run some really good races. Blinkers on, like you mentioned here. Going to need a change of some sort because we have not seen a drop of interest in the afternoons from him.
Turf back to dirt, Liberty Rising.
Yeah, big long shot here for Patrick Quick and Jose Gomez.
Here's long shot, Mozambique.
Yeah, gets a turn back in distance here. Was picked up off the claim last time out. Rudy Rodriguez, 7% from that angle.
Meets leading trainer, keeping it real.
And keeping it real, gets the blinkers on here. He's going to need something to change because all he wants to do is hang out with his friends at this point.
Call Bob, getting back to dirt.
Yeah, it could be the Quick of the Quick, but we're looking at the Thoroughbred Training Center. Those are fast works in a tight racetrack.
Frankie Dettori riding long pour. He's had a big work, reportedly.
Oh, long pour. You're speaking my language now, Greg. This horse didn't make any kind of an impact on debut. In fact, was bested 20 lengths. Comes up here for a new trainer who's 13% first time out of his barn. And a series of Steve typical drills.
Gets a fast track for the first time, start number 2. And then America's back, 8-5 favorite.
Yeah, listen, the gate has been this horse's issue sometimes. Been left 3 out of 5 starts. Needs to close the deal today, if ever. You know, I think the horse to beat, obviously, at 8-5.
That crowd, we told you, it would get packed, and we're working our way towards a full house here this afternoon with a pick 4 coming up. America's back, the 8-5 favorite on a gorgeous Saturday on Travers. Saturday afternoon. Naira Betts, the place to play it all. Spot 200, that code to use at sign up.
Love it. Remember, all we need
That's
is
the hat you were going to wear, right?
All we need is the old, for people who don't know, if you ever want to YouTube a call, YouTube Tom Durkin when R1, and then just put that lady's picture right there.
Tom Durkin has so many fine moments. For some reason, that one really caught on.
Yeah, right.
They loved it. Here is Keeping It Real. Flavian Pratt, trainer Chad Brown, and Paulie, you wind up here.
Yeah, I do. You know, hit the post, did not run that bad coming back. And here's my thing. 2 starts as a 3-year-old, the horse has caught 2 sloppy racetracks. And sometimes sloppy racetracks, to me, doesn't lend to the best horse here and there. We've seen that before. So maybe this horse will take to a drier racetrack.
You know what I find crazy is that for Chad Brown, who is known for his turf runners, he hasn't tried this horse on the grass. He's by City of Light, who's a very proficient turf sire, and he's out of an exchange rate mare, which really gives you some turf on the bottom side. I guess he just has so many, he doesn't need to waste his time with another one, but he thinks he can get it on dirt, but I just feel like that's something that we should try with him.
Meanwhile, there's the 10 you like, Michelle, at 8-5.
Yeah, nice big warm up here from America's back. If you're looking for a horse to respond to a gelding, I generally like 45 to 60 days after the gelding to really get a full response of, you know, that lack of testosterone. At this in-between point, hopefully we get more focus. He looks very good out here considering some of the antics that we've seen from him at the start of his races. You can see he's very much so in the bridle. He wants to keep going right here. His ears are up. I mean, this is not a horse that's playing around.
8-5 right now on America's back. Let's go back to Megan.
Well, I agree with everything that Michelle just said as far as his physicality, the number 7, and of course the number 10, America's Back, really taking all the money here. And they should be, from what I noted in the paddock. They both look fantastic. But to elaborate on the number 10, America's Back for trainer Mike Maker, this is another with strong runner-up performances, sprinting against state breds, and he lands right back at the same level. And as mentioned, he gets the ultimate equipment change, and Michelle is exactly right. From what I've seen in the paddock, from a couple going back to some of his Belmont at the Big A days, he's definitely a lot easier to manage, and he seems to just be doing everything so easy. He's even got some scope to him that might even suggest he wants to go a bit longer than this, but at 3-2 up there, especially taking a look at the number 7, you get a little bit better of a price for a horse. It's just knocking on the door for trainer Chad Brown, who could be in store for another very big day here at Saratoga. But this is the kind of horse that's just grinding along and collecting those second and thirds, and that's not really typical of trainer Chad Brown. His horses, especially when he gets them prepared and gets them into their races, they edge out that win. Physically, I thought he looked fantastic. I thought he was the standout for me in the paddock. He is a sprinter. He's got that engine on him that you like to see as far as his power and just has athleticism. I thought he looked fantastic. And for me, the big change for him is the blinkers come on. And of course, it's pretty obvious looking at the page when you see those collective runner-up performances. This is hopefully going to be able to aid in that finishing ability. I thought he looked incredible. My selection I'll touch briefly on in the number 9, Long Pour, is another one that I thought had some intriguing pedigree. Steve Asmussen knows how to turn his horses out, and he's done so yet again here, and I thought he was pretty interesting up there at 9-1, guys.
Yeah, that one, the 9, getting a fast track again for the first time. It just start number 2, did take a little bit of money first time out. Is this crowd not just coming out en masse, but they are coming dressed for success?
Yeah, you would be the fashion. Wow, you came out with the sunglasses already, so you get the fashion. You're the fashion expert here, Michelle. How's it going?
Hardly. I mean, that guy has a really nice fedora. I like how he added the feather to it. That's as far as I can go. The rest of this crowd right here have no fancy gear on at all. There's a little bit of everything at Saratoga. There's a group right here of guys and women that are dressed phenomenally, all in matching, very bright, vibrant colors. It's fun.
This racetrack has it all. You can get dressed up and come in the full with the hat, and not quite the coattails of what you see at Royal Ascot, but you can get dressed up and sit up in the 1863 Club, up at the Turf Terrace. But to me, one of my favorite areas at any track in the country is those picnic tables.
Yeah. Oh, then you can get a hat like that. That's beautiful. We did see a guy in a jumpsuit that were shorts.
No, a onesie.
A onesie.
A onesie. We call those rompers.
A little too tight for me, but Greg was interested.
I think you guys should get a matching set. Honestly, they looked great.
We actually did. We wore the some horse racing themed pants one summer, didn't we? Years ago.
Oh my God, yes we did.
Greg, do you remember when you and I dressed up as ABBA?
Yes, unfortunately, I do remember that. Still comes back to haunt me. Now, that was very fun. Favorite outside at 6-5. America's Back. Starts a pick 4 here on Travers Saturday. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Last couple left to load. Game Bred coming forward. And the favorite, America's Back, who's been hammered down to 6-5. Here's Liberty Rising in the pink. Mozambique goes in. America's Back. They're in the gate. And they're off to a very even start. And it's a quick one for Long Pour, who goes straight to the front. Down along the inside, Liberty Rising is up close in the early stages, keeping it real, racing in between horses. America's Back on the far outside, Mozambique, and Call Bob is only 4 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 back to Spiteful Storm, who races in mid-pack, some 6 or 7 lengths off them. Just now passed by Game Bred. At the back of the field are 2 of them. Alzero is second to last, and 80 Gold in between horses in a little bit of traffic. The opening quarter went in 22 in just under 1/5 of a second, and it's Long Pour who's been there throughout. pressed by America's Back, who looms up alongside, 3/4 back second. Keeping it real is 4 lengths off the pace in third there at the top of the stretch. And Longpour is confronted by America's Back, but Longpour has something to say about it. Longpour, America's Back come past the 8 pole, 1-2. They've been dominating throughout. Mozambique has moved through on the inside along with Spiteful Storm, and Longpour, a length and a half, turns away America's Back. Longpour and Luis Saez by 2.5 in the end. America's Back second. It's an extremely close photo for third between Spiteful Storm and Mozambique.
Longpour had a big work coming into start number 2. According to that DRF Clocker report, nice call, Megan. Start number 2 wins for Steve Asmussen, moves to his barn. Luis Saez aboard.
He was on the full push. He rode this horse all the way around the racetrack, Michelle. And the 10 just kind of, Ricardo had a ton kind of confidence in the 10. He just could not go by. This horse ran 109 and change.
This horse laid it down every step of the way, really. I love the fact that he looked so valiant late. And sometimes, Polly, horses get near the front end and they just get ultra brave. This is a horse that never had the opportunity on debut because he didn't have a clean break. And today, that was a completely different story.
Race dominated by the first 2 runners, Greg. Nobody really in sight here. It was a photo for third, but these 2 horses dominated the running.
He looks like a little tiny fast thing, doesn't he?
Look at him. He laid his head down.
Yeah.
Look at the head carriage compared to the 10.
Mm-hmm. The 10 is still not even trying right here, right? The 10, he's like, barely giving 100. Yeah, barely want to go, but didn't want to go by. Barely giving 100% effort. He was like, you can win. He doesn't care.
9-10, 1-5, Luis Saez for the Asmussen barn owned by Calumet Farm. And Longpour, start number 2. Much different than the debut, and we've had back-to-back 9-1 shots to start off a pick 5 here. Prices from Longpour's victory when we return, and we'll set up another pick 5 right after this.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
375, 400, and 400. $400,000 in the back.
DK Horse is your ticket to the track this season with enough bet types to have you champing at the bit. Jumping into the saddle is simple. Just choose a track from hundreds around the world. Pick your favorite horses and take advantage of daily promos. Plus, this great offer. Then you can watch the races right on DK Horse, so you won't miss a second with America's #1 downloaded horse betting app. Giddy up. The crown is yours.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old Colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. King of Gosford. Zel Cordovet will win the Sword Dancer.
Program trading and naval power. What a thriller photo. In Italian to win it. Starlust.
Domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Big M. Victoria Road.
It will be McCulloch.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on Travers Saturday from Saratoga. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. And we just saw a 9-1 upset. Longpour, start number 2, North America's winningest trainer. Steve Asmussen just taking over the training of this 3-year-old, start number 2. An upset win with Luis Saez.
Yeah, congratulations to Calumet Farm, Tom Zeta, is the sire here out of a to honor and serve mare pursuing justice. He gets the job done here, and this is going to bode well for your pick 3s, pick 4s, and that middle pick 5 and early pick 5.
$20.80 for the win you picked. That is large for pick 3, $578. So big upset. Let's go to Megan.
Well, here with winning rider Luis Saez, who's primed for another huge day here on the Travers card. But just talk me through complete different change of tactics for this colt. He really ran on the front end and just had everything pretty easily here.
Yeah, this is a horse that he got a lot of talent. Last time was a little unlucky start. He broke a little slow. First time too. Today he got a lot of experience, so we took him away from the. Well, we did a good warm up behind the gate, and he was ready to break from the running. So the key with him was try to break and put it in the clear.
Well, you're fantastic at getting horses on the lead and seeing them through. But I do want to speak to another horse that could be in the same position in my main squeeze coming up in the Ballerina. It seems she could be right up there on the lead as well.
Oh yeah, that's a filly. She has a lot of speed. The key with her is try to break good and find a good spot and go from there.
Well, best of luck today. Good job here.
Thank you so much.
Greg?
That man right there, the only one not named Ortiz to win a riding title the last decade at this racetrack.
That's a true stat.
Yeah. It's incredible, isn't it?
Nice.
Fifth race. Oh boy, our favorites. 5.5 sprinting on the turf. Not easy ones to handicap. New York breds, entry level allowance, although the 6 and the 10 both have been in much tougher company. They seem like they might be standouts here. What do you think, Michelle?
I liked the 10 in this particular spot. Like you said, not an easy race to handicap, but the 10 is taking a drop out of stakes company, handily defeated state-bred maidens, and it's George Weaver sprinting on the grass. Lots to like.
More on this race coming up momentarily. The big event still to come. It's a partnership more than a decade in the making. One built on patience, trust, and quiet confidence. When Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott and jockey Junior Alvarado joined forces, few predicted they would be in this position with the toast of the sport and the top 3-year-old in the land. But now they are there. The ultimate reward for a relationship that has grown stronger with every stride.
When I was growing up in Venezuela, you know, the only race we were able to watch was the Kentucky Derby. Just my dream, just to ride in the Derby.
I saw Junior riding in Chicago, and what we were looking for was a young rider with a lot of potential, and he fit the bill.
Junior sort of became the stable rider. We run a lot of horses, and we can't always get the leading rider or the Eclipse Award winner for every horse we have, so it's nice to have a good, solid rider and somebody that you can work with.
I've been working for him for over 13 years. I've never worked for a jockey that has been more professional than he has.
When I first walked to Mr. Mott Barn, you know, I was just coming from Arlington, and this Hall of Famer with, you know, those nice horses. I couldn't really process at that time that I was going to be able actually to get through it and be the main jockey.
Olympiad gets the gold.
The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
Just FYI in Junior Alvarado. Cody's wish, and this beautiful racing story continues. They're off in the Kentucky Derby.
I was watching from the box with Bill Mott, and we were so confident in this horse that we were relaxed. It's hard to believe, but it's true.
He sits with me, win, lose, or draw. It doesn't seem to make any difference.
Was the ultimate. I mean, I've won 3 derbies, but this one had so much more meaning because I did it for Bill Mott.
Sovereignty and Junior Alvarado in the Belmont Stakes.
Just to being able to celebrate with the team that I've been working for the past 13 years, I don't think it gets better than that. You know, it was meant to be it, and it's almost more like a family.
When it comes to winning a Triple Crown race, a Belmont or whatever it is, I think we're going to be happy and jubilant no matter who we win it with. But it does make it a little special if it continues on with the team that you started out with. You want to stay with the girl that you brought to the dance.
Oh, Junior Alvarado, he's been groomed for this moment as you take a look at what Mott and Alvarado will do later today. Junior from 2010 to 2021, 13 grade ones, as he still was kind of coming up and building that trust with Mott. since 2022. He's won 17 Grade 1s.
Wow, and you know, I think it started out kind of with Olympiad, and Olympiad kind of got on that big roll at Churchill Downs, and a lot of Bill's horses started running really well at Churchill, and it just carried on to here. And then the big boy came in Sovereignty, but a lot of horses before that, Arthur's right, a lot of good horses.
Good horses, and Bill's put a lot of faith, I feel like, into this partnership through ups and downs, but he's been very greatly rewarded.
This moment almost didn't happen for him, too. Just, you know, less than a week before that final prep in the Florida Derby, he couldn't even take his silks off because he fell off a horse. Doctor told him, you got to put your arm in a sling, you're out 6 weeks. That was it, his Derby chance gone. Happened to talk to another doctor that works here at Saratoga. He said, no, do the opposite. Move the arm as much as you can as the pain will allow. And as a result of that, he was back up working horses, I think in about 10 days or so, and was able to get back on Sovereignty for the Derby.
Unbelievable.
So, incredible story. And Bill Mott said, take your time, do what you need to do. The mount is yours when you're back. Going to see them later today in the big one, part of Fox Saratoga Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern start time, with the big boy back in action, trying to become pretty amazing. Just the 5th horse ever to win a Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes, and Travers.
Yeah, Thunder Gulch being the last one, and then the other horses before we were born, Greg.
Incredible. Johnny V, meanwhile, Hall of Fame resume himself. We'll see him on McAfee trying to pull off an upset, just honored with yet another award. We'll have that for you when we come back on our Saturday coverage from Saratoga.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
John Velasquez is in the Hall of Fame and has captured 2 editions of the Belmont Stakes. He has 2 Eclipse Awards as champion jockey, has earned more money than any of his colleagues, and has won 3 Kentucky Derbies. However, his legacy continues to grow, not for what he accomplishes on the track, but for his actions when off the track. Honored as the 2009 George Wolfe Memorial winner by his peers, Velasquez never fails to lend a helping hand, words of wisdom, financial support, or a smile to anyone he encounters.
John Velasquez is a role model for our industry, horse racing. It's not only himself. He always tries to share for somebody else.
He's the person we look up to when I was in the jockey school. But when I get here, I get to know him. He played a big role for my career. He teach me a lot on the track, but he teach me a lot off the track.
Everybody knows how good he is in the track, doing his job. He's a great jockey. He wins all kind of races. But besides of being a jockey, he's a great person.
Velasquez, who is second in Breeders' Cup victories, also tirelessly promotes safety for jockeys. He has been the chairman of the Jockeys Guild since 2006 and has been on the board of directors for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund since its inception that same year.
He not only himself, he always look out for somebody else, safety first, and always looking for making progress, helping the industry, helping horse racing.
He's hard on me about the way I was riding, you know, a little too aggressive. So he started telling me, try to don't do that because you're gonna lose more in the long way. So he tried to teach me good things. So thanks him.
I think, you know, he's going to have multiple legacies. One of them is going down as one of the greatest riders of all time, but also someone who gave a lot back to the game, you know, and especially with the Jockeys Guild, contributes so much to his fellow riders.
The first jockey to win more than 2,000 races at Belmont Park, Velasquez continues to ride high. His impact on the industry, however, transcends his performance in the saddle and will do so for decades to come.
It was a lot of sacrifices and a lot of discipline, you know, to stay, you know, year after year after year. First of all, you have to be healthy and be blessed, you know, to be here, though, you know. And also I'm being blessed with the people that I work with and the people who give me the opportunity to stay here, to still here. So I think that's all it takes.
One of the all-time greats, and that is the one, Johnny V, the winningest rider in the history of this racetrack, will be aboard, who is currently the 2-1 favorite in this fifth race to come. Silsby for George Weaver. And John Velasquez and Leona, just recently recognized for their long-standing commitment to the backstretch community here at Saratoga. Belmont and Aqueduct when they received the Mary Lou Whitney and John Hendrickson Award from the New York Racetrack Chaplaincy at the organization's 18th annual fundraising brunch out of the Saratoga National Golf Club. They do so much for the backstretch, and Johnny V so active in important matters behind the scenes in this game.
Yeah, and you can see Ramon Dominguez, if you're not familiar, next jockey here that was phenomenal, and his career was cut short due to injury. Those are the two winningest riders. I mean, obviously, he's going to get past is Ramon Dominguez, but Johnny V's kind of been that elder spokesperson, kind of in the clubhouse or in the jocks room that a lot of the jockeys can go to. Like Irad said in that piece, I can go to him for a lot of advice, and I think a lot of young riders lean on Johnny V.
And still, he's a marvel, still performing at this incredibly high level at his very young age.
At his very young age. You know, I think it's amazing, actually. We have several older statesman riders that are still riding at a very high level, but none like Johnny V. And part of that is obviously his relationship with Todd Pletcher, who just continuously puts him on good horses. But, you know, in the same regard, when he comes out to the West Coast, he's getting on horses for Bob Baffert. I mean, he's riding for all of the guys that you want to be riding for. I'm sure it's one of the reasons he continues to ride, because he easily could be retired, right? He's made plenty of money. He's won every race that you could think about. He obviously loves to do it, but part of it's because you're getting on great horses every day.
Now, more on the one Johnny V will ride in this race coming up. On your screen right there, Silsby. Let's go to Megan.
Well, yes, I'm here in the paddock, and a lot going on in this turf sprint event for these fillies and mares. And I want to touch on one of the top choices, as mentioned in the number 10, Silsby. And this is a horse. As soon as she walked in, you know she's classy, she's athletic, and beautifully turned out for trainer George Weaver. She comes out of Stakes Company, and she certainly was in cahoots with some very quality stakes fillies, taking that drop down in class. Now, as far as her demeanor, she's just always been that classy, chill horse, very alert of her surroundings, but she's definitely never given anybody ever any issues as far as her antics and her behavior here in the preliminaries. I think she's going to be tough right back at it again here. We know she wants to do this. We know this is the perfect level for her as far as sprinting onto the turf and doing what she wants to do. But I did want to draw attention to the number 1 Alpine Giant there for Jeremiah Englehart. Now, this is a horse that hasn't been the chill alert customer here in the paddock. As soon as she walked in, I said, oh, she is on her toes, feeling very energetic. She actually was brought over to the stall. She reared up when they were trying to put the tack on her, and it fell off of her there. So they kind of had to manage her, walk her, kind of calm her down. And she's still one, as you can see there in the paddock, that's certainly looking around on her toes, just very much inquisitive, and to me is kind of getting revved up here a bit here in the paddock. But I wanted to touch on the number 2, Inflamabelle, who the minute she walked in, I said, now that is a horse that wants to sprint on the turf. She's one of those short body, compact types with a huge engine on her. And Michelle Nevin has been having a really solid meet. She's 3 for 17. She was very well meant with her turf sprinters. And I just thought from a physical perspective that she looked pretty interesting here in this race, guys, but nothing to take away against a course that's clearly a top class filly amongst this group here in Allowance Company. Greg?
Tackling, yeah, a couple tough ones, no question, in this spot coming up. And George Weaver, incredible what he's done on the lawn at this meet.
He's had a really good meet, and this Vekoma filly, I think, is the horse to beat. And I'm going to play a bankroll play here. So I basically have a $20 ticket that you can scan. I'm going to use the $10 from my bankroll, but I'm going to single Silsby in here. In the next race number 6, a lot of first-time stars you got to go through. So 1, 3, 5, 6, 8. If I had anybody else, I'd throw in the 9 in race 7 in the Lake Placid. My top selection would be the 2, Epo 9, but I just think Mayday Ready's got to fire sooner or later. I use 1, 2, 3, and as advice from my good colleague here to the right, do not leave out Raining Flowers. Greg Wolf, I threw the horse in. She's got a big shot.
Yeah, that's a tough race, isn't it, Michelle? But I thought, you look at that race, and Raining Flowers has been competitive against one of the better 3-year-old turf fillies in the game in Laurel Lynn.
Yeah, I mean, she certainly has been, and she's got some upward trajectory. I feel like we haven't seen the best of her yet.
For John Ortiz, who we'll tell you more about a little bit later on.
It's just a hunch play ridden by Johnny V.
Yeah, right.
There you go.
Right?
To piggyback on that Johnny V piece, our colleague Richard Migliore, obviously a champion rider, he always talks about the legs kind of went first on him, and he's always marveled by Johnny V, the leg strength that he has, and that's why he's been able to keep riding these good horses. And riding him going 1.25 miles, 1.1 miles, he's been winning races at long distances.
How tough was it for you to keep that commitment up on the physical end as you got older and playing?
You keep the commitment up. I never lost the commitment, but at some time your body falls apart where ice and heat and stem don't work anymore, and it's just your body parts start falling apart. I always tell everybody, you watch the end of Blues Brothers when the car completely fell apart. That's what happened at the end of my career. It just was unfixable, So to keep that for this long a time, it just shows you how in shape these jockeys are and how tough they are, Michelle.
Oh, yeah, you definitely have to be tough. And it's not just show up and ride races. You got to work out. You have to run. It's so cardio involved. You have to be seeing the physio because you mentioned the knees and the hips and the back that are involved. Have to be working horses because the only way to get fit enough to ride races is by working horses or riding more races.
Almost 95% of these guys work out in the morning, too. And then they go ride in the afternoon.
And then they practice on the Equicizer in between races.
They're incredibly fit. I'd put them next to boxers. That fit.
You should see the jockey's test you have to do like a jockey's test for a fitness standpoint to get your license, and you have to renew it every now and then. When you look at the list of it's like 17 minutes of wall squats holding a 100-pound weight. I mean, it's the craziest thing.
Alpine Giant Ricardo Santana Jr. is one of the fittest riders there is in this colony.
Yeah, he's so fast too. Have you ever seen him run? Oh my gosh. Alpine Giant, first-time winners, first-time Lasix as well.
And Flammable, Frankie Dettori.
Speed to the party, and I don't want to say Megan liked that one in the paddock.
Fabulous Fox. Anthony Ferraro
picked up off the claim for $11,000 last time out. This is going to be a significant hike up in class.
Here we go. Bill Mott, Jr. Alvarado, Marvelous Madison.
I thought this was the other filly in here by Caravaggio besides the 6 and the 10.
Long-legged Queen with Luis Saez.
She's going to be getting a turn back in distance here. We haven't seen her since June, and she has only been this short once, but it was a good effort for her at Saratoga last year.
Anna Skull for a barn that's already won today, Miguel Clement.
Yeah, this filly gets Lasix for the first time, and she's fast.
Olivia's Grace, she's put together back-to-back strong efforts, but now a class test.
Yeah, this is first time versus winners for her, which is an angle I find very challenging, but good pedigree for her, and she's never run a bad race, and she could roll into some quick fractions.
Wesley Ward, look out, Joel Rosario.
Yeah, Wesley kind of had a slow meet, even though he's 17%, but with Joel aboard, you're right, watch out.
Valentine Gift, tough meet for Wayne Potts.
Picked up off the claim for 17.5 last time out against condition non-winners of 3 Life. This is a much more challenging spot.
Silsby in a stake had a tough trip, ran very good.
Yeah, she needs to just minor manners at the gate, and she's going to be tough.
And then quick power nap, Jose Ortiz also eligible, gets in.
Lovin also that gets in because they sometimes get ignored. You can get a good price, 23-1 right now from a 10-1 morning line. Likes this distance an awful lot, even though she's very light on the W's the last few years.
Tariga gets in as well for Kevin Bond.
It's a huge draw in with Tariga because Tariga is fast from the outside. I don't know, obviously it's going to be tough to clear from the 14 spot, but maybe she can give a little cover to Johnny V in the 10.
Let's take a look at Anna Skull. In action, 3-year-old filly by the Triple Crown champ American Pharoah. This was in the Take the A train. First start of her 3-year-old campaign.
Yeah, she got the lead to the top of the lane, or she was able to track. Not that fast to the pace. She hit the lead, and then she kind of just gave it up here late. I don't know what to do with this race. I thought it was a decent effort. It was her first start as a 3-year-old, Michelle, and it's really tough to gauge.
I mean, she came in off a 6-month layoff, and the turf was less than firm. I just feel like when you go to the front off a break and you have that to contest with, you know, you can have some excuses.
Yeah.
The rails were out at 20 feet that day. 24 feet, excuse me.
But that's the best number in the race, that race. If you're looking at any kind of metric, any kind of different number, buyer, anything, the 6 has got the best number. That was the race you just saw.
But with the trouble this one had in that Galway, that's probably the best race anyone has run, no?
I think the 10's got the most talent. She ran so giant in her debut on the turf. She ran 108.3, and then in the Galway, she got in so much trouble. You can see right here, she's kind of backed up. Johnny V's looking for somewhere, Irad's looking for somewhere to go, and he wanted to take the inside route. There was just nothing there. Then he asks her late, and she explodes late here. I think she's going to get put more in the game, obviously, today. It's crazy that she was only a length and a half from winning this whole ball of wax, and she never was really asked.
I mean, the fact that she didn't run dead last at the top of the stretch, when you watch that, you think, oh, she's going to not fire at all, and she still came with such a flourish. If she gets a clean trip, she is absolutely dangerous.
So much better company, too, than what she's facing in this race today. And she was right there despite all that trouble and having to wait. So 9-5 for the George Weaver barn, who has been incredible with his turf runners at this meet. So 10s across the board for our analysts. Public agrees at 9-5.
She gets her Lasix back as well. She actually broke her maiden utilizing Lasix in stakes races. You cannot, so she took it off last time. She does get to have it back today, which could be a difference maker for her, especially on a warm day.
You know, I know we're all on the 10, but we should probably talk about the 4 in here. Marvelous Madison, we've talked about the 6. I thought that was the other filly in here for Mott and Alvarado. You know, in that race, she got left and was kind of chasing Anna Skull. And if she breaks a little bit better today, maybe with the Lasix, she could be more forwardly placed, but she's coming out of a mile in the 16th race, Michelle.
If you're looking for a horse that's going to be more forwardly placed, you want to see a big warm-up from them, and that's what I saw from Marvelous Maiden. She was turned loose under Junior Alvarado. He had her really rocking and rolling, so she got a good, solid warm-up to get her ready to go here.
Let's go to Megan with more on one of the also eligibles that gets in.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting, Greg, the number 14 who drew in Tariga there. And this horse has got some speed. And in this race in particular, I thought that was extremely useful, especially breaking from the outside. Now, as far as her paddock dynamics, I thought she was pretty classy in the preliminaries. I think she looks fit. She looked a bit dull over the winter, and I really like how she's come into herself this summer there for Kevin Bond. She keeps that Shefflin on. And as far as who she is in terms of this race, we know she's probably going to be outclassed by a horse like Silsby, but I just thought she was incredibly interesting there with a little bit more prominent position. She's going to be challenging things on the lead, and at 39-1, I just wanted to touch on her a bit. I wanted to give her a little shout out, but want to take a look also at another long shot here, the number 8, Phoebe in Wonderland there for Wesley Ward. This filly was one I remember watching her debut on the dirt when she beat the boys against the likes of horses like Soon to Be King and Out on Bail. I know this filly has raw talent, and I really like that she's getting to the turf, and she's one of those horses that's a little bit unsettled in herself. You can see in her work sometimes she does well. She's working with the likes of a horse like Shoot It True, who we know is a talented turf runner, and Joelle's been aboard her, and she's kind of been one of those horses where, yes, she needs to settle a bit, but I also wanted her to kind of use some of that natural early speed that she hasn't showed in her last couple of efforts. Now, last time out, she was tough to get the tack on. She had to bring the Outrider pony to get the tack on, actually. She reared up, and she was just really revved up and sharp. She's not exactly a great gate horse either. This time I found she was a bit more professional, a little bit easier to handle there. And I just thought she was pretty interesting there at 17-1 with a horse that, again, has raw talent. But I also wanted to touch on a horse, the number 6, up there at 5-2, the Miguel Clement trainee, Anna Skal, who, another classy filly who's handled herself every step of the way as such. Another with forward prominence position. She's going to be able to break and tuck inside. One that, as Paul had kept mentioning, it's when you see those kinds of numbers, especially when they're taking the class drop, it's hard to ignore. She's going to have to get around a horse like Silsby today, but at 2-1, I thought she was incredibly interesting. And to me, yes, the two standouts on paper are going to take this money on are obviously horses that are class amongst this field, but I think that there's also some price shopping that could be done here.
Well, if you're talking about a 40-1 shot, I guess so. The public not seeing it that way?
She's onto something. The 14 wants to be fast, and when you're on the outside and you send and go, there is an opportunity for this horse to go gate to wire and just route them all, because there's not a lot of other speed subscribed unless we see the 4 who had the aggressive warm-up go out there.
Yeah, I think Anna Skal, the 6, will show some speed, and it's whether the 10 breaks or not. If she breaks, she'll show speed because she's fast, but the gate's been her problem. She's got to solve that.
3-2 favorite, Silsby, George Weaver barn, Johnny V. Trouble in that stakes race last time, dropped down in class here, and deserving favorite as a result with that troubled trip. Let's go to Frank Miramonti to start off a mandatory pay pick 5.
Here is Silsby. She takes up her spot. Marvelous Madison, Quick Power Nap have moved in. Here's Long-Legged Queen. Gerard Ortiz finds himself on Anna Skal today, vying for favoritism with Silsby. And Tariga completes the line. In the colors of the Bond Racing stable, here is Tariga and Hall of Famer Javier Castellano just backing away from the gate. Look at the odds. Silsby 3-2 now, 2-1 for Anna Skal. Those two have dominated the wagering throughout the cycle. Here is Tariga. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Tariga flies out of the gate, but here comes Alpine Giant, and Alpine Giant's a little bit quicker. Anna Skal in between those two is prominent as well. Fabulous Fox comes away in 4th. Inflammable is next. Silsby settles 6 lengths off the lead. She is followed by Marvelous Madison on the inside of Quick Power Nap. Another 2 back to Olivia's Grace, who steadied just a touch and lost a few spaces in the meantime. Long-Legged Queen, Phoebe in Wonderland, is toward the back of the field with Valentine Gift inside of her. 21-2 for Alpine Giant. Doing battle here, Zaniscal and Silsby making 3 and 4 wide bids respectively. Toriga in the blue is there too. They're at the top of the stretch. Alpine Giant, Aniscal in between. Silsby is outside of them. 1 furlong left. Aniscal confidently handed. Now just gets a little bit of a reminder as she puts away Alpine Giant and pulls away Aniscal. Another for Rad Ortiz Jr., hand-ridden to a 4.5 length win. It's a tight photo for second between Alpine Giant and Silsby. And in behind them, coming from last to get fourth, was Valentine Gift.
Number 51 for a Rad Ortiz Jr. Terrific meet from Miguel Clement continues as well. His second win of the day.
Yeah, no doubt about the winner here. She was always traveling well, and it looked like Silsby made this big move, but Irad was a lot chillier than Johnny V was, and he didn't ask this horse to about mid-stretch, Michelle.
Yeah, very nice effort here. And look at the turn of foot that she is going to deliver once he does ask her. I feel like she almost hung just a second there by the one, but as Irad kept going, she's just going to increase this margin and really levels out beautifully.
You know, the one Alpine Giant ran giant. Again, Ricardo Santana running second as the 10 could not get there. 6-1-10, here's another look. Lower look.
We have to think that this is a horse they've liked all along, because after she broke her maiden, they took her right to the grade 1 up in Canada. I'm sure with Breeders' Cup intentions on their mind, right? She didn't fire that day, but overall, she's been very, very consistent.
Had to deal with a field where Nitrogen wound up third that day, who has become the best 3-year-old turf filly in the land, and maybe she's the best 3-year-old filly, period, in the land after that win in the Alabama. 6-1, 10-9 at 85-1 Valentine Gift, completing the superfecta here. But Aniscal, much the best. 101-2 for the 5.5 furlongs.
Yeah, and you go back and you look, she was the lowest will pay, even though that Silsby went off as your favorite. The public got it right, and Silsby, kind of a phony type horse. You look at Miguel, dressed to impress, and you're right, Greg, he's having a great meet.
Incredible summer for him under just impossible circumstances, and good to see it.
Really
Deterministic, 2 grade 1s, 1 at the Belmont at Saratoga meeting, but then wins a 4-star Dave as well.
For a lot of the new viewers out there, Miguel lost his father at the beginning of this meet, kind of got just sent the stable to him.
Late May, passed away.
May, yeah, and he's handled it with all class. He's been so professional. His horses have run tremendous at this meet.
I think that Christoph kind of had it in the plans that we're going to work out the succession, right? And so throughout his illness, they have been working together to make sure that Miguel's transition to full-time lead trainer was going to be flawless, and that has been just executed to perfection here.
Rad Ortiz Jr. delivers on this Clement filly. Aniscal picks up the second win of her career and does so in dominant fashion. Here in the 5th, we're going to take a timeout. Bob Baffert, he's loaded later, and some of the big ones send out 3 of them in the Allen Jerkins, including Barnes on the return trail. Stay with us.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
DK Horse is your ticket to the track this season with enough bet types to have you champing at the bit. Jumping into the saddle is simple. Just choose a track from hundreds around the world, pick your favorite horses, and take advantage of daily promos. Plus, this great offer. Then you can watch the races right on DK Horse, so you won't miss a second with America's #1 downloaded horse betting app. Giddy up. The crown is yours.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants.
Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the clock. Jockey's Warrior. Drain the clock by a head.
And 70, I'd had to get down $270,000.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
Back with you on Travers Saturday from Saratoga. It's brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. What a performance we just witnessed from 3-year-old filly Aniscall for the Miguel Clement barn. Arad Ortiz Jr. number 2 today.
Yeah, the blinkers went, Lasix went on, and I would think this filly's going to be going big things. You know, they tried the Talma in the second start, like you said, against Nitrogen. The last race before that, take the A train. This was a really good effort, Michelle, and I would think this horse should be going places.
This is also her first go against Allowance Company.
Yeah.
She's been facing stakes, so she gets a nice class drop, but when you see him respond to that, that's just a confidence boost for her. She'll be able to perform better in the stakes next time out.
Big effort and defeat, but a ways back to Aniscall for Alpine Giant, though, at 16-1. But no question who was best in here. As we move on to race 6 and more potential future stars of our sport who have Derby dreams in 2026. It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift with the 6-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, sire of this year's Kentucky Derby winner Sovereignty. A lot of runners in here. Been working huge in the morning. My World for Brad Cox, the one. Dr. Caper for Safi Joseph Jr., just to name a couple.
Can I give you a fun story about Dr. Kapoor?
Yeah.
So he's actually the doctor that performed the kidney transplant of his owner, Ken Ramsey, in June of 2024. And by the way, Ken Ramsey became the oldest person to get a kidney transplant when that happened.
Wow.
So that's where the horse's name came from.
And shockingly, with those big works, that horse 10-1 right now. It's early in the wagering, though. Let's go back to Megan.
Well, here in the paddock by a very excited Clement Tribe and, of course, Miguel Clement and co. But were you expecting that kind of performance? This was a tough group, and she absolutely dominated here.
Yeah, but she's running against stakes, so you're dropping her down to an A than New York bred. It's a big class drop, and she ran true to form, so no, she was very impressive. But we expected her to be run well today.
Your mom was telling me off camera that your dad, Christoph, got up to about 20, I believe, in a meet, but you're creeping up there at 16. And just, can you speak to the summer and how much it's meant to you to do this with your family? I know your father would have been incredibly proud.
Yeah, it was, it's a lot, but the family's been very supportive. The stable's in great form. They've been all sticking through, and I'm just very lucky because we have a great team, and the horses are running great and in great ownership. So, and most importantly, a lot of great horses. So we're lucky, and we're just taking it day by day, you know?
Well, 2 wins today. You're having an incredible meet, and congratulations here, Miguel.
Thank you very much. And now I'm fully dressed, so it's much better. Thank you very much.
He's ditched the polo. Now he's suited up and ready for action, but incredible win here for the Clement team, Greg.
So happy for Miguel. Obviously, Acacia, his wife, our colleague, and they are a tremendous team. And Miguel is just, it has been something like a Hollywood script you would write, how he's performed at this meeting.
Really is, and you know, a lot of people will say he was set up for success. You still got to do it, you know. At the end of the day, there's a lot of people that are sons and daughters of greats like Christoph Clement, and we lost him way too early in May. He should be across the street in the Hall of Fame, and I think he will be eventually. But a lot of times you see a lot of kids, they don't really listen to their father. They're not as good at trainers as the father, but for him to take it in stride after the father passed away and was kind of sudden. They knew it was kind of coming, but not that quick. The way Acacia and him have handled all this, the way he's handled this meet, buttons.
Didn't even have a chance really to even process what happened. He had to dive right back in to taking over the barn, and he has done a better job, I think, than anyone could have ever imagined in that process. Look who's showing up on this day. Bob Baffert back at Saratoga with some big-time runners, including Barnes, Madacat Road, and Midland Money, throwing the whole kitchen sink at that Alan Jerkins.
Which one's got the best shot, Michelle?
Oh, you're going to put me in the spotlight? I mean, looking at it, you have to give Midland Money a very strong consideration because he came off that extended layoff to run very well. But Barnes is a horse that earned a monster buyer when running second in the San Felipe, and the return to sprinting for him could be key because he was a perfect 2 for 2 going around one turn. He's been working lights out at Del Mar. You know, all he did is get beat by journalism in his last couple.
That's what I was going to point out, yeah. A good second to a horse who's one of the second best, probably 3-year-old in the land by a wide margin. He is really good, and him showing up here, Paul, this horse could be extremely talented.
Yeah, you don't have to ask me how the Bob Baffert horses are working, because you know they're all working unreal. So let's look at Midland Money. But in Midland Money at 8-1, is he the horse you want to kind of bet of the three? I kind of dig Madacat Road, but we'll show you Midland Money was very good. A horse that's been good in so far has done nothing wrong, Michelle.
What's the factor for like a bounce scenario? I mean, he came off that layoff with such a big effort here and such a high number. I like the fact that they kept him here and he's just been blazing along, but is there a situation where he regresses and could still win?
That other figures have that race much slower than what he did coming back. We'll see. That was sensational how good he was coming back, regardless of what the figure was, whatever you think it was. I think he needs to take a big move forward. He might. I mean, that was huge off the bench.
It was huge. Listen, they all got to beat Patch Adams. Let's get that all straight first.
Never lost sprinting.
Never lost sprinting. He's the horse to beat. But when Bob brings these horses in, you just never know. An Arrogate popped up and ran 159 a mile and a quarter in the Travers. You just never know when these Bob horses come here. They can freak.
If I'm going to give a knock against Barnes, who's been working very well, the SoCal Workout Report said he outworked goal-oriented very handily recently. It's the fact that when he won those 2 sprint races at San Diego, he beat nobody's. I mean, the horses that he was finishing in front of haven't come back to be anything special, including Romanesque, who I know was well-intended from the Baffert barn, but he hasn't been a force on any kind of list anywhere.
What about the Philly Hope Road? We talked briefly about her earlier in the Ballerina. A couple of runner-up finishes to Copion, who, you know, when she beat Ways and Means, we thought she was the standout best filly or mare sprinter in the country. She's still probably one of the top 3 with Ways and Means and Sweet Azteca. She's incredibly good. Those runner-up finishes, there's nothing like Copion in here.
True. I mean, Copion is a really good runner. It's just hard to tell Hope Road's running style. I think, does she want the front end? It seems like she does not like the pass horses. She kind of needs the lead. This was the Churchill's Downs distaff, and she ran second to Copion, but as soon as she hit the front end, she got past, and this was a good effort, Michelle, but I'm kind of thinking that she has to get to the front.
Oh, you know, she did her best running on the front, but I also felt like that was just against horses that she was so much better than. I feel like maybe she just met with some different types of horses, but we'll see today. She's been working very well, especially that August 2nd drill in 111 and change at Del Mar. That was an A work from the SoCal Workout Report.
Race changed a lot, right, with Mystic Lake coming out in terms of how it's going to play in the front end?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, definitely.
So who's in front now?
Well, the Hope Road's probably faster than my main squeeze, right?
I would think so. It's going to be interesting. They're going to have to push Patch Adams out of that rail. So I mean,
we're talking about the Ballerina.
I mean, the quickest horse in the Ballerina. Excuse me. Does Brightwork get back to her form?
She could get back to her form, but she'll just. I mean, the problem is that she's drawn inside, but she doesn't want to be on the front, right?
Well,
if you're Hope Road, you go and you clear it, and Brightwork sits right off. That's the ideal trip for Brightwork.
Phil Bauer, we heard from him earlier, and he was sort of coy saying, we're going to be a little bit closer than we were last time. She has speed to beat on the front end, and I wonder what they're going to do with her.
I think a lot of people are playing against her because they thought the racetrack changed and the mud kind of helped her. I think a lot of people are playing against Selena's Forte.
Difficult race. Grade 1 Ballerina. Fillies and mares sprinting. Still to come with this terrific crowd on hand on Travers Saturday afternoon. Up next, Grade 1 Pedigree will debut. First-time starter out of another former Alabama winner, Elate. Elate, by the way, won at First Asking by more than 12 lengths in her debut. What will her offspring do?
dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
And Elate has taken the lead. It is Elate coming to the final furlong in the Alabama, putting away It Is Well. Salty runs through an opening on the inside, up into third. Lockdown is fourth, and then Actress on the outside, but Elate is clear. Elate has moved away to a 4-length lead in mid-stretch. It Is Well clings to second, and then it's Salty. Elate has won the Alabama.
She was special, Elate. That was her big breakthrough Alabama win. She'd have a couple of, she was better longer. She loved a mile and a quarter. She actually ran against the boys in the Classic. I looked at this pedigree and Stimulate out of Elate. Like, oh, this one's going to want longer. She won by 12.5 lengths first time out.
Yeah, she did.
Although that was at a mile.
Yeah, I mean, very impressive. She was such a great mare. Just strapping big old daughter of Medaglia d'Oro. Now she's this one is a gray son. It looks like charcoal gray. So might have got a little bit of the sire Tappet, who was a gray, but oh, I love a charcoal gray. A little bit. More not charcoal.
Oh,
yeah.
he likes you too, Polly.
I like it.
I will give you some knocks on this horse. First of all, he has his mind on a lot more than running at this particular time. And that is never a good thing when you're talking about debuting colts, because they really have to focus on the job at hand. This horse, you see his ears are kind of flat to the side. He is interested in the other horses in a different way. This could really be detrimental to his race today. Pedigree-wise, he should probably want to go 2 turns. And Elate has not been a very productive broodmare. We haven't seen anything great coming out of her on debut.
How about this? Tom Amoss with the fastest 2-year-old debut we've seen at Saratoga in some time. And we bring in Maggie Wolfendale. Tom Amoss with the favorite in a race loaded with some big-time pedigrees, and the horse has been working with that 2-year-old.
Right, It's Our Time was devastating in his debut, Greg, and there were rumors that this horse was outworking him. Tom has quickly dispelled that, though this horse has obviously been working well, as he is a son of Mackenzie, out of a dam that didn't do much in her lone start, but he is half to a belief in this live-in greatest stakes winner going long on the dirt. And it's been a productive family overall. There have been 8 foals to run with 7 winners. I watched his workout 3 back, which is the only one you could watch on First TV. He was inside of a 3-year-old filly. They were both asked to finish, but they galloped out in tandem, so holding his own against an older rival. He is very laid back here in the paddock. He's very professional. I like to see that, but he's also built like a horse that wants a little bit more ground to work with. And while those types will win these races with the 6.5 as the speed horses, they just tend to get a touch fatigued, much like we saw in the female counterpart of this race in the 3rd. We'll see how he does here. He's well turned out. He's pretty fit. He could be a touch more tucked up. I am being extra critical because he is the heavy favorite. Oh, as he just shook out those earplugs that Tom Avis was trying to keep in there. Honestly, I don't think he needs them. Like I said, he's incredibly laid back. As we move on to one that looks like a sprinter, honestly, and that is number 1, My World, who comes in here from Kentucky for Brad Cox. Did have him entered at Ellis, but opts to come here. There is a lot more turf pedigree. The dam, she was all turf. She's a multiple stakes winner on it, and the half sibling won on the turf too. This guy, by essential quality, doesn't look overly turf, man, and I always think it's promising when a trainer like Brad Cox chooses to debut on the maybe not bred for surface. This guy is compact. He looks like a sprinter, and he's wearing blinkers first time out, but he's been working in them, and Brad Cox is one of those trainers. I don't mind his debuters with them on. He was inside of an unraced mate in his last workout. The rider never moved. He never let that workmate go by and had a huge gallop out. And furthermore, he 3 back, I watched his workout as well, in 48 and 4. He was on the outside of a horse who did debut and run second in that said debut. He didn't gallop out as well, but that was 3 back. And the fact that he comes in here off of very good looking work kind of says to me that Brad thinks as though he is ready. Look for him to be quick from that inside post position. As number 3, Dr. Kapoor, as we heard Michelle give a nice little story about this one, another one that is strictly bred for the turf. Being out of stakes winner Ava's Kitten. If you go back a generation, the Dam, she's a full sister to Real Solution, who is a multiple graded stakes winner on the surface. But again, doesn't look overly turf bent, is wearing blinkers first time out here. In fact, they actually forgot the blinkers and had to borrow a pair from Naira. He's one that did catch my eye when he walked in here. Just a really nicely put together horse that is very athletic in his frame. Probably needs a start overall, but I did like what I saw from him in the fact that he worked with a filly, a 4-year-old filly, in fact, by the name Save Time. He had those blinkers on in the debut. He flew out of the gate. He was clear by 3 in the face of a horse who has a lot more experience than him. So another one that could show a bit of early foot. But again, I think fitness is paramount, as we'll turn to one who is very fit looking, and that's number 9, Old Time Rock and Roll. They paid $260,000 for this guy after working kind of a pedestrian 10-2 at the OBS April sale. There isn't an abundance of pedigree to go on. He is by McLean's Music. The second dam is kind of where you find some success. She was a stakes winner going long on the dirt, and she's half to Great Hunter, who was a grade 1 winner going long on the dirt as a 2-year-old. I like what I'm seeing from this guy in the paddock, though. I wasn't necessarily expecting to love what I saw from him based upon pedigree, based upon morning preparations. But he looks good here. He is incredibly fit, very well defined, came in on the muscle, indicating that there's a readiness factor there. We'll see what this guy does. Definitely one that looks sprint meant, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Loaded race, potentially with some future stars. And right now, it's the one with experience who is favored for Todd Pletcher, the only one with a race under the belt. But It's a horse, Paul, who was almost 10-1 for Todd Pletcher first time out. Didn't win that debut, although it was a highly regarded Steve Asmussen runner who did win it. Experience matters, but we might have some serious runners in here.
Yeah, we could have some serious runners. The 6 did run well for Calumet, looking for their second win on the day. Did not break that well, and then kind of rushed up on the inside. Experience has paid off at this meet when it comes to horses running in these 2-year-old races, but we've also seen some real nice ones, and Big Dom is the interesting one in here. The Tom Amos runner, because It's Our Time just ran so unbelievable first time out, and he's been working with that colt, but the 3's been working well, the 1's been working well, Maggie the 9 as well, and the 8's got a monster pedigree. So
let's go back to Tom's horse. So that horse was named It's Our Time. He won by 17 3/4 lengths in his debut. Probably the most sensational debut race we've seen here. I don't even know in how long for a 2-year-old. Yeah. Long time. It has everyone in the game talking right now. And this horse, Big Dom the 5, Michelle, was basically he did not outwork him, but he worked pretty close with him.
Tom said he kept his own, held his own alongside. So, will that translate to the afternoon? I'm not sure. He also, from a pedigree standpoint, looks like he wants to be a little bit more of a 2-turn type of horse. So this could be a leaping off spot for him.
Here's My World, some big works for Brad Cox.
Going to be equipped with blinkers here for the debut at $350,000 purchase. You heard Maggie mention a little bit more of a turf pedigree here for Brad.
Dr. Kapoor, Safi Joseph Jr., another one working huge in the morning.
Yes, also going to be wearing blinkers here for this unveiling. He looks like he could use the focus as well. You see him holding his head a little sideways. He's not completely clued in yet on what's about to happen.
Shug McGahee, Joel Rosario, the one with a 2-year-old filly debuting earlier in the card.
Yeah, and I would think this one's got a little look here. A Son of Violence for Phipps Stables.
Big Dom, named after the Eagles security officer, Dom DeSandro.
Well, can't take anything away from him from a workout standpoint. Good grades, they look good visually, and we've heard a lot of buzz about this colt.
The only one with a start, Vino Vici, the 6.
Yeah, and Irad Ortiz takes over here.
Nick Zito, Peace Negotiator.
Going to be a first-timer here, a son of War of Will out of a Smart Strike mare. He's been working on the grass, and you would think turf from that pedigree, but they opt for this spot for the debut.
Mott and Alvarado, they'll have Sovereignty later, and this one out of a late, former Alabama winner.
Looks like he's acting a little bit better on the racetrack as soon as he got the tack up, and Mott and Alvarado, like you're saying.
I don't know, can I go against you right there? He was still pretty flexed over, checking that pony out like, hey, how you doing?
Chad Brown, the 9, Old Time Rock and Roll, went by 6-1 outside.
And this horse looks very good from a physical standpoint. Maggie mentioned the workout time wasn't particularly quick for that, but they paid a good amount of money for him. His work's also not very flashy here.
So here's Vino Vici, again, the only horse with a start in the field. Experience can matter in these 2-year-old races, but you expect Todd Pletcher, one of the best trainers in the history of this sport, if he has a good 2-year-old, to take more money.
Yeah, I get it, but I do like that this horse had a run from the 1-hole the whole race, so should be very, very fit for his second start. He's a son of Vino Rosso out of a Tappan mare. That's really rare this horse actually showed speed, so maybe laying off horses today might be a better recipe.
It was a highly regarded runner that beat him. 4-5 favorite. $950,000 son of Army Mule for Steve Asmussen. And you can take a big leap forward, no question, that first to second start. But, Michelle, there's a barn that usually has them cranked up and ready to roll first time out.
They do, but also when you look at this type of pedigree, you think a little bit more ground might be up his alley, so the race under the belt could be helpful. And there is a chance, like Paulie said, he might have been forced into being on the lead because of where he drew. Drawing outside today is going to be a big benefit, and having a start under his belt with all these debuters is going to be a big benefit.
5-2 right now, co-favorite. Slightly favored over Big Dom, the first timer to his inside for our colleague Tom Amos. What a race. These are the races you love on big days like this, where you're seeing potentially next year's classic winners. We had Seize the Great Dornick.
Yep.
1-2 in a maiden race a couple summers ago. They'd wind up winning 2/3 of the Triple Crown the next year.
I was on set yesterday with Tom Amos, who's training in the 5. He told me, I said, how's your horse training? He said, good, but I'm in a bear of a field. So he kind of knows that there are some really nice colts in here. The 1 is starting to take that money. The horse that ran right there on your screen, the 6, deserves probably to be your favorite in here. The outside horse, the 9, Old Time Rock and Roll. I love the last work where it's as slow as can be, and the horse probably is going to fire today. This is a good group of colts.
Can we see the 8? Are we allowed to make requests of the camera people? I would love to see how the 8 is right now. He was very bad in the paddock from a mental standpoint. He did keep it a little bit more together in the post parade, although he was still very distracted by the pony. I love what we're seeing from him here. He's got his ears forward. He's in the bridle right now. He's paying attention. And that last work, the 36 and change, he worked behind a workmate. And he caught that workmate and galloped out so big from that. This is going to be a horse that might want a little bit more ground, but golly, he's nice.
6-1, monster pedigree. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, and Elate was one of my favorite race mares. I remember galloping down the track here and cheering her on in one of those Grade 1 victories that she had here at the spa. But looking at her foal here in Stimulate, he was definitely doing just that in the paddock. And it is so uncanny, though. For whatever reason, the majority of horses who act studdish come from Bill's barn, come from Bill Mott's barn. And it's generally when he's tacking them up. I have no idea why. I can't put any reason to it. It's just one of those things that I have noticed over my 16 years here, that the majority of those horses are from Bill. And he has settled a bit. It's unfortunate that, of course, he gets the multicolored pony, which are always more enticing, I find, to these colts that might not have their mind totally on business. But the pony lady doing very well with him, keeping him at arm's length there and keeping his attention. He, though, on the flip side, is a fantastic mover. He moves better than any of them out there, that's for sure. He just floats over the ground, but given his size, given his pedigree, this is just a starting point for him. Now, like I always say, they can win if they're talented enough at a distance that's too short ultimately for them. But I am not going to take him just because I think he'll improve vastly from this start. Now, we saw Shug McGahee win the, like I said, female counterpart of this race earlier on with 5 bars. He'll send out Dark Assault. Here is the son of Violence. The Dam did win first time out as a 2-year-old. She's had 2 foals to run, though, with no winners. Now, watching his workouts, he was outside of a horse that had a start already. He was asked a bit, but then he got going. He was better on the gallop out. He was outside 2 back of a mate, hard held to the pole, and he was going better than that one throughout. There's talent there, but he was so laid back, and it took a little while to kind of jump into the bridle in the warm-up. So he's another one that I do think distance and slash a start for that kind of proverbial light bulb to go on will be beneficial. This is a fascinating race. I opted to go with Brad Cox on the rail here, Greg. I think he is a true sprinter. I'm also scared of the 9 here for Chad Brown, too.
7-2, 7-1, respectively, inside, outside. And there's the 7 rearing up. Peace Negotiator for Nick Zito. Christopher Elliott had to hop off. Biggest price on the board at 42-1.
That's some good stuff by Christopher. He did a twirly whirl there and was able to stay on the horse. And now they're going to try to load the horse by himself, and Christopher will get in the gate. For a lot of people who know Christopher, he's the son of Stuart Elliott, who rode Smarty Jones to almost Triple Crown fame.
Pennsylvania bred, yeah, took the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown back in 2004. And he talks with his father each and every day to critique his rides. He's come a long way in a short amount of time. We are set for the 6th. These 2-year-olds debuting with the exception of Vino Vici. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Flavien Prat and Old Time Rock and Roll, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Dr. Kapoor is very quick away from there, and so is Vino Vici. And in between those two, Big Dom is prominent as well. My World Fort, Dark Assault Fit just 4 lengths off the lead. Then Peace Negotiator, Old Time, Rock and Roll, and Stimulate trying to inch up very willingly. In fact, is Stimulate a handful, but moving through along the inside in a tight spot just inside Dark Assault. So it is Dr. Kapoor through an opening quarter in 22 3/5 seconds. pressed by Big Dom in second, and My World is the gray along the inside third. Vino Vici fourth, and Dark Assault races in fifth, 5 lengths off the lead. Stimulate is next. Old Time Rock and Roll, Peace Negotiator at the back of the field. They have a quarter of a mile to go. Dr. Kapoor is the leader. There's room along the inside for My World, and he's starting to come after them. Big Dom on the outside is running a big race, as is Vino Vici, 1 furlong left. And here's Big Dom to Dr. Kapoor. Dr. Kapoor, Big Dom, nose to nose. Big Dom on the outside, or Dr. Kapoor putting on a show at the Spa. Big Dom just in front, and Big Dom prevails. Dr. Kapoor was second, Vino Vici finished third, and My World was fourth.
Tom Amoss does it again. Big Dom, the horse, have been working with the fastest 2-year-old we've seen all summer here at Saratoga. It's our time. Outduels Dr. Kapoor.
Dr. Kapoor ran giant in here, a horse that is going to want to go a distance to ground. You're looking at 2 colts here that threw it down deep in stretch. And I'll tell you what, the Ramsey runner ran really well, but Tom Amoss is having some kind of meet.
Super good effort there from Big Dom. He looked like he wanted to hang just a touch alongside Dr. Kapoor, but you get a nice ride there from Jose to really shove him on. And they looked like they could have gone around again, those two, didn't they?
Dr. Kapoor, I thought he was gone, to be honest with you, but Tom's horse just kept on coming, and Jose Ortiz again.
50th win for Jose Ortiz. Not letting his brother get far away. I ran with 2 today. He's got 51, but now number 50 for Jose. This Tom Amoss, we talk about all stories of this meet. There's been so many good ones. One of the stories is that guy right there with his 2-year-olds, Tom Amoss. It's our time that had this entire sport talking with that 17 3/4 length debut win, and now the horse had been working with him, Big Dom, in a race that looked like it was loaded with talent.
You know, Tom, it took him a while to figure out what to do up here with his horses, but man, he's figured it out the last 3 or 4 years. He has been a force, and he does not bring a ton of runners up here, and this is another good 2-year-old. Big Dom gets the job done.
And not just the victory, showing fight and grit to the finish to outduel a horse who've been working huge as well. 5-3, 6-1. Life is good right now for Tom Amoss.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Kapoor did all he could do in Luis Saez, really threw it down. You know, they came home really fast here, Michelle, almost about 11, 12 and change, but these horses, 2 nice colts here.
Very nice colts with pedigree that have upside as well. Actually, both sons of McKinsey, and both horses could run on the grass. They could definitely route. I mean, sky's the limit for this set.
Yeah.
They have one thing on their mind right now, though.
Winning?
Yeah.
The Kentucky Derby probably for next year, or the Breeders' Cup Juvenile after a race like this. Jose Ortiz outdueling Luis Saez. It was Ortiz who took off. It's our time to ride another, the most hyped 2-year-old of the grounds. Got beat by Luis Saez, who got the pickup out on our time, and this time comes through for Tom on Big Dom. Brad Cox, 2 huge chances in the Allen Jerkins. Maybe the 2 to beat with Patch Adams and Verifier. Stay tuned.
$1,600,000 $1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid now $650,000 $1,650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today $1,650,000 $1,600,000 thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is God Eye.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent, mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forego.
Complete package.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Back with you on Travers Saturday from Saratoga. You feel just in the last half hour, 20 minutes or so, the energy really has picked up here, especially after what we just saw in race number 6 in this throwdown between two-year-old first-time starters. It goes to Tom Amoss, Jose Ortiz, and Big Dom. Michelle.
Big Dom brought in a lot of buzz, and at one point he was the very heavy favorite. His price drifted up to make him very enticing here, and him and Dr. Kapoor put on an absolute show for the fans here, and that man Tom Amoss, he is unstoppable with his juveniles right now.
$8.50 for the win. Let's go to Maggie.
And here with Tom Amoss, who you just seem to have a battalion of very strong 2-year-olds this season.
I've been blessed with some owners that are willing to go to the sales and trust in what I see, and it's been good this year. What else can I say?
Big Dom, he fought for it, kind of much like his namesake.
Yeah, so he's named after the Eagles security guard. His name is Dominic. My owner, Greg Tremonton, met him, enjoyed an evening with him, and said, I'm naming a racehorse after you. So Dominic couldn't make this one, but he'll make the next one, I promise you.
And that next one, you know, looking at his pedigree, looking at him as a physical, and 6.5 is the limit here on the dirt. I think, though, more ground's going to be beneficial.
Yeah, you and Jose Ortiz agree. Jose's like, I cannot wait for us to go longer with this horse. So, you know, look, a debut 2-year-old winner is a lot of fun. I don't get a lot of those.
Well, you do. You've had several this season. But, you know, where do you go with a horse like this? Do you take him back to Kentucky? Do you go to the Champagne?
No, I think the Champagne's going to belong to his work partner. It's My Time. But I think he's got a big chance to be in the Darley Futurity at Keeneland first week in October.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations. Massive success here. Big Dom, another one.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
All right, Tom Amoss, you'll see him a little later on the big broadcast too, guys.
He'll be part of Fox Saratoga Saturday, kicking off at 3 Eastern. So happy for him. And not just that he's got these two talented 2-year-olds, he picked these horses out at the sale.
You know, listen, Tom, I remember when he picked Serengeti Empress. Somebody said, I got $100,000, pick me the best looking horse. He picked a filly by alternation for $75,000. So Tom actually obviously has an unbelievable eye. Now when you're spending a little bit more money, you're going to get some colts like this, and he's produced.
Nice job for Tom.
How exciting is that? Two really good 2-year-olds with an incredibly bright future. Race 7, here we go into stakes action, grade 2, Lake Placid, mile inner turf. 6-horse field and play with fire. Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt. Even money might be overdoing it a little bit here, isn't it?
Well, I think a lot of people are looking at her last race where Classic Q kind of took the field gate to wire, and she was kind of the only horse that made up some ground. I thought there was others in here. I think the 2's a player, but even money is strong.
I feel like there's not a clear-cut standout, so people are leaning on her because of connections in her last couple of races, but really there's not another horse in here that you could just throw all your chips and say, this is the horse I love.
Talk more about this Lake Placid in a moment. Brad Cox, 2-time Eclipse Award winning trainer. Here's what he has to come. Patch Adams verifier. Patch Adams undefeated sprinting. We'll see them both in the Allen Jerkins. And then the Most Wanted, very interesting in that Forego. So is Bishop's Bay, but particularly Most Wanted. Let's look at Patch Adams, who has never lost sprinting. And he beat a pretty good field last time out in the Woody Stevens here at Saratoga.
He did. He beat Madigan Road, and he beat him handily, you know. And then before that, he beat Big Truz. You know, his lone defeats were in the round 2 turns, like Greg was saying, in the Southwest and the Tampa Bay Derby. This horse is a different kind. I like that this horse, went back to Churchill and kind of trained. You know, Brad kind of said that's the racetrack that he likes to train over. They didn't want to change anything.
Got to do what works for the horse. I think as long as you only look at his sprint races, he's been a real force, and I think 7 furlongs is just peachy for him.
2 from Brad Cox, 3 from Bob Baffert. Grade 1 winner of this racetrack is a 2-year-old Chancellor McPatrick. Smoking Wicked. It was sensational here earlier in this race is just loaded.
The other Brad Cox runner, Verify, I know she likes a little bit as well. Flavian gets aboard. That horse is blazing fast.
Super fast, undefeated.
Yeah.
Gonna get no attention and no love right now.
This is my favorite race on the card.
It's a war. It really is. Because a lot of people are going to go, okay, I can single Bookham Dano. I might be able to single Torpedo, and I'll go a little deeper. I can single Sovereignty. What do I do in that race? I think a lot of people are going to punch the all button. So if you can find the horse that wins that race, I think that's the separator.
I think Greg's going to go all but one.
I've learned lessons not to do that. It's incredible that I'm about 90, 95%. The all but one I use, that one usually wins. So it's a bad way to go. Forego, this is a race where many think, and look, the last few starts, no one's been able to beat him. Mulligan's taken his best crack. He's run huge races. He's not been able to get to Bookham Dano, but Brad Cox, he'll take a shot. He's got 2 in here, including Bishop's Bay. They both bring in strong form. Bishop's Bay has won 4 in a row.
Run 4 in a row, but against lesser competition. Also his last couple in the slop. Now, the turn back from the mile is going to be fine, I feel like, for him, even though he's never been the 7 furlongs. He's pretty much exclusively been a miler, with the exception of his career debut. There's not a lot to dislike about him. I just don't. I'm not going to go against Bookham Dano. That's it. I like Bookham Dano.
It's hard to go against a horse that's won 7 out of 10 with 3 seconds. Bishop's Bay has shown up in every start. He's never run here at Saratoga, but he's got some good races. He is a tough animal. They lose Flavian Pratt, but you get Irad Ortiz, Flavian Sticks with Mulligan.
You can't even say that he hasn't faced really great horses, because back in the day, he ran behind Arcangelo and 2 Phils.
Yeah.
Most Wanted, his stablemate. I'd look at him and you say, well, he was second to Fierceness in a race where Fierceness set a track record in the Alice Sheba 2 starts back, and he's never been worse than second.
Another talented horse that's going to cut back to the 7 furlongs. You get Florent Giroux aboard, and again, never been out of the exacta. You got 2 Brad Cox horses. You kind of don't really know what you're going to get, but they're talented.
Beat a couple of horses last time, including Full Screen, who was in for the $100,000 tag yesterday here. Did get claimed in a 4-way shake, I believe.
Ran okay, ran second in mile and 8.
Look, if
Film Star
Bookham Dano shows up and runs the race he did last time, no one has a chance.
No one has a chance.
Even if everyone moves forward, no one has a chance. But can he do that again? And is there a concern? We were talking off air, it was so big. Is there a chance maybe he regresses a bit off that performance?
It could be, because he bobbled at the start. The number could have been bigger. So he had a little bit of trouble, and you're wondering, did he completely peak? But if he backs up to his race in the True North, does he still win this race? I think he
Probably.
does. Yeah.
I feel like he looked so good at the end of that race. To me, he did not look like a tired horse. He looked like he easily could have stretched out and gone 7 that day with no problems at all. So I love the way he looked at the end of that race.
Race 7, Grade 2, Lake Placid, Play with Fire, even money favorite. On the outside, Raining Flowers, trained by John Ortiz. He'll have Johnny V aboard. We'll tell you more about this trainer who grew up on the backstretch of Belmont Park in his early days. We'll have that for you when we come back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
DK Horse is your ticket to the track this season, with enough bet types to have you champing at the bit. Jumping into the saddle is simple. Just choose a track from hundreds around the world, pick your favorite horses, and take advantage of daily promos. Plus, this great offer. Then you can watch the races right on DK Horse, so you won't miss a second with America's #1 downloaded horse betting app. Giddy up. The crown is yours.
This has been a barn that we've been working very closely together from the beginning. When I first started, just had 7 horses. I took in, Sandra Washington. She's also been working with me since she was 18 years old. Incredible horsewoman. When the barn grew, we had some more room, and we brought in my brother, Daniel, who has turned into a great assistant trainer. There's no taking it easy on him. We got to work together, and he makes me better, and I make him better.
This is a very family dynamic barn. John always tells me that this isn't John Ortiz Racing Stables, this is Ortiz Racing Stables, and I look after these horses and the business as if it was my own, because it's still my last name on the sign as well. We got my sister who comes in and does all the videos. Man, Barbara Road, he's definitely what you call the Jedi Master. He's the one that's he's been through it all. He's gone through all the rankings as a maiden claimant all the way to the Derby.
Tawny Porton, Barber Road, final 16th of the Derby.
He is definitely the class of the barn. He's the teacher, he's the coach now, and he's getting used to his new job.
And now that he's a pony, nothing really's changed. He knows that his time's over, and he loves being a pony. It's very important to give a racehorse a second chance at a career. I call it a second chance at life, because not every horse can be like Barber Road, and whether they turn into stallions or we geld them and become barn ponies. Some horses are not talented enough. I've seen all these horses just thrive, and they turn the corner, they look happier, and I think that shows when you retire a good racehorse, give them a chance of a second life. When I leave the barn, usually the takeaway I get, the horses are happy, just a satisfaction. It's just a second home, and then to leave here feeling good about the experiences that we have, the good and the bads. It's life, it's second life here.
Terrific trainer, there he is, looking sharp in purple. And we see him win a lot of races out in Hot Springs, Arkansas. He's gonna send out Raining Flowers coming up in this Lake Placid. And of course, later on, a 2-year-old filly who was so precocious, Bright Work, a couple of years ago. And now it's coming back as a 4-year-old trying to get back on track in that Ballerina.
The two of them have a little bit of similarity in as far as a name coincidence. Bright Work always has a little pink flower in her bridle. When she goes out, she has a little pot of flowers by her, and then you have Raining Flowers. I feel like they go hand in hand. You can see a nice exacta from John with his 2 fillies.
She was so talented early on, Bright Work.
Oh my God, she really
loves
was.
it here.
She likes it here, though. I think she's kind of dangerous. At least I think she'll show her speed that she used to have, but 3 for 3 over this racetrack. That's hard. It's hard to throw out horses that are 3 for 3 over this racetrack, because there is horse, and Johnny Ortiz is dressed to impress today. I like it.
Also, you look at some of her other races, and she had some pretty big excuses when you talk to her connections about tracks she didn't like, trips she didn't like, bringing her back at the wrong time. I mean, it wasn't as cut and dry as we brought up a horse that was 100%, everything went her way, and she just didn't fire.
Well, in this race with his filly Raining Flowers, gonna have to try and get through this Chad Brown filly Play with Fire, the 8-5 favorite. Let's go to Megan.
You're exactly right. In my opinion, this race runs through the #1 Play with Fire, but this is a very classy group of fillies, and as far as their behavior in the preliminaries, nobody's really giving me the impression that they're focused on anything but business. This is a strong group despite its compact size, and as I had spoke about Play with Fire, she's just never run a poor race. She's a class act, and ever since transferring over to the Chad Brown barn, I thought her stakes performances were incredibly impressive, and as far as her trip last time out in the Wild Applause, the inner turf that day was played extremely strong to those speed horses, and unfortunately she got caught behind them. Very little movement was found there. She spotted a couple of lengths in the early stages and 3 wide in the stretch. I just believe her to find a better trip here. Physically, she looks fantastic. She's kind of one of those fillies, not as much condition. She's very athletic in her build. She's not going to be one of those fillies as we get to Mayday Ready here momentarily. It's probably got a little bit more flesh and bone to her, but she is a class act as far as the way she's handling herself here in the paddock, and I expect her to be able to tuck in, save ground here on this inner turf course, and be extremely competitive yet again here in the stakes. stakes attempt. I have to talk about the number 3, Mayday Ready, who's been a filly that had so much promise at 2 and ran against the likes of Late Victoria in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf, and that race also had the likes of Nitrogen, who we of course have seen go on to big things. As soon as she walked into this paddock, guys, I thought, wow, she looks absolutely incredible here for Joseph Lee. I think she's sitting on a big one. It's just as far as her demeanor, she was a little bit nervous. She held the out. As you can see here, she's got the outrider pony who's kind of helping her along, kind of settling her. She's by no means outlandish in her behavior, but folks, she looks fantastic. She's on her toes. She's focused on business. I expect her to have another strong performance here in this race, Greg.
She's got the fastest figures of anyone in the field based in the States.
Yes.
And you know, one of those came as a 2-year-old. Faster than what anyone's done as a 3-year-old. We'll see. She faced monsters last time out, obviously. Fion and Nitrogen. This is a much easier group.
It is a much easier group. I mean, we're kind of sort of waiting for Mayday Ready to be that horse that she was when she was the Jasmine, and then she came back, and I think she might be sitting on a big effort as they're going out to the post. But, you know, the 6th horse in here, Raining Flowers, has been behind Laura Lynn, and Laura Lynn right now might be the leader of the pack. She
5
was
for
dominant.
5?
Yeah, she was dominant last time with Kendrick Carmouche and Graham Motion.
Is it just, Michelle, is it just kind of people go, oh, de facto, let's go to Chad Brown here?
Pretty much, that's how I feel.
I didn't think this one was that much of a standout.
I didn't think so either. I mean, she won the old Hilltop, which was a solid race. Then she got beat first time for Chad in the Wild Applause. Maybe the track didn't play to her liking that day, but I really do feel like in this instance, people are just falling back on old reliable, and that's Chad on the grass.
Flavien Prat and his main man will be aboard. Pretty good filly she was chasing last time in Classic Q as well, when she just missed by a half length.
Very fast filly that does a lot of her running on the front end. Play with fire, couldn't catch her. But you look at the 6th horse on the outside, Raining Flowers, she couldn't catch her either. She was coached in the Lake George, so common competitors between the 6 and the 1 here.
Is Scarlet Sands our lone pace? The horse who doesn't really have the class of some of these other ones? Is she going to be our lone speed in here?
The 5 probably should go. I would think so. We'll see what happens with the 3. That would be interesting.
Let's go back to Megan.
Well, very privileged to be joined by Joseph Lee, or Joe, or is it Cowboy? I've heard that you also like to muse with, but Mayday Ready is one of those horses that's just been so talented in her raw ability and training excellent. How have you seen her develop now with 3?
Yeah, so I'm hoping. I mean, we wanted to start earlier in the year in the Appalachian, but unfortunately she came into season, so we had to, you know, just give her time and so forth. But she's doing well now. I'm hoping that, you know, I believe she didn't get much out of the Wonder again. And I'm hoping that, you know, when she ran in the Belmont Oaks, that was pretty much a race that hopefully will set us up for her to run well today.
Tactically, where do you see her as far as falling into place in this small compact group?
Yeah, so I told Jose, just ride it how you feel. It's the first time he's, you know, going to be on her. But, you know, handicapping it myself, you know, I'm hoping she lays a little closer than usual. Usually she's out the back and so forth. But, yeah, I just left it up to Jose. You know, no need for tell him anything.
You're right there, but best of luck here, Joe.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Greg?
Just missed in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf as a 2-year-old. Had back-to-back stakes wins. That 2-year-old campaign. Here's our post break. We start with Play with Fire, the favorite for Chad Brown.
She was a stakes winner at Pimlico under the tutelage of Brendan Walsh. Her debut for Chad was a runner-up effort. He taps his main man, Flavien Prat, here.
Eponine Group placed in Chantilly in France.
Yeah, her lone 2 wins are on synthetic. She's never won over turf, so maybe this is a tiny step up, but sometimes these European runners run well.
Mayday Ready. You just heard from her trainer.
So he's going to veer a couple excuses, which is good because it just seemed like she didn't progress from being a precocious 2-year-old into being a really stellar 3-year-old, but we get third, start off a layoff here.
Graham Motion. Here's Warming with Manny Franco.
Graham's had a really solid meet and won some stakes races all over. This one 14-1.
Scarlet Sands at 10-1. Joel Rosario.
Could have picked her up for a $50,000 tag back in April. She was a stakes winner in her last, but this will be a big step up in company for her.
I am surprised at this price on Raining Flowers. I think it's a big shot.
Yeah, I'm with you. At 7-1, that's just too big of a price. The filly by Midnight Storm never missed the board here at Saratoga with a win and 2/3. Might have been a little bit unlucky in the Lake George.
Well, you typically think European grass horses coming into the States, they have a massive class edge. This one is Group 2 placed on the lawn in France. And here's a look at that performance. Second, beat a length to Godspeed.
I haven't gotten to see this race, actually, so this will be my first time looking at her conditioner. He's a former jockey. He actually brought a horse to the Breeders' Cup back in 2023, a filly by the name of Vorta, so he's not completely a stranger to bringing horses stateside. Very interesting that Rapoli dips in. We've been seeing him shopping across the pond in several different countries, and this filly looks fine. I mean, like you said, she hasn't won on the grass, but her effort was good.
That's a fast time for over there. That must have been really rock hard ground. That's probably why, you know, when you run 135 over in a mile in Chantilly and in France, that's a fast racetrack. So that's probably why they brought her over here, thinking American type racing, faster, wants to hear her feet rattle under her. Her next effort wasn't that good. The thing is, she ran 27 days later. Now you ship her here. Is she going to be okay with all the shipping and running right off basically the plane?
I mean, the two ways to do it are run them off the plane or give them plenty of time to acclimate. But also, she hasn't worked here at all, and she's only run right-handed that I can see.
She's never run a left-handed race unless it doesn't.
Unless the synthetic races are left-handed.
They all say right-handed, so horse never ran what we say around left-handed turns, but we don't know if those two synthetic races were left-handed races or not.
Back to the John Ortiz filly, Raining Flowers outside post in this compact field. 6-1 now with John Velasquez. And again, just face in terms of stateside competition, she's faced some of the best, including a couple of times going up against the undefeated Laureline.
Yeah, and is this filly going to be helped by a shorter field? Because it seems like she causes her own trouble, Michelle. In the Lake George, she just got too far behind, but she came rolling late.
Well, do you think it's because her last couple she's been buried down along the inside and it winds up in that particular trouble? Because earlier on when she was running a little bit better in the P.G. Johnson, when she broke her maiden, she was drawn to the outside, which is what she gets here. So it really could be a couple of different scenarios mixing together for her here.
She was in between horses or down on the rail, so she saved ground the whole way. So a lot of people are probably looking at that number thinking, okay, she saved ground most of the way. But again, I thought it was a good effort.
Cuts back to a mile this afternoon. Back to the favorite and Play With Fire. She has been the top choice on the board throughout for Chad Brown with Flavien Prat. Won the debut at Fairgrounds on the lawn. Used to be trained by Brendan Walsh. Has only been, this will be the second start with Chad Brown.
Yeah, Brendan Walsh, for a lot of people who don't know, he's won himself a Kentucky Oaks. He's a very capable trainer, but this is Play With Fire. When she runs second, and what happened was Classic Q, the little gray on the front end, she's fast, and she just got away from this group, and she was able to hold off Play With Fire.
What do you think about this finish, Michelle?
I'm watching her right now. I mean, she looks like she's very valiant. She switches back to her wrong lead right there, which was kind of detrimental to her because she was making up ground until that happened. And when she did that big lead change, she kind of lost her forward momentum.
Tough group to separate here. We have another pick 5 that starts in this race coming up. Let's go back to Megan.
First stake of the day, and guys, I just hauled from the paddock, and the energy is palpable, and it is crowded here on Travers Day, and this is a very good race as far as the tactics and the pace. I thought was interesting. Now, I think the number 5 Scarlet Sands will definitely use that speed, but I want to touch on the number 2 Eponine, who is a French-sourced filly that Rapoli now Mike Rapoli now owns. And as far as from a pace perspective, I thought she was extremely interesting when analyzing her races in France. She was one that was always prominently placed, and she really did have that turn of foot and sometimes just There was a race 2 back, I believe, that she got caught behind a gate-to-wire winner and was never quite able to get there, but she's been racing against some informed group quality horses over in France, and I think is an astute purchase on behalf of Team Rapoli. I think she fits very, very well in this group. Now, as far as her physically, she definitely looks like a European filly, and in terms of that, she's just not as conditioned and maybe fleshed out as a horse like maybe Mayday Ready or Scarlet Sands, but she's been carrying herself well. She had the help of the outrider pony in the paddock to kind of get things more used to her style as far as those French races, and I think that she will fare well here, especially interesting as far as the speed's concerned. But to quickly touch on the number 6, Raining Flowers, I got to catch up a bit with her trainer, John Ortiz, in the paddock, and she's kind of a small girl. There's not tons of her physically, but John has really liked the way she's been training, and so have I. Her works have been incredibly impressive, and she really have continued to physically develop for a trainer that is just so lethal. And guys, she's got the best last out buyer speed figure of this field at 6-1. I think she's incredibly interesting up there, Greg.
Yeah, I think we're all a little surprised at the price she is on the board, and certainly the disparity of the favorite here in everybody.
Well, the 1 is by far the favorite in the low pace. The 3 is second choice, so the board is reflecting that. And the 2 and the 6 are kind of the outliers in here. Can there be a big upset? Because you got to get to your Naira bets if you think there's going to be a big upset.
At this price point, don't you think that Mayday Ready is a good play if we can take what Jolie said, that, you know, she got a little bit of a delay to her return and she had some excuses, and we're liking the turn back in distance. I mean, taking all those things into consideration, at almost 2-1, she's the horse to bet, right?
I think so too, because I think Jose, nothing against Frankie Dettori, but Jose getting aboard, hot rider, give this horse some confidence too.
He's had an incredible meet, just got his 50th win of the summer. Opportunities here, and another pick 5 that begins in this race coming up. I thought the next, real quick, race 8, I thought incredibly difficult. I know Andy was on. Talking horse, he thought the 2 Gallant Greta is really a standout in this race.
I don't think so. I think the 8 has got a big shot in there. I even think the 12, if that horse can get over. You know, what do you want to do in the 9th race if you're starting this pick 5? You got to decide whether you want to single Torpedo Anna or go deep.
Deep.
You think really deep, not just 1 or 2 that could beat her, or you think several?
I feel like, I do feel like there's probably 3 horses that could beat her. So for me, I would just go very deep.
We'll get to that to come. That'll be on our Fox Saturday coverage ahead at 3 Eastern. Right now, it's the Grade 2 Lake Placid Play with Fire. Chad Brown looking for his 7th win in this race. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Here's an Eclipse filly, Warming going up. Scarlet Sands loads. And Raining Flowers to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Lake Placid. It was an even start, and shortly afterward, Warming in a little bit tight. Play with Fire and Eponine. Eponine goes right to the front. Mayday Ready is keyed up too, and Mayday Ready wants that lead and will get it into the first turn. And Scarlet Sands is also prominent in the early stages, so Eponine will sit in second. Down on the inside, Play with Fire. And the pace is lively, 4 lengths off the lead. The 2 trailers, Raining Flowers and Warming, is at the back. 24-2, it looked quicker, but it's Mayday Ready in front. Opens up a 3-length advantage on the back stretch, with Eponine racing in second. They're followed by Scarlet Sands in third, and Play with Fire along the hedge. 1.5 lengths, Raining Flowers and Warming. 5 lengths covers them. Mayday Ready is the boss. Heading to the half-mile pole under Jose Ortiz, in command by almost 3 lengths. Eponine Orange Cap second, Play with Fire on the inside third. And then it's Scarlet Sands making a middle move, Raining Flowers and Warming. The half in 49 flat for Mayday Ready. Mayday Ready still under a snug hold, has a 2-length advantage on Scarlet Sands, who's in second, Eponine third. Warming inching up on the outside as the field turns for home. Mayday Ready 1.5 lengths. Eponine is trying her best in second. Play with Fire coming through along the inside now, and Play with Fire takes second, trying to get to Mayday Ready. Mayday Ready, 2-length lead. Play with Fire and Flavian Pratt in hot pursuit. Mayday Ready has something left. Mayday Ready all the way in the Lake Placid. Play with Fire was second best. Eponine finished third. Behind them, Raining Flowers.
Mayday Ready, she showed so much talent from the get-go as a 2-year-old. Runner-up, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, and now she gets her first win as a 3-year-old.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, good call by you, Michelle. You said at the money price, this is the play. Jose Ortiz makes the difference. Puts this horse on the front end.
They saw what we saw on the form. There's no speed in this race. A couple of them thought we'll go, including the 5, who was a little bit aggressive. And then they let her get away with 24-2 by herself with her ears perked straight up. No one was catching her at that point.
The one ran giant in here. And nothing against Irad, but Irad was literally just gifted the 3 the lead and then got outside and had no punch. But the 3 was able to just gallop along. You're just never catching this filly with those fractions.
She took a little bit of a beating out of the gate, too. She lugged out into that 4, and Jose had to really correct her to get her back going straight, but she was just flawless on the front, and this is something we haven't seen from her ever. She's been close in a 3-horse field. She was 3 lengths off, but we've never seen her up on the lead like that.
No.
Now, a multiple graded stakes winner.
How
Jose
good was
Ortiz
that Juvenile Fillies Turf last
for
year?
Joseph Lee. That was loaded.
Well, Joseph Lee tells Megan, I'm just going to leave it up to Jose. I don't think he ever thought this horse was going to be on the front end. He had to be pretty happy when they broke out of the gate.
What an effort. Mayday Ready, 4 for 7 now on the lawn. As the second choice at 9-5 in this Grade 2 Lake Placid.
It just shows you some horses had excuses, and Michelle, you talked about it. It was a great interview. Joseph Lee saying we had to wait on her a little bit. She didn't get fit out of the Wonder again. She got fit out of the Belmont Oaks.
Yeah, she certainly did. Needed that race under the belt, and the turn back in distance, a big plus. And I'll be interested to see in her next out, is this a tactic that we reemploy if there's committed speed in there?
She came home in almost 22 flat. 113, then she clicked off 11, then she clicked off another 11 in 1 coming home.
Wow.
So she flew home.
It's because she walked early.
Yeah.
And I didn't think we'd go that slow because there were 3 of them there right at the beginning that we're all thinking. The 2 really wanted to be up there, the 5 wanted to be up there, and they just conceded.
Yeah.
We are tied again atop the standings with the Ortiz brothers, 51 apiece. 2 for both of them on this Travers Saturday.
Wow. 51 apiece. That's insane.
Mayday Ready, Joseph Lee, Katie Rich Stables, Jose Ortiz to take the Grade 2 Lake Placid on the front end. Holding off Play with Fire for the win.
Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. King of Gosford. Sel Cordobet will win the Sword Dancer.
Program trading and naval power. What a thriller. Mona in Italian to win it. Starlust.
Domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Big M.
Victoria Road.
It will be McCulloch.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on Travers Saturday. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Incredible crowd, as we expected, on hand to see one of the biggest days all year long in our sport. Horse of the year coming back to the personal Ensign. Top 3-year-old in the land, the Derby and Belmont winner Sovereignty, still ahead on Fox Saratoga Saturday. But in the Grade 2 Lake Placid, it's Mayday ready. Joseph Lee, Jose Ortiz for Katie Ridge Stables.
Yeah, impressive performance. This is a 2-year-old filly that's been really good, and then her 3-year-old races were not as good, but today she showed up with her best effort.
Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate your star today. Now a multiple graded stakes winner, Mayday ready. And anytime you beat Chad Brown in a turf race he's dominated like this, it's got to feel extra special for you for these connections, because he is difficult to beat. $5.70 for the win. She's got so much upside too.
She does. You know, now with a new dimension, you just don't know. She got on the bit today and went to the front end. I don't think she'll be on the front end again, but she's obviously shown a new dimension today, and Jose Ortiz, I would think, would be her regular rider, and got that nice little picture in the winner's circle too.
I wouldn't be upset with Eponine either. I mean, like we talked about, she hasn't run left before. She's fresh off the ship, and I thought she ran really well. She wanted to be involved when a lot of these Euros, you see them hanging back and needing this pace to make the run. She wanted to make her own trip today. I mean, that's a filly that has some upside.
So Joseph Lee, congratulations. He's with Megan.
Well, an emphatic paddock here, Joseph, and you left it in Jose's hands, and you can't be happier with quite how he played that one.
Yeah, absolutely. He rode her well. He just laid the break, and so he did a great job. So
How encouraging is this to see her be a little bit keen early, but be able to settle into that front end position and come away home in nearly 22 flat?
Well, I mean, I think she'll settle anywhere, whether in front or behind. Obviously, there was nobody breathing down her neck, and I think that made it a lot easier for Jose. But yeah, no, I think she's, can be ridden either way, in front or behind. So.
Well, she definitely has experience doing well at Keeneland into the fall. Where do you imagine her next target is?
Yeah, so we've thought about that. Not exactly sure where we're going to go, whether it's the QE2, which is maybe a little bit, further than maybe she wants, but I'll leave it up to the owners, and they can decide.
Well, best of luck. Go enjoy this one.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Greg?
Big win. Congratulations. He has a incredibly talented filly, and good for her to step up and get this win.
Listen, she won first time out at 25-1 last year, and then she really ran well at 14-1 in the Breeders' Cup. The juvenile, she's got a lot of quality. I'm happy for Joseph Lee. Some of these small-time trainers with these small little outfits in here, they can train. They just don't have a ton of horses. And he just left it in the jockey's hands. You got to love that. A guy with not a lot of horses, this is his best horse, and this filly can run. And now Jose will probably be the regular rider.
Looked spectacular there. I mean, going back to that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf, what a productive race it is with Lake Victoria. Obviously, Nitrogen finished behind this filly, and she's come back to be spectacular. I do wonder what the end game with her, though, is, because the Breeders' Cup for the fillies on the grass is not this nice tight mile. I mean, it really opens it up and makes it a lot more challenging.
We don't see many 3-year-old fillies go to the Breeders' Cup on turf.
Because it's so far.
Yeah.
Not the North American ones. You'll see ones from Europe that can run.
But not in North America.
But that's because we don't have a Breeders' Cup fillies turf mile, right? So you have to face older boys in the flat mile, or you have to run, mile and 3/8 or whatever it is, and not every filly is capable of that.
Start
a petition. We need a Breeders' Cup filly mile, grass mile.
We're going to take a time out. When we come back, Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes, Jim Dandy getting out of Travers, and give Bill Mott Hall of Fame trainer, his first ever win in the Midsummer Derby. Stay with us.
They say breed the best to the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vekoma, the one to catch. Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Back with you as we go by the numbers for the Travers. First run in 1864, named after former president of Saratoga Racecourse. Arrogate ran the fastest ever, 159 and 113.5 lengths. So that was not the largest margin. That was Damascus, 22 lengths when he beat 3 rivals back in 1967. Most wins by a trainer. The great Burt Mulholland, the last coming in 1963 by an owner. 3 different groups have won it 5 times, including Rokeby Stable. The last coming was Sea Hero. Javier Castellanos, the king, with the riders, including Arcangelo. That was his 7th Travers win. Dead Heat, Alpha, and Golden Ticket. There was another one years ago, but they had a runoff, actually. I wish we still did that. Dramatic upset. How about this? Beating a Triple Crown winner, Keen Ice. Dale Romans, one of the biggest upsets in the history of this racetrack that's known for it. Arrogate, we're going to win the Classic, the only Travers winner to do that. 14 winners named champion, including Arcangelo for Jenna Antonucci in that incredible season, the 2023 Horse of the Year. 8 times that has happened for a Travers winner, including point given, and 26 immortalized across the street in the Hall of Fame. What an incredible history in this Midsummer Derby. One of the most important races to win in our sport. It's our ABR Race of the Week. And Sovereignty, will the coronation continue?
I believe it will, but we'll see.
Magnitude appears to be the main threat. Back-to-back wins in 5.5 months apart. He came back terrific off that surgery.
Certainly did. I thought the route that Steve Asmussen put him on, going to a lesser-known Derby, which Steve has utilized in the past, was just a very smart move to set him up here.
His connections, one with Epicenter back in 2022. Bracket buster, Pegasus winner, and then disappointed in the Haskell, although many didn't believe journalism would lose that day.
Yeah, and this is a horse that is actually run probably above his odds or better than his odds suggested. He might be a better horse on a sloppy racetrack. He's a key to this race, whether he puts a lot of pressure or any kind of pressure on Magnitude.
This is the X factor of the race. So talented, strategic focus. Curlin just did not go his way, but he's run some big races.
Curlin didn't go his way. The allowance race where he was disqualified, I don't think he deserved to be disqualified, just for the record, didn't go his way. We're going to try something new here, putting blinkers on. Chad Brown, 30% adding the hood.
Here he is, the Belmont Derby winner, who has ticked up his training leading into this race.
Yeah, this colt has just gotten insanely good, and he could be a generational type. This is one of the best 3-year-olds we've seen in a long time.
And McAfee joining the party. Multiple graded stakes. Placed his only win at debut to break his maiden.
The younger brother here of Torpedo Anna. So, you know, some big shoes to fill. So far, he hasn't quite been at that caliber.
Massive favorite, deservedly so, with what Sovereignty Paul has done to this point. We've seen him just grow and mature too, and be able, like we saw in the Belmont Stakes, lay closer to the pace. Junior Alvarado, I thought, seemed like he was toying with that field. Yeah. He stayed wide, clear out of trouble, easily to the stretch to win in the Jim Dandy. What can get him beat today, if anything?
I think the only thing that gets him beat maybe is a bad break, and he kind of gets too far away from Magnitude. That's just my only way he gets beat. I understand Magnitude has thrown up 2 outrageous numbers. But you got to understand, one of them was at Prairie Meadows, and the other one was in a Risen Star race filled with not much. You're dealing with a generational type horse in Sovereignty, and I just think when Magnitude sees that big boy breathing down his neck, he might crumble.
What's the biggest thing you're watching for in the race?
I'm only going to watch Sovereignty in the race, really. I mean, I feel like Magnitude's going to be out there. I don't think that Bracket Buster's even close to quick enough, so it's going to be very exciting to have one horse on the lead and one horse coming from behind, and I'm just going to watch Sovereignty throughout the entirety and see when is he going to make his move to reel in. We know the 1.25 miles is going to work in his favor, especially with Magnitude not having gone that far.
He's the proven commodity, not only at the highest level, but yeah, at this distance, that certainly means something. We'll see if Magnitude can give him a test here. We'd love to see him tested, wouldn't
100%, 100%, I think so. And then, you know, everybody coming into a lot of his races thought he was pace dependent. That's kind of gone away. We'll see if he's really pace dependent today.
We had a Triple Crown winner get beat here in
yeah,
2015.
But Bob took the blame for that, right? 20,000 people showed up to watch him work. He got away from the rider and he worked way too fast and he wasn't set up for the good run, right? We haven't had that issue with Sovereignty. He's been in command the whole time.
And he had Frosted for the assist. I don't know if someone's going to give him assist Sovereignty here. He might just have to beat Magnitude on the square.
DraftKings Travers, one of the big races in our sport. It's coming up next on Fox Saratoga Saturday. He's the king of the division. Bill Mott trying to get his first ever Derby win. His main man, Junior Alvarado, knows this horse so well, supremely confident on board. Can he get one more big one and deliver Mott his first ever victory in this Travers? 0 for 12 to this point with 13 previous runners. The main threat standing in his way, the speedy Magnitude. It's next on Fox.
But Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint in 108.34.
We're down a minute to get down into the Hills ground and to get all through. Well done. $1,050,000. $1,050,000 and a half. $1 million, Blake. Thank you.
Judgment.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Weekend.
DK Horse is your ticket to the track this season with enough bet types to have you champing at the bit. Jumping into the saddle is simple. Just choose a track from hundreds around the world. Pick your favorite horses and take advantage of daily promos. Plus, this great offer. Then you can watch the races right on DK Horse, so you won't miss a second.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt in to Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $10,000 every Friday through Sunday. $10,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
DK Horse is your ticket to the track this season with enough bet types to have you champing at the bit. Jumping into the saddle is simple. Just choose a track from hundreds around the world. Pick your favorite horses and take advantage of daily promos. Plus, this great offer. Then you can watch the races right on DK Horse, so you won't miss a second with America's #1 downloaded horse betting app. Giddy up. The crown is yours.
Back at Saratoga, a year later, the house is still standing. Fans lined up at dawn. They'll pack the place, just like they have for a century and a half. But why? What keeps them coming back year after year? This time, it's simple. One special racehorse.
Sovereignty to rule the Kentucky Derby!
A star on the ascend.
Sovereignty goes right by journalism once again, leaving absolutely no doubt who the best 3-year-old in the world is.
So how good is he? That's the best part. We just don't know.
And still with plenty left in the tank, Sovereignty scores in the Jim Dandy.
Welcome to the 156th running of the DraftKings Travers on Fox. There are Saturdays at Saratoga, and then there's this Saturday at Saratoga on this picture-perfect late August afternoon. Everything this summer has led to this, DraftKings Travers Day at Saratoga Racecourse. This was the scene this morning. Fans at dawn lined down Union Avenue, much like the horses, just waiting for the gates to open. Sure, they're here for the party. Also here to see one superstar thoroughbred. Sovereignty, Kentucky Derby winner, Belmont winner. He knows it's game day. What'll he do in the DraftKings Travers? Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. If you're a sports fan, there's something that we can all relate to and something that we love about sports. It's the appreciation of greatness. And it's not just a God-gifted athlete, but the athlete who is at their best when it matters most. It's like a Tiger Woods, a Derek Jeter, a Tom Brady. Now with Sovereignty, is it too soon to suggest that he is now the Michael Jordan of the sport? Probably, but he has everyone's attention, and we can't wait to see what he does this evening at 6:15 Eastern for the 156th running of the DraftKings Travers. There's the field, just like the Kentucky Derby. 3-year-olds running 1.25 miles, $1.25 million purse. Number 4, Sovereignty, odds-on favorite, 2-5. I welcome in my friends and colleagues. As a champion rider, Richie Migliori, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, one of only 17 trainers to have won 4,000 races. Tom Amos, guys, great to be on set with you for another Travers Stakes. Tom, wanted to start with you, and yeah, the star, Sovereignty. How has he managed? How has he become the brightest star in thoroughbred racing?
Well, we've all gotten to witness it. It started in the Kentucky Derby. He showed his brilliance, but he is on an evolution to legendary status, you guys. I'm talking about the likes of a Firm, Secretariat. Sovereignty has the ability to be that. He's the best 3-year-old we've seen probably this decade. And what you're watching there in the Kentucky Derby is him taking it to that group, and all he's done is keep doing it. He did it in the Belmont, he's done it in the Jim Dandy right here in our backyard, and now he comes to the DraftKings Travers as a heavy favorite and a household name.
Lafitte, a seatmate on an airplane, an Uber driver, when they find out you're involved in racing, the first question is about the Kentucky Derby. Sovereignty did it impressively, beating a really good horse in Journalism. He came back in the Belmont Stakes and beat Journalism again, and Journalism is really, really good. He has a chance to be the best horse in the world, and he might prove it here in a couple of hours.
Sovereignty as a 3-year-old, he's done it all except bid for a Triple Crown, and that was by design. We'll get to that. Sovereignty, done a lot in 8 starts, 5 wins, averaging more than $1 million per victory. World-class connections, 2/3 of the Triple Crown, Richie, but part of those connections is Jockey Junior Alvarado. What role has he played in Sovereignty's success?
Well, he is an integral part of the team. It is a team mentality around Sovereignty, and he has ridden him flawlessly. And if you think about the equine component of this, he's the most high-profile one. He's the quarterback, if you will. And the confidence that Bill Mott has instilled in Junior Alvarado, and Sovereignty given the confidence to Junior Alvarado, he has been flawless. He goes out there, he can call an audible, and now that Sovereignty's shown that he can be tactical and place himself, makes him doubly tough.
Venezuelan star rider Junior Alvarado, just showing up to work with his family, getting ready to ride the odds-on favorite Sovereignty in the DraftKings Travers, seeking his first win in the Travers as we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Junior seeking a first, and he's not the only one, Maggie, looking for a first Travers win on Team Sovereignty.
That's right, Lafitte. Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott looks to add a Travers to his storied resume. In a career that has lasted 53 years and counting, 15 Breeders' Cup wins and countless Grade 1s, the one that has eluded him is the Midsummer Derby. Now, he's tried it 13 times in the past, with his best finish coming in 2019 with a second with Tacitus. But arguably this year, he has the best chance of them all, with your Kentucky Derby and Belmont winner, Sovereignty, who will be a heavy favorite in today's Travers. And since he's come out of the victory in the local prep for the Travers, the Jim Dandy, they have really tightened the screws on this horse, who has shown an affinity for the 1.25 mile distance that he gets today. We shall see if Mr. Mott can achieve Grade 1 Travers victory.
All systems go, Maggie, with Sovereignty, strictly the one to beat. Guys like this is horse racing. No such thing as a sure thing, Tom. What is the biggest pitfall, the biggest obstacle facing Sovereignty?
Short of the gate not opening, I'm not sure there is an obstacle for Sovereignty. He's that good. But this is the fly in the ointment. Magnitude, breaking from the 1 hole. He makes his living on the front end, as you're seeing here. He did it at Prairie Meadows in their Derby, and now he comes into the Travers and looks like the controlling speed early. He's going to be the target for Sovereignty, who likes to run late.
Fast, talented, dangerous, Magnitude, and he's trained by one of the best, Steve Asmussen, as we say hello to Acacia Clement, hanging out with Magnitude.
I'm over at Steve Asmussen's barn, Lafitte, and Magnitude's stall is an easy one to spot because he has his emotional support teddy bear and Jolly Ball out front. Stimulation keeps horses interested, especially for very active individuals like he is, and he has shown a dangerous early speed in his last 2 starts. He really came onto the scene in the Risen Star as a 3-year-old, winning that day as a huge upset. Unfortunately, following that, he was sidelined, missing the Kentucky Derby, but now his connection's saying this Travers is like his Kentucky Derby, and giving him that extra time might have been a blessing in disguise. He validated that Risen Star performance with an impressive victory last time in the Iowa Derby. His speed is dangerous, but big class test today as he'll face Sovereignty and others. And the biggest question is, can Magnitude do it again?
Trainer Steve Asmussen, household name in his corner. His rider is not. Ben Curtis, 36-year-old English jockey, arriving at Saratoga. Richie, all smiles. Asmussen sticking with Curtis. Why significant?
Well, because there are so many top riders that Steve Asmussen could have turned to, and I'm sure his phone was ringing off the hook with calls from jockeys, agents everywhere. But Ben Curtis is 2 for 2 on this horse, and the 2 best races he's run in his life are with Ben Curtis aboard. So if it's not broke, don't fix it. I applaud Steve for sticking with him, and I don't think Ben Curtis, the magnitude of the moment, is not lost on him.
Well done. Very well done. And the instructions should be simple, right? Like, hey, Ben, pedal to the metal right from the start. This offer, rather simple, from Naira Bets, who's just giving you $25 right now just to sign up. That's right. All you have to do, go to NyraBets.com, sign up. You get $25 of someone else's money to bet. Win it, you keep it, lose it's on us. Sign up now, NyraBets.com. How about some live racing? Field for the 8th. Only race on the show, not a grade 1 event, but it's a good race, good betting race. New York Reds, Fillies, and Mares, mile and a 16th on grass. And you're looking at the favorite in Gallant Greta, currently 8-5. Flavien Prat aboard. Tom, why is Gallant Greta the favorite?
Well, second in this condition last time in a race that was really slow up front. You can hear us talk about pace quite a bit in these races. So this horse had to overcome a slow pace from well off the pace. It hurt her chances to finish. The horse on the front end had plenty of gas, but still picked up the piece to run second. So I think that's why we have Gallant Greta where she is as the favorite.
Busy afternoon. Flavien Prat mounts in all 5 grade 1 events, including strategic focus in the Travers. There's Summer Whirl. Jonathan, defeated favorite in her last pair. Difficult outside post. Like, how can jockey Luis Saez put her in position to win?
Well, I wish she had a little bit more early speed so that he could kind of hit the gas a little bit, maybe the brake, maybe the gas to try to get over and save some ground. In turf racing, you don't want to lose any ground. But I got to tell you, Lafitte, there's something about a daughter of Arrogate running on Travers Day that makes me feel like Summer Whirl might be a little bit of a hunch play.
There's something about Travers Day at Saratoga and seeing that massive crowd, close to 50,000 expected. You mentioned Arrogate, 2016 Travers winner, fastest mile and a quarter ever run in the history of Saratoga. And speaking of the history of Saratoga, Richie, Vino Samara, tough to make a case for, yes, on paper, but the jockey, Saratoga's all-time leading rider, Johnny Velasquez.
Johnny Velasquez, every time he wins a race here, he's rewriting the record books, the history of this place. An incredible rider, his consistency, his approach. And Lafitte, the first thing you see deteriorate on a rider is their legs. Not with Johnny Velasquez. He is rock solid as he was 20 years ago.
Man they call Johnny V, 35 years after his first Saratoga win, still going strong. As for the man on the mic, there he is, live look, Frank Miramati, 3rd full summer at Saratoga, the voice of the Belmont Stakes, the voice of the DraftKings Travers, ready to call this 8th race and the 5 grade 1 events upcoming. As these fillies and mares cross over to the turf course, Richie, what else are we looking for on paper in terms of race shape? Who can we expect to provide the early speed coming out of the gate?
Well, I do think it's the 11, Vino Samara with Johnny Velasquez. She just looks like the fastest of the fast here. Even though she's never won a race on turf and she comes off a dirt win in the maiden claimer, she does have speed.
8-5 favorite, Gallant Greta. Who'd you wind up with here, Jonathan?
Yeah, look, I like the 6, 8, and 9. Those are the horses I would use. If you want to put my feet to the fire, Lafitte, I would go with the 6, Dividend Recap. Miguel Clement, training for his mother. He better have his stuff together.
No pressure, Miguel, whatsoever. And Clement, who's already saddled 2 wins this afternoon.
I've trained for some tough owners, but I don't think I've ever trained for one
tougher
that tough.
Tougher than Mom?
Yeah, no,
tougher
that's
than
tough.
Mom?
Watch the 2 horse here as well. I mean, the 1 horse here as well. I think that horse could provide some pace. And for this race to set up for anything that's going to close, we want some pace up front. I went all the way outside to Tongue Twister, the 12 horse. He needs to save ground before they get to that first turn to make his trip not too difficult.
These New York bred fillies and mares filing into the gate. Final check of the tote board reading 8-5. Gallant Greta and Flavien Prat, the favorite at post time. To Frank Miramati with the call. 8th race from Saratoga, live on Fox.
Thank you, Lafitte. Dividend Recap takes up her spot. She had the awesome comeback victory. We'll try to repeat it now against winners. Here's Tongue Twister and Rogna to the outside to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. Lady Jasmine in the center is out very quickly, as is Spirit of Esther. And on the outside, Trolley Girl is up close too. Dividend Recap is on the inside. Tongue Twister 5th through the opening furlong, trying to save some ground and is able to do just that. They're followed by Back Check, who's on the head, some 7 or 8 lengths off the lead. Just outside of her, Love You, Miss You, Mean It. Vino Samara is in that group as well. Rogna is toward the back of the field, a dozen lengths off the pace. The two trailers are Gallant Greta, and Summer World is at the back of the field. 23-2 for the opening quarter mile, and it's Lady Jasmine who emerges with the lead. Spirit of Esther second. Trolley Girl gets a nice tracking spot from third. Dividend Recap along the inside. Lime Green Cap is fourth. Tongue Twister is right next to her. Vino Samara is outside of that pair through the half mile that went in 47 3/5 seconds. Back Check is next. They are followed by Love You, Miss You, Mean It in between horses. Rogna is a couple of lengths behind Venus Samara. Gallant Greta looking for some racing room. She's on the inside of Summer Whirl around the far turn. Lady Jasmine has been prominent throughout, pressed the entire way by Spirit of Esther. And just in behind them, it's Trolley Girl, who's been third most of the journey too. They're at the top of the stretch. Tongue Twister is getting involved. Dividend Recap is now trying to come through along the inside, finding a seam on the hedge and bursting through with 1 furlong to go. Dividend Recap has taken the lead, and Gallant Greta was able to find a seam, and she's coming after Dividend Recap with big strides under Flavien Prat. What a ride aboard Gallant Greta. She was great. Dividend Recap second. Then it was Back Check in third, and Tongue Twister finished fourth.
That was unreal. Gallant Greta, Flavien Prat, after a brutal start, Richie able to recover and mow them all down in the stretch.
What a performance by both horse and rider. Keep your eye on the two. She's going to lose her footing at the break. Just kind of bellies down and gets bumped on top of it and loses any kind of position. And even if you're on a closer, you don't want to give anybody a head start. You want to break clean and then get outrun. But then what Flavien Prat did, he stayed on the inside. He said, all right, I had a compromised beginning. I was dealt a bad hand. Look how patient and disciplined he is to stay in there. And when the 6-horse got through with the Joel Rosario Dividend Recap, he just followed in his wake, still in hand in the blue silks. He looked like maybe I'm going to hang out here. Wait, no. Joel's going. There's my fullback. I'll follow him right through the line. Comes out. What a performance by both horse and rider here, guys.
Two brilliant rides, honestly. It's unfortunate Joel got beat. He was doing the best ride first, and then Flavien said, no, here, hold this for me, and even did it even better. They were both brilliant rides. Gallant Greta was very good today.
On the rail in a big field the whole way around there, had to be patient, and like Moses, parted the Red Sea, turned it for home. There was a big gap to go through. You almost have to feel like you're blessed in that situation as a rider. How big do your eyes get when that happens, Richie?
Oh, it's just, you go, oh boy, look at this, how this broke for me. Now, this is a jockey's lot in life. If you go make that move and things don't open up and you get stuck.
Not there yet.
Everybody's upset with you. But now look at this nice slide out after saving all that ground. It can't be any smoother or cleaner than that trip after that stumbling beginning.
Love it when a plan comes together.
Just like they drew it up on the chalkboard. You saw winning trainer Mike Maker. Another look, Gallant Greta. How proud, Tom, when you have a horse, Mike Maker, winning trainer, when you train a horse, they win a race like that, not just to win, but overcoming adversity.
Well, as a trainer, it's all about, how much did you do to make it work? And I have to feel Mike, just like the rest of us, is waiting to meet this girl back in the winner's circle and has got to be very proud of the job he did as well as the job his athlete did.
2 wins on the afternoon. Flavien Prat, Gallant Greta. Okay, that was really good, but now really time to ratchet things up. Look who's back. The reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, last summer did everything but win the Travers. First start since. What'll she do in her return as we're just getting started on this DraftKings Travers Saturday from Saratoga? Still to come. On this day last summer, she nearly became the first filly to win the Travers since 1915. Torpedo Anna, back at Saratoga for the first time since. And later, you remember this scene, this story? 7 buddies from New Jersey own horses together? Yeah, those guys. They own the top-ranked sprinter in the country, and he runs today. Book 'em, Dano. As for the DraftKings Travers, you've met the favorite, Sovereignty. What about the competition? Like Bracket Buster. Given the assignment, it's the perfect name. You'll meet his owner, Brendan O'Brien, who knows all about busting brackets and just maybe busting up chalk players at Saratoga. Those stories and much more on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
Done some afternoon stuff. Hey, Lafitte.
Hi, Maggie.
How are you?
How are you? Welcome back. Fox Saratoga Saturday, the Secretariat statue next to the Hall of Fame exhibit here at Saratoga. Yesterday, a very sad day in the sport. Ron Turcotte, Canadian-born Hall of Fame jockey, passed away at the age of 84. Turcotte, best known for piloting Secretariat to Triple Crown glory in 1973. Also won the 72 Derby. He rode legends, Arts and Letters, Damascus, Northern Dancer, to name a few. Richie, you knew Ron Turcotte well, aside from his riding exploits. Like, how should he be remembered?
He should be remembered as a very disciplined and principled man. He always did what he felt was right, maybe not what was popular. So much so that he was suspended for Secretariat's last race, which was up in Canada, his home country, Woodbine, where it all started for him when he was under contract to E.P. Taylor. And he would not appeal the suspension because he didn't believe in undermining the steward's authority. And he sat out and watched Eddie Maple deputize for him because he felt that was the right thing to do. That's the kind of man he was.
Talented, integrity. Ron Turcotte, Secretariat's jockey, the man who rode Secretariat, gone at the age of 84. As our coverage continues here at Saratoga, where Turcotte and Secretariat, one of 3 of 4 races together. Turcotte won the 73 Travers, but not with Secretariat. Knew all about that winner's circle. And so does Flavien Prat. Jonathan, what a performance and what a chilly ride from Flavien.
That's what you get from riders like Flavien Prat. You get from a lot of riders here. The best room, I would imagine, in the world, just to sit so comfortably on the inside. I love having great riders with inside draws because you get trips like that from Flavien Prat.
Nothing but grade 1 racing from here. Also today, we're not saying goodbye. Instead, it's see you soon to our friend Retiring from the New York Racing Association, John Klein, Senior Director Security, retiring from NYRA after 18 years of service. All the best in retirement, John, to you and your family. Today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. As mentioned, it's all Grade 1 races from here on in. Remember what Grade 1 means. It's the elite. It's the best of the best. From the Personal Ensign to the Travers and everything in between, wall-to-wall, top-class thoroughbred racing included. What's next? The Grade 1 Personal Ensign Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Distaff will explain. Fillies and mares, mile and an eighth. $500,000 purse. No surprise here. Torpedo Anna, odds-on favorite, 2-5. This was her latest Grade 2 Fleur de Lis. Late June Churchill Dams, Tom. Why was this effort? Why was that win so important for Torpedo Anna?
Well, she had an unusually poor race after being Horse of the Year in 2025, the race before this one. And although she comes to the wire and it kind of looks workmanlike, you guys, she's back in the winner's circle, back dominating her group.
Torpedo Anna, have a chance to see her making her way over to the Saratoga paddock where she's done much of her damage. There she is. The filly who nearly vanquished 109 years of history, back at Saratoga for the first time since last summer.
And they're out. They're in the final furlong. Johnny V asking Fearness for everything he had. 3-length lead. Torpedo Anna running her heart out and coming with every stride. Fierceness. Torpedo Anna in an absolutely dramatic conclusion. The champ is back. Fierceness holds off a gallant Torpedo Anna.
Champ was brilliant. Mike Rapoli's fierceness, she was relentless. Torpedo Anna, but don't let her see that. The Travers canoe still sporting fierceness's colors, owner Mike Rapoli's colors, all part of the Travers tradition, but Torpedo Anna might not like it. Acacia Clement with Mike Rapoli earlier today.
I'm so happy to be joined by Mike Rapoli, who, of course, 1 year ago in the Travers won with Fierceness. Mike, we're looking at your silks on the canoe out in the infield. What a day that was.
It was so special. And, you know, it's funny, the amount of stress and pressure during the day. Like, I'm here today, it's not even 1 o'clock, and you just feel so much better about the race and no stress, no pressure. So it's a great day of celebrating last year's win.
And as far as Fierceness is concerned, I know there are a couple of opportunities as to where he might go next, and had a good work this morning.
He worked great this morning. You know, mind frame works tomorrow. And, you know, you always got to, every day's a different day with these horses. And, you know, if mind frame works the way we expect them to work, the ultimate goal would be to split them up and have mind frame here at the Jockey Club and bring out Fierceness to Pacific Classic. And, you know, I mean, I bought these two horses back for racing for that opportunity to have not only two of the best older horses, but really just for the fans, and to separate them and bring one out west and mind frame here. It's going to be a pretty special weekend if that happens.
And as you mentioned, mind frame pointing to the Jockey Club Gold Cup next week, as this is a horse who has been exceptionally good in his starts, and he has a lot of talent.
Well, he's undefeated this year. You know, he beat Sierra Leone, which mind frame did, which Fierceness didn't do last week. But I think they're the little biased, but I think they're the best older horses in the country, and you know they're gonna have to meet eventually together, and hopefully it's in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Can't wait to see him throw it down. But quickly, who do you like in this year's Travers?
You know, I think Magnitude is going to be a very interesting horse. I mean, not so much because he's so much, like, he's as talented at Sovereignty, but, you know, when you have a race like this and one of the horses just can get loose and he's been well rested, and, you know, I think you could see, you know, a lot of upsets here at Saratoga. So this could be one of the big upsets. I like Magnitude.
Thanks, as always, for the time, Mike.
Thank you, Acacia.
Lafitte?
Calling for the upset. Mike from Queens, Acacia. So many big moments at Saratoga and many more likely to come next Sunday, for example. Jockey Club Gold Cup is on Fox, and its early coverage begins 1 Eastern, Fox, Saratoga, Sunday. Mike Rapoli's Mind Frame champion 3-year-old Sierra Leone, star-studded cast. The Jockey Club Gold Cup next Sunday only on Fox. First things first, we're kind of busy right now with racing royalty. Live look, Torpedo Anna, first female horse of the year since 2011. So how'd she do it? By simply dominating when the lights shine brightest, leaving the competition in her wake time and time again. Torpedo Anna just too fast to catch. Lake Placid, New York, and just beautiful. About 110 miles north of Saratoga Racecourse, site of not one but two Winter Olympic Games, 1932 and 1980. Yes, the miracle on ice. Widely considered among the biggest upsets in sports. Soviets, greatest hockey team in the world, right? The Americans, bunch of college kids and amateurs, but on that night, February 22nd, 1980, the Americans shocked the world. 4-3 semifinal upset, and eventually Olympic gold for the U.S. The miracle on ice. Not the easiest segue from the 1980 U.S. hockey team, Torpedo Anna. She's always supposed to win, but here we are, and there she is, Acacia, come on. And her brother is here running this afternoon. Torpedo Anna's brother. Well, what's that all about?
Well, it is a big day for the family at Lafitte, as Torpedo Anna, the favorite in this personal ensign, coming up. But a little bit later in the Travers, we'll also see McAfee starting for Rick Dutrow from the outside post, both of them out of the mare Sataves. And I ran into breeder Judy Hicks yesterday, and she said, I have a question. Do I wear one outfit for the personal ensign and then switch for the Travers? As of course, a tremendous day for her mare, with the two offspring running in arguably two of the biggest races on the calendar for their sex in the personal ensign and the Travers. Now, of course, McAfee looks to be a little bit up against it, coming in off a second place finish from the West Virginia Derby, but he has been on a steady diet of milen and eighth races, and clearly, if pedigree has anything to say about it, it would suggest that he should be able to handle the added ground in the Travers, as of course Torpedo Anna, the heavy favorite coming up here, ran a valiant second last year in the Travers. She is one exciting filly, and will have an opportunity to see Lafitte if the family can get even stronger with those two today.
Yeah, Judy Hicks, Acacia, saw her leading Torpedo Anna into the paddock moments ago. They're the pride of breeding a filly like Torpedo Anna and this equine family. Later, little brother runs, as Acacia mentioned, McAfee in the Travers. Now, this is a different story altogether. Favorites in Grade 1 races, yes, slumping at Saratoga. Indeed, 8 Grade 1 races this meet. Here, favorites winless so far, Jonathan, which begs the question for Torpedo Anna. Are you betting the favorite or trying to beat the favorite for the personal ensign?
I'm going to try to beat the favorite. I won't do that later for the Travers, but I'm going to try to do it here. I'm going to try to beat the favorite with Leslie's Rose. Leslie's Rose is a horse that, in my opinion, is running her last race. She's in a 96 Beyer speed figure. The higher the better, like a quarterback rating in football. She ran the same race that Torpedo Anna ran last time. The difference is she's 3-1 and Torpedo Anna is 3-5. This is strictly a value play. Do I think Torpedo Anna is not going to win? No way, no how. No, of course not. She's a very talented horse. I just think that the value is on Leslie's Rose.
Picking against Torpedo Anna, beer cans, JK, being thrown at screens all over the world because of you. As for Leslie's Rose, there she is, that Shuby last month, where Leslie's Rose has dazzling move in her sights and goes right on by.
Yeah, she came off a subpar effort on a sloppy racetrack, which she does not like at all. She gets another fast track today. She should be well placed from the outset. A little bit of a bicycle horse. She takes a ride. You'll see Irad starting to kind of get after her around the far turn.
Leslie's Rose, trainer Todd Pletcher, 4-time personal ensign winning trainer. Bet the favorite. JK says no. Trying to beat the favorite with Leslie's Rose. And a reminder, in case you just tuned in, offer from our friends at NyraBets. Sign up today, and they're giving you $25 to play with. It's that simple, $25 free play. Win it, you keep it. Lose, it's on us. Sign up today, NyraBets.com. To Maggie in the paddock. Maggie, Torpedo Anna, you know her well. What's she showing you? What's she telling you?
Yeah, it's our first grade one, and we only just have the reigning horse of the year here in the paddock, Lafitte, but all things right as they should be with Torpedo Anna, much like I've seen her every other time in her career. She is sharp, she is bubbling underneath the surface, but she is not doing too much, which is always good to see. And as far as her weight and conditioning, it's pretty good for her. Sometimes because she is that high-strung, high-energy type of filly, she maybe struggles a bit to carry it as we see her going on the walking ring now, but all things physically, honestly, look tremendous. Now, there is that intangible. Now, Thursday, she schooled here in the paddock and had an unusual practice. She usually practices on the training track where, you know, they kind of have her measured. She's used to that routine. They took her out of her routine on Thursday, schooled her in the paddock, and then she went for a gallop on this main track in which she quote unquote ran off. That means she was doing way too much. She was almost breezing or doing a workout as opposed to just a routine gallop. Does that have any ill effects? Well, 10 years ago, it sure did on American Pharoah. Moving on to one of two Chad Brown horses, while I do think Leslie's Rose is the main threat to Torpedo Anna, I'll say this about Randomized. She is speed. There's other speed, though Safi Joseph has said that they're going to sit with Dazzling Move. Randomized gets so comfortable when she can be out on the front end. Her ears go up, much like they did in that victory in the Grade 3 Molly Pitcher last time out. And she's been working with her barn mate that she faces off against here today, Raging Sea. And I think, by my eye, that Randomized is working far better. She looks as though she's doing tremendously. I've never been her biggest fan physically, Lafitte, but this is arguably one of the better times I've seen her.
Talented mare, looks the part. Randomized, her latest, the Molly Pitcher Haskell Day, Monmouth Park. Tom, Randomized, defeats Darth Vader, among others.
And this is how she does it. She got from the gate. She was able to extend her lead early. And when she gets on the lead, she is one of those horses that her heart gets very, very big, and she can keep going. A challenge early can sometimes do her in, but if she can get out of the gate in front, she's got a great post today from the one hole, that's the way she wants to do it.
Randomized, trained by Chad Brown. Torpedo Anna, trained by Kenny McPeak, glasses off and standing by live with Acacia.
As Kenny and I have talked about Torpedo Anna a lot over the last couple of years, and Kenny was just commenting on how much of a pro she was here in the paddock. She really has developed so much coming into this year.
Well, it's just big, strong filly, as you would expect, turning 4. But, you know, she's just happy up here. She loves it up here. Let's hope everything goes right today, but we're pretty confident. It's a new set of colors, you know, which is a little different. But Brian knows her well, and we're going to let him do his thing.
I saw a quote that you were happy with the outside post. Can you expound on that a little bit?
Well, with what happened in La Troyenne in the spring, where she got squeezed and So he can just fly free out there. He can do whatever he wants. I think he's going to probably give up some ground from the outside and avoid trying to get stuck behind horses. But she's got enough speed. There's a few speed horses, but she probably is a class of them.
Thanks a lot, Kenny. Good luck.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Calls her the Grizzly Bear, says she's still the Grizzly Bear, Torpedo Anna. Personal Ensign upcoming. 2 other Grade 1 races today, the Ballerina and the Forego Breeders' Cup Challenge event. So what's at stake? Entry fees covered, $10,000 nominator, and the travel allowance for horses stabled outside of California. Torpedo Anna stabled outside of California. Works nicely for her. You'll see her in the post-parade. There's randomized 2023 Alabama winner.
Absolutely. She likes it here, too. And she's dangerous because she's got speed. She's going to have to deal with the long shot in the 5, probably giving her some problems.
Dazzling move, runner-up in the Ogden Phipps and Chouvy.
Interesting strategy by the trainer, Joseph Safi, who said he's going to lay off randomized. He has the speed to go with her.
There's the defending champ, Raging Sea.
Yeah, but she got everything her way that day. I don't think that'll happen for her here today.
Darth Vader, Grade 1 Ogden Phipps winner.
Yeah, look, I mean, most legendary villain on film, and she could be the legendary villain today if she takes it to Torpedo Anna.
Bernie takes charge. New York bred tackling the big girls.
Yeah, she might be in first for a couple of jumps.
Not much longer. Leslie's Rose, expensive, improving filly.
Improving filly. That last race was very, very impressive, and thus on the board at 2.5 to 1.
Enter the horse of the year, Torpedo Anna. Bright lights, big stage. This is what she does.
This is a gambling game. I'm going to try to beat her here, but I do want to be clear. I'm very grateful that we get to see her run. You don't always get to see horse of the years come back and run as they get older. I'm very, very happy that we get to see her here today.
But picking against her, more beer cans. More beer cans thrown at screens. Top class fillies and mares in front of this packed house, upcoming in the Personal Ensign. And just checking in there on the big colt Sovereignty at his stall, in his barn for now. But he knows it's game day, Travers Day at the Spa, the Personal Ensign in 5 minutes. 2 summers ago, she captured one of Saratoga's most coveted prizes. The strategy was simple. Catch me if you can. And they couldn't.
Today's the day for Randomize. She made every pole a winning one.
She's the defending champ. In moments, her title defense. Quarter century since the last back-to-back winner.
Raging Sea with a dazzling performance running down Idiomatic in the personal ensign.
A year ago tomorrow, she nearly made history. Nearly beat the boys in the Travers. Still the darling of the sport, the horse of the year is back at Saratoga.
Torpedo Anna, the leader of the division, is simply spectacular.
The Grade 1 Personal Ensign is next. Fascinating edition of the Personal Ensign. These stories, these subplots, gate being moved into place. And yes, the reigning horse of the year about to perform, Torpedo Anna. Richie, bottom line, does she still have it?
I believe she does, Lafitte. I watched her all year when she would chip into Oakland.
Saratoga.
In what has been a picture-perfect and historic day at Saratoga Race Course, we bring to you the final race on Travers Saturday. The crowds were lined, and what they gave us right now was a standing ovation for our Travers winner. And we are going to look back on that. In case you missed it, welcome here to FS2. I'm Michelle Yu, joined by Ace Handicapping team, Sarah Eldebawi and Megan Burgess. We got an all-girl squad here for the finale.
Girl power, okay? I don't think we've ever had a brunette trio up here before. And all of the I can't think of another time, but I couldn't be more grateful. This has been one of the most memorable days of my life. And I think that all of our goosebumps are kind of coming down after seeing Sovereignty win the Travers just a few moments ago.
Sometimes you just ruined the tease. No one knew. They didn't watch who won. Now we all know.
Meg, come on. No, but sometimes you get to be in those moments of greatness in the moment and actually experience it as it's truly unfolding in front of you. And there is nothing more special than that, and that is what we crave from horse racing, and it's what we had the opportunity to take a look at and what we'll take a look back on in just a moment.
I think it's only been amazing here for this race, but the entire day has been fantastic. But in case you missed it, the Travers was just official a few minutes ago. Let's take it back to the start. A compact field of 5, but a champion in Sovereignty. He breaks from pose position number 4. Did you guys expect to see him as close as he was to the lead?
You know, we've seen so much more tactical speed from him as time has gone by, especially from that Belmont Stakes on, where he has been in some of those shorter fields, the Jim Dandy being one of them, this, of course, going to be one of them as well. So we've seen this new dimension from him. We know he's capable of it, and right now he is actually at last, but he's not that far away, and being in striking range has made all the difference for him, Meg.
And it's a key thing to note, in this kind of compact group, the pace, especially we saw it in the Belmont Stakes play out as well, he's going to be naturally a bit more forward because of that. And also, when you're a horse that's as talented as Sovereignty is, and what he showed to just be so much better than this group, while it wasn't exactly a picture-perfect trip, I think it also just goes to show you how much better he was than this field.
Hands raised if you thought Magnitude was going to be open lengths in front of the field.
Here's a hand.
Yeah, I mean, I really think overall he put up a pretty pedestrian pace here. He went 23 and change. I mean, they sped it up a little bit for the half, but I really thought we were going to see Magnitude try and run away with that in the front end, and that might have taken some of his sizzle out, not letting him just be loose. And he was hampered by Bracket Buster the whole time.
And maybe that got in the head of the riders a little bit, that both of them possessed that early speed towards the inside, and with Magnitude, they didn't open up. Bracket Buster, he fought on valiantly here, but right now you see Junior all over Sovereignty, and he's just gobbling up the ground on the outside.
When he runs by horses, he makes them look like they're attached to a fence post, and then you saw it just right there. I mean, Bracket Buster, all the credit for the BBN racing team for putting him in this race and going up against this monster. I think Magnitude, you're right, Michelle, I thought he was going to be way more out there, but they rationed his speed, and he just wasn't good enough today, and all credit to Sovereignty. I mean, look at Junior Alvarado's hands. He's not even touching this horse. And I think that if he was more, I think that actually if he asked him a little bit more, as Michelle was kind of musing offset, he could have potentially set a record in this race. He did this with ease.
Yeah, I believe our 159 and change for Arrogate's record in this race. He was 2 minutes and change, so he certainly could have gone quicker if they had asked him late. I was right when he switched leads. He really put some distance on Bracket Buster. He's about 8 lengths back and never ends up switching leads. But this was just poetry in motion if you're a horse racing fan and you want to see the best of the best.
The call, not even moving a muscle, comes to mind with the actions of Junior Alvarado just sitting as still as a statue on Sovereignty, knowing that he is pouring on those open lanes ahead of the rest of this field and just absolutely demolishing the competition and not even being asked for his absolute best.
You know, I caught up with Michael Banahan of Godolphin in the paddock when they ran a horse earlier in the day, and it just means you can see the emotion there with the family of Bill Mott. They have been ingrained in this game for their entire life, and for this to be a once-in-a-lifetime type horse, like Cigar, like an Arrogate Cigar type horse, it just means so much. And Michael earlier had said it just means so much to our team to be able to have and manage this kind of talent in our operation.
Now, watching him, of course, you have to think now, wouldn't it have been amazing if he had run in the Preakness, possibly had been a Triple Crown winner, but maybe we have bigger and better things. I loved the appreciation that our fans here on track. We have a sellout crowd here, and a Sovereignty walked down the track behind us. As he went, it was a wave of applause, people standing, cheering. I'm getting goosebumps again, remembering it.
The bubble of excitement that went with him, whether he was running down the stretch to close out the day or whether he was walking back to the barn after that enormous victory, he was the center of attention by everyone in this crowd. It was just nice to hear the appreciation and the fanfare and really just have all of the passion for horse racing come to life and experience it, because it's something we end up chasing so much and you get very few moments of it, but when you do, it's worth it.
Preakness aside, I think this is a conversation that a lot of people have mused about all year, and this horse has nothing to prove, and we just saw that. Triple Crown or not, he's a once-in-a-lifetime talent, and I'm fingers crossed we can hopefully see him go against older later in the year.
All right, well, that was the Travers Stakes, our feature on this Saturday, but there's still live racing to come here from Saratoga. We've got the nightcap. It's only 13 minutes away. There's a good look at your 2-to-1 favorite. That's the one horse, Dancin' Jane. They're going to run a mile on the grass when we come back.
Twirling Candy, proven Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Kilwin, Ice Cream You Scream, AG Bullet, and Fian, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
DK Horse is your ticket to the track this season with enough bet types to have you champing at the bit. Jumping into the saddle is simple. Just choose a track from hundreds around the world, pick your favorite horses, and take advantage of daily promos. Plus, this great offer. Then you can watch the races right on DK Horse, so you won't miss a second with America's #1 downloaded horse betting app. Giddy up. The crown is yours.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, where we have a canoe that has some painting to be done later on today, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime if you visit nairabets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. We also have that $200 deposit match, bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. If you sign up today and get that up to that $200 deposit match bonus with the promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today if you join now at NairaBets.com.
And we are all doing that, I'm sure. But right now, we're going to look back on some of the racing that there was today. I think we know Sovereignty is going to be crowned the 3-year-old champion this year. We had another champion on display today, Torpedo Anna, the reigning horse of the year, who some people have said maybe wasn't as good this year as she was last year. She put that on display here. She was in grizzly bear mode, guys.
Well, Brian Hernandez Jr. certainly thought she was as good as she was last year with the confident move that he had, passing by horses early on towards the outside. And I was thinking at the top of the stretch, you better feel like you have something left here if you're going this early. And you know what she did? This is basically the margin of victory that was her margin of loss in last year's Travers.
You're exactly right there. And Michelle, I have to say I was one of the critics that said she maybe wasn't quite as good this year, and she proved me wrong in the most impressive way possible. Also have to give credit to Dorth Vader, who a lot of people thought just got everything her own way earlier on in the season in the Ogden Phipps. This filly is talented. She ran so game to almost get there. I was actually in the picnic area with a lot of fans, and the energy was palpable. This is horse racing, and the reason why we love it so much, to be able to watch races like that. Very fitting of a name like Personal Ensign here.
I think that the fact that they bring horses back after they've been anointed champions, especially something valuable like a broodmare, we want to be very supportive of those horses. I think Kenny McPeak has been just really accommodating, bringing her around, letting the fans see her, posting her on social media. I mean, it's really made her a media darling, and she is very deserving this year, I feel like now, of being re-anointed, at least in this point in time. She's had a great record, even if we have some little annoyances that we didn't love some of her races, right?
Yeah,
absolutely. 100%. And I think that with her, just seeing that access that we have been given to know what's going on with her, to be able to go watch workouts in the morning and have an idea of when you can go see her on the track, to have the ability to be sort of a part of her whole story, it's really been something to follow along with, and that's sort of given her this fairy tale type of following where she's had that fan base that she has, and just nice to see her get the victory today.
Torpedo Anna got our Grade 1 roll underway, but after that race, we had at the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkin Stakes, 7 furlongs here for the 3-year-olds. What were your guys' thoughts of this race?
I thought Captain Cook was, in my opinion, the best horse in this race. Patch Adams here got a gorgeous trip skimming the rail, but Captain Cook, all the credit, runs into the teeth of those fractions early and is able to stick around. Newly anointed with trainer Todd Pletcher. He was kind of a two-turn, maybe Derby horse, maybe not quite there, but wow performance here today for Captain Cook. But all the credit to, of course, Patch Adams for getting the job done late.
Sarah, do you think that if Patch Adams didn't come through on the rail, he would have shown this tenacity?
I mean, I think that he wouldn't have gotten the margin to be so slim, right? Having to save that ground and be able to save as much real estate as possible gave him that extra edge to go and nose out a horse like Captain Cook. And both of these horses, really great examples of you try the Derby trail, it doesn't work out. You still have horses that are Grade 1 caliber when you figure out what it is they want to do.
Speaking of Grade 1 caliber and fast horses, let's go to my favorite horse that ran today, Bookham Dano. I know you guys thought at this point he was beat.
It seemed like it, right? It seemed like he was going to be totally swallowed up with what was a wall of horses coming after him. The pace seemed to be coming apart. You can see everybody fan out right across the track, and I'm yelling for Crazy Mason, but then he's digging in right there. And here's where you know you're dealing with a racehorse that just has that extra something that you don't get to see on paper.
Heart. Yeah. And at the top of that stretch, I told my best friend, anybody wins this race, watch Dano go. And that's exactly what he did. And me and Michelle had discussed this last night, as he's one of our favorites. The connections and Derek Ryan, they're just so much fun to be able to see this kind of animal, take them on this trip and this ride, and couldn't have happened to more deserving people.
I think that sets him highly atop the sprinter standings. He will have to show down with last year's Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, with the Saudi Cup Sprint winner, Straight No Chaser, who is going to go postward at Santa Anita and his Breeders' Cup prep. But I cannot wait to see this showdown, because this horse has just had so much tenacity in every race that he has run.
Do you think that was his best race, best performance, just in terms of what he did with
this?
This
This was his best race
okay,
by
you
far.
agree. Okay.
I
Yeah,
mean,
just,
by far, I thought this was his best
he's
race.
always been talented. It's always been exciting to watch him run, especially when he almost got by Forever Young by a nose back when he was a 3-year-old. But this was a whole nother level of fight on until you absolutely can't anymore and still get that victory.
Here's a look at our stakes winners for this Saturday. It was Travers Day. We had 6 stakes, and they all went to favorites. Favorites won today. We've had a very long roll of horses getting beat as a favorite, but not today. They were all in on our top selections, which means a lot of people went home very happy. We still have 1 race left to go. 14th race, going to kick it off with the 1 Dancing Jane.
We'll see if that trend of favorites does continue. Ira Ortiz Jr. as well as his brother Jose are really fighting out teeth for teeth, that riding a title, and this one makes some sense coming in here off a little bit of a layoff.
Linda Rice has more than 1 horse in here, but they are not going to be a coupled entry. The 2 horse might show up eventually. Her name is Amelia, but this one really wants a...
I know, I was like, what else can I say
a
about
lot of
this
camera
one
time.
here?
She's like, tell me more about myself. Here we go, Meg. There's the 2, Amelia.
Yep, always nice when your owners decide to name one after you. In this case with Amelia Green there, Arendelle homebred, and steps down in class after running against Much Better, right back to the mile.
All right, here's Sky Lolo.
This is the price I like a little bit, dropping in class for the first time and exiting a productive race.
The 4 is Fire Agate.
Mike Maker and Flavian Pratt a really game win earlier in the card, teaming back up here. Bumped a bit at the start on debut and tries again this time with an elite rider.
Bank on Bebe with the blinkers off.
There's a little bit of an insane case to be made for this long shot, a horse who is in for the claiming tag on turf for the first time.
Really liking the looks here of the 6, Professor Grace.
Showed speed last time out, and another to have been running against Better and prior to turf efforts, now cuts back to the mile.
Big price on the 7, Argenteria.
She's been a big price in all of her starts so far, but honestly, on figures, she does fit well with this field.
A bigger price on the 8, Heaven's Lee.
Gets to the turf for the first time, not a whole lot of pedigree there, not a whole lot of pace to turn into here. It's going to be tough for this horse.
The aforementioned other Linda Rice Catholic edition.
This one adding blinkers for start number 3, and she's been at this class level. We'll see if she can just take that slight step forward here.
Scratch the 10. The 11 is 'Tis All Mine.
Long shot and should be. This horse hasn't done any kind of running so far.
This is something that happens at the track. I heard somethings.
We definitely heard quite a few somethings today, and most of them were exciting and very good. I would be surprised by this one.
And the 13, Atta Girl, Addie does draw in off the alsos.
Very competitive here, has been really strong in her prior 2 efforts against this exact same level, and I really like her cutting back to the mile.
All right, that's a look at a big field that will go postward in the nightcap here. 1 mile, these are maiden 50s, state-bred fillies. And here's another look at your favorite, still attached to the pony there, Ira Ortiz. How many wins has he had today? Are we keeping track still? I can't count that high anymore.
I know at least 1, I can tell you that.
I know it's been at least 2.
Okay.
And I think Jose's had 3, right?
Jose's had 3, made a ready in the Lake Placid, then he comes about and he's not really right. He doesn't really ride for Bob Baffert. He hasn't ridden one. He's only run 1 horse for Bob Baffert. That was in 2020, and now wins the Ballerina today with Hope Road. Incredible.
No slouch, huh? Making it tight on those standings right there. So Irad going to be aboard here. He has ridden this filly in 2 of her 3 lifetime outs, including this one. Obviously, they're all maiden, so none of these horses have won a race before.
And look, she was coming off a little bit of a break in that race. That was her 4-year-old debut, and she's had a couple of months since that start where she's run a similar race each time, and she's shown that she can have some good early forward position. She was such a short price last time, though, and she did end up having to settle for 3rd. But looking around, it makes sense that she is where she is in terms of being your post-time favorite.
Ye ask and ye receive. Here we look at the standings right here. Jose Ortiz has topped his brother Irad today with those 3 victories, putting him at 52. Irad at 51. Now, this is a very contentious jockey's race, but Jose Ortiz is going to be heading out of town. He might not finish this meet out because he's going to go ride to Kentucky Downs. So you think Irad is going to be able to withstand the pressure?
Irad? Pressure? I don't know if he's going to be able to take it. It's such a foreign concept to both of them, but obviously that's complete sarcasm, both of them. So cool under any sort of pressure that they may face. And look, being in a race like this with your brother has to be so meaningful, but do you think there's any way that Jose might reconsider in a week? Maybe he just stays a few more days?
You know, the thing is, we were talking about this earlier, and there is no monetary gain from leading the jockey standings. It's cool. you get bragging rights, but you don't get to take home a big gold trophy or, you know, a big fat check. You can go ride at Kentucky Downs, and it's 5 days worth, you know, $15 million in money. I mean, I feel like that's a good incentive for people to go. Plus, his home base is in Kentucky. That's where he's going to go ride. He has to go back for his people where I ride. You know, he rides in New York here. This is his home turf. So I feel like they're probably going to the right spots.
The thing is, the reason why he's been so successful this meet is because of that Kentucky business, the relationships he has with Mark Cassie, Cherie DeVoe, numerous trainers. He rides for Chad Brown. He rides for everybody here, and he's been able to do so in a really effective fashion. And I think that you're exactly right, Michelle. I mean, what else are they going to fight, though, with at the dinner table, though, about who won where, though? That's what really matters, money aside, right? But it's been really fun to watch these two duke it out this summer, and hopefully maybe Jose can be convinced by some of the big races next weekend to stick around.
Meg, I know you and I both like the 9 Catholic edition, the other Linda Rice. Who do you like, Sarah?
I went to the number 3, a horse that is switching trainers, going to Adrian DeVoe and getting Christopher Elliott aboard, who we have seen not be shy about getting some forward position if he has the capability of doing so. And I thought this horse actually ran okay, a very different trip than I heard some things in that last start where both of them did face off against one another. And it's not as though this horse did much running, but she never got over to the rail by any means. She had to make up some late ground, and then she was just in a pocket where she had nowhere to go while trying to go up the inside. There was no room for her to make any sort of move, and you never know what kind of run they may or may not have made. But to me, it looked like she could have done a little bit better than that placing, and she's a decent price at 8 to 1.
She is coming off a long layoff. She's got about 7 works prepping her for this return. How fit is she for a mile?
We'll find out, I guess, right?
I didn't love her works. That's kind of why I totally see Sarah's argument, but there's also not a lot of pace in this race. I don't know if y'all agree with that. I didn't really find to be all that much pace, which makes the favorite all that more interesting, but hopefully another improved trip there with the number 9 Catholic edition after some tougher ones in prior starts.
All right, we're at post time for the nightcap here on a Travers Saturday. We'll hand it up to the voice of Saratoga, Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Michelle. How great is this to be on the East Coast? Here's Catholic edition coming up. Tis All Mine will be next. Bank Gone Baby. Professor Grace. And here's Atta Girl Addie and Ricardo Santana Jr. And a little bit of movement from Heavens Lee. They're in the gate. And they're off. Heavens Lee had an awkward start. It's a quick one for Dancin' Jane. Amelia is up close in the opening furlong. And now here's I Heard Some Things. I Heard Some Things moving up to claim 3rd with plenty of pace on. Professor Grace is a little bit keen, throwing her head around and bumping right there with Fire Agate. Those two are getting to know each other very well. In the meantime, Tis All Mine is trying to slip through inside of that pair, backs off a bit now, and she is followed by Argentiera in the blue, some 8 lengths off the pace. It's another 2 to I Heard Some Things. Bank on Bebe is toward the back of the field, and a couple of lengths back to the next flight. Sky Lolo, Catholic Edition, and 5 to slow starting Heavens Lee. 23-4 for the opening quarter. It's Dancin' Jane in front over Amelia. Those two go through the first half mile in 48-1. Just behind them, Fire Agate is in 3rd. I Heard Some Things is 4th, moving into the far turn. On the outside of them comes Professor Grace with the lime green sleeves, trying to make some headway into the far turn. Just in front of her is Argentiera, and following that rival, Bank on Bebe between horses. Extreme outside, Atta Girl Addie, 2 lengths in front of Sky Lolo. 3/4, 113 flat. They turn for home. Dancin' Jane has been cruising throughout. Fire Agate angles out to try and get close to the front running Dancin' Jane. But Dancin' Jane is long gone. It's Dancin' Jane, in fact, running up the score in the final stages. Dancin' Jane and Arad Ortiz Jr. will win by 6 lengths. Tight photo for second. It's a 3-way photo involving a closing Sky Lolo, who was right next to Amelia and Fire Agate, but it was a 1-horse race. Dancin' Jane.
Irad said, ring, ring. Oh, Jose, you thought you were at the top? Hold tight, my friend. There's still a race left to go. Turning for home, Alvarado Ortiz lets loose the reins on Dancing Jane, and there is no doubt about your winner. Although, Sarah, I have to give your horse credit because Sky Lolo came rolling up the rail and gallops out huge for this effort.
And she'll probably be favored next time. But she did run well. She was far back early, but nobody was catching this winner, Alvarado Ortiz Jr. and your favorite in what ends a formful day. And so when you have that formful day, is it the best from a betting perspective? Maybe not always, especially for someone like me who likes to find long shots. But it's when you know that you have horses competing at the top of their game, and that's really why we're all here.
Also, when you have so many people in the stands and a lot of them only bet the favorite, they bet the horse they know, this is a very successful day for them because they are cashing tickets, they are picking winners. So I always feel like it's a positive day from that aspect, even though, like you say, when we're looking for some value, it might not be there.
Well, sometimes it's not about the money, which is crazy to say to some people, but I think it's about building that experience. It's about the emotion. It's about how you felt when a horse like Sovereignty went by as the crowd bubbled around him. It's not about what price he was to win.
I feel like if I had a Sovereignty win ticket, I wouldn't cash it anyways.
I would hold on to it.
Do you have any tickets that you've kept?
Flightline.
Flightline?
I have the Derby Sovereignty. That was my first Derby, and I was able to cover it. I was on the rail when he went past me, and it was probably one of the most memorable moments of my life. So got another one here in the tank for this incredible effort.
I've got the American Pharaoh triple. Believe it or not, I've got one of each.
One of my friends has the Justify, so yeah, makes sense.
We'll have to do some trading cards.
All right, prices you guys can check out Naira Bets for that because we are going to bid adieu from Saratoga. We had a one past champion, one future champion, both on display today. Torpedo Anna showed her heart, her determination as she nosed out another Grade 1 victory. But the biggest win on the day was this man, Sovereignty, the first ever winner of the Derby, the Belmont, the Jim Dandy, and the Travers, giving his trainer Bill Mott his first Travers win. He's on to the Breeders' Cup Classic. We'll see you here at Saratoga tomorrow for a 1 o'clock post.
Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. King of Gosford. South Cordovan will win the Sword Dancer.
Program trading and naval power. What a thriller. Mona in Italian to win it. Starlust. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Big M.
Victoria Road.
It will be McCulloch.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.